In the late hours of the night in Shuanglin City, the streets lay deserted, with the dim glow of streetlights filtering through the thin mist, casting a grayish hue upon the ground. At the end of the street, a solitary shop remained illuminated. This establishment specialized in outdoor adventure gear, its weathered wooden sign and the mottled stains on the walls attesting to its age. The proprietor was a young man, around 20, named Liang Yi. Inside the cramped shop, he held a triangular knife, meticulously carving a wooden sculpture. The piece depicted a Dian bull-headed figure, fierce and imposing, brandishing a trident, its wide eyes glaring forward with an aura of authority and ferocity. As Liang Yi delicately rotated the blade, he etched the final detail into the deity's garment, exhaling softly to disperse the wood shavings before placing the finished sculpture on a wooden rack nearby. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the bull-headed deity sculpture. Quality, subpar followers, 0 incense, 0 divine powers, great strength. Beginner, night walker beginner, soul-capturing beginner," listening to the clear system notification in his mind. Liang Yi squinted and stretched his body, gradually releasing a breath laden with frustration. He had been in this world for a month, and through his explorations, he had discerned that it was a realm plagued by demons and spirits, where human life held little value. Whether in the vibrant nightlife of bustling cities or the quiet desolation of remote mountains, there lurked monstrous entities. In such a dire context, the frail populace often resorted to venerating deities and offering incense to seek protection. Upon his arrival in this world, Liang Yi had inherited this adventure gear shop from his deceased parents and awoken a system known as carving into divinity. As the name suggests, this system primarily assisted him in sculpting divine idols. Empowered by the system, these sculptures possessed divine strength, akin to the myriad deities in this world, capable of attracting followers and harnessing incense to fortify themselves and safeguard their domain from malevolent forces. However, as he gazed at the 7 or 8 idols on the wooden rack, Liang Yi shook his head with a sigh. "Having carved so many, how can I sell them?" he lamented. "With followers and incense both at 0, what hope does this business have in a place like Shuanglin City, where foot traffic is scant and online sales are stagnant? Without money or offerings, how can I continue?" Feeling somewhat despondent, he rested his chin on his hand, staring vacantly at the shop's entrance. Midnight was fast approaching, yet today's sales remained at a disheartening 0, just another unsuccessful day. Suddenly, a bright light approached from afar, capturing Liang Yi's attention. Moments later, a car with its headlights on came to a halt before the shop. The door swung open, revealing a slender man clad in black, sporting an action camera around his neck and a broad grin as he chanted excitedly. "Attention, dear viewers of the stream. This is Ma Datu, arriving in Shuanglin City to explore the infamous first affiliated hospital, rumored to be haunted by vengeful spirits. I forgot to bring several essential adventure supplies before setting out, and now I've followed the navigation here to procure them. Once I gather my gear, they'll head to the hospital at midnight to uncover the truth behind those ghosts." Recognizing the peculiar figure and his intentions, Liang Yi realized he was a live-streaming adventurer. In this world, the live-streaming industry thrived, especially in an era where everyone was acutely aware of the existence of supernatural beings. Consequently, streams focused on the paranormal and explorations had surged in popularity. Liang Yi also recalled the first affiliated hospital, once the largest and best-equipped medical facility in Shuanglin City, which had fallen into disrepute 3 years prior due to a series of eerie occurrences, mysterious blackouts, the inexplicable deaths of nurses, and a string of suicides over 14 days. Despite investigations by local authorities ruling out foul play, the true source of the disturbances remained elusive. Over time, fear gripped the community, leading to the hospital's abandonment, and it had since remained untouched, with no one daring to enter. Recently, the tale had gained traction online, inadvertently granting a modicum of fame to the once obscure Shuanglin City. The streamer Ma Datu, evidently drawn by the buzz, sought to live-stream an exploration of the hospital, hoping to garner attention and followers. Understanding the man's purpose, Liang Yi stood up and nodded towards Ma Datu, inquiring, "What specific equipment do you require?" Ma Data glanced at his watch, surveying the surroundings before responding. I need a high-brightness, long-lasting flashlight, and perhaps a trekking pole for navigation. I've heard that place has been overgrown with weeds and vines after 3 years of neglect. I wouldn't want to get entangled with ghosts or vines and scare myself half to death. Ha ha ha. The last two remarks were clearly intended as banter for his audience. Liang Yi said nothing but moved aside to fetch the flashlight and trekking pole. When he turned back, he noticed Madatu leaning closely over the sculptures, scrutinizing them with narrowed eyes. These carvings are quite impressive, he exclaimed. How much for this bull-headed figure? Without lifting his gaze, Liang Yi continued to calculate the prices for the flashlight and trekking pole. The prices marked above no bargaining. Data looked down, his eyes widening in disbelief. 10,000 for a wooden carving? Are you out of your mind? On another note, this bull-headed piece is rather appealing. How about I offer you 199 for it? He'll be heading to the hospital soon, and this fierce-looking deity would be perfect for warding off evil. At this, Liang Yi raised his eyes in mild disapproval, unable to suppress a frown. 10,000 slashed down to 199. Such a cut was excessive. Moreover, this was a genuine deity idol capable of warding off malevolent spirits, and safeguarding its vicinity. Selling it for 10,000 would be a bargain. Shaking his head, Liang Yi prepared to decline when his gaze fell upon the action camera around Ma Data's neck. A thought struck him. After all, this man was a streamer engaging in such daring midnight explorations likely meant he had a substantial following. Perhaps this could be an opportunity to garner some goodwill. If the bull-headed idol could indeed manifest its power in front of an audience, it might help bolster his business. With that in mind, Liang Yi nodded and replied, including the flashlight and trekking pole, they'll let you have it all for 500. Surprised by Liang Yi's willingness to negotiate, Ma Data hesitated but ultimately accepted, pulling out his phone to make the payment. As he stepped out of the shop, he positioned the bull-headed sculpture in front of his action camera, scrutinizing it under the light. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the barrage of comments rolling in on the live stream, filled with incredulous reactions. Ma Datu, you're such a fool. I could get 100 of these crafts for 199. This bull-headed piece costs no more than $5 to make. I'd eat it if it were any more expensive. It's bad enough that you paid so much, but it looks so fierce and ugly. You're bound to attract ghosts instead of avoiding them. The boss looks young, but he's got a dark heart. This worthless wooden carving is only good for display if you want to ward off evil. Just go get a peace talisman from a temple. Glancing at the flood of comments, Ma Datu could only manage a sheepish smile. He was certainly aware that the wooden bull's head carving had been purchased at an exorbitant price. However, with the payment already made, there was no turning back to seek a refund. Ma Datu casually tucked the modestly sized wooden sculpture into his pocket and cleared his throat, addressing the group. Enough, enough. Everyone stop the bickering. This is merely a trivial episode. Let us dismiss it as inconsequential. Now, let us proceed with determination, heading straight to the first affiliated hospital. Chapter 2. Hospital Expedition, Divine Manifestation. Midnight, the first affiliated hospital of Shuanglin City. An eerie tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Not a single shadow could be seen. Not even a cockroach or a mouse. The vast, abandoned hospital lay quietly submerged in the night, exuding desolation and solitude. Before the slightly dilapidated entrance, Ma Data stepped out of his vehicle, glancing down at his watch. Family, it is precisely midnight. Ma Datu arrived punctually at the first affiliated hospital of Shuanglin City. Since the auspicious time had arrived, let us not linger any longer and venture inside to uncover the mysteries within. As he spoke, Ma Datu resolutely crossed the hospital and Appo's threshold, illuminating the surroundings with his flashlight. The plaza before the outpatient building was a chaotic scene, littered with fallen leaves, discarded paper, and dark brown stains that crunched underfoot. Shining his flashlight upward, the shattered glass windows resembled countless wide-open eyes, cold and hollow, gazing down below. Ma Data furrowed his brow, suddenly feeling an unsettling chill. As if a frigid gaze from an unseen presence pierced through him, sending shivers down his spine. Inside the equipment store, Liang Yi sat at the front, narrowing his eyes slightly, fixated on the computer screen. It displayed a live broadcast of Ma Datu and Appo's expedition to the abandoned hospital in Shuanglin City. The online viewership surged astonishingly, reaching 30,000 and continuing to climb rapidly. Given such circumstances, if the Nyo-Tu deity statue could make an appearance during the stream, it would surely attract a multitude of viewers. Yet, Liang Yi could only await the right opportunity. On the screen, Ma Dada had just entered the outpatient building, intending to explore the west corridor. Suddenly, a muffled sound reverberated from above. Bang! The dull thud echoed through the silent hospital, causing Ma Dada to halt, his face instantly freezing in shock. Why would there be such a noise in a hospital that had been abandoned for 3 years? Were there others here? Or perhaps not human? Ma Dada's complexion turned pale, rooted in place. The sound seemed like a heavy object falling, and now, upon listening closely, he could hear faint rustling sounds. Something was dragging a heavy object across the second floor. Ma Dada instinctively lowered his breathing, peeking at the barrage of comets. And a bitter smile crossed his face. Why are my pants wet? Who the hell peed in my pants? The abandoned hospital in Shuanglin City indeed seemed to harbor something unusual. Dada, be cautious. Streamer, hurry to the second floor and see what it is. I and Amp, Oppos. LL send you 10 rockets if you take a look. Arin and Amp, Oppos. To you an adventure streamer? Dawn and Amp, Oppos. T chicken out. The comments on the public screen rolled in waves, buzzing with speculation, while the online viewership soared to 50,000. Such an exaggerated fervor was something Ma Dada had not witnessed in a long time. In the realm of adventure streaming, greater risks often heralded greater rewards. Having encountered such an event upon entry, it was evident that the abandoned hospital was not right. However, having reached this point, Ma Dada had no choice but to proceed. He took a deep breath and ascended the staircase on either side of the hall toward the second floor. Under the vast, enveloping darkness, the hospital sank into another layer of silence, as if the previous thud and rustling sounds were mere figments of imagination. Listening to the sound of his footsteps, Ma Dada arrived on the second floor. Suddenly, a chill coursed through him, from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet, making him shudder involuntarily. Nothing was around. The air carried a nauseating blend of decay and blood. The silence was pierced by the slow, elongated sound of dripping water. Ma Dada swallowed hard and followed the sound to the restroom, awkwardly peering inside. Under the dim light, blood splatter on the mirror revealed child-sized handprints, slowly dripping blood. Ma Dada's pupils dilated, and a wave of terror washed over him. Before he could react, a soft giggle echoed from behind. Whipping around, he saw an array of tiny baby footprints slowly appearing, extending from the ceiling toward his head. Who? Ma Dada screamed, wildly swinging his climbing stick as he stumbled backward, crashing into a consultation room door and collapsing to the floor. The sight before him was horrifying. Walls adorned with grotesque claw marks and a faded banner reading miraculous healing, gently swaying by the window. A gust of chilling wind swept through. A white coat hanging by the wardrobe lunged towards Ma Dada and Oppos' face. Above the pristine collar, a grotesque, grinning face loomed. A piercing scream echoed, and the screen tilted into darkness, the chaotic sounds abruptly ceasing. In an instant, the streaming room erupted into chaos. An overwhelming tide of question marks nearly inundating the entire screen. Asian, are you serious? This is no joke. Oh my god, are there really evil spirits? Dada 1 and Oppos. T just be done for, will he? These hospital spirits are no trifles. Otherwise, Shuanglin City Wooden and Oppos. T have let them dominate for 3 years. The streaming room buzzed with discussions, with 50 to 60,000 viewers speculating on Ma Dada and Oppos' grim fate. After all, the footage displayed made it abundantly clear that sinister entities lurked within the abandoned hospital. Ma Dada, a mere mortal, stood little chance against such forces. Before the computer screen, Liang Yi calmly perused the rapidly scrolling comments, casually toying with a small piece of rosewood. A prominent adventure streamer with millions of followers surely had some tricks up his sleeve, did he not? Moreover, given the notorious reputation of the abandoned hospital in Shuanglin City, Ma Dada could not possibly have ventured here unprepared. As Liang Yi anticipated, a sudden surge of electrical noise erupted, and Ma Dada and Oppos' solemn voice gradually became clearer amidst the darkness. I summon Lord Shaoxingong to manifest and vanquish the demons for the faithful. In that moment, the screen illuminated. Ma Dada retreated to the corner of the consultation room, surrounded by a radiant golden light that shielded him. Before him loomed a ghastly figure in a white coat and a purple-black infant adorned with limbs, its mouth agape, filled with jagged teeth, letting out a fierce howl. Both entities were exceedingly malevolent, yet they could not approach within 3 feet of Ma Dada, shielded by the golden light. Just then, a golden figure materialized behind Ma Dada. It appeared as a child with rosy lips and gleaming teeth, exuding an air of unwavering authority, with two beams of golden light shooting from its eyes, directly targeting the two malevolent beings. With a roar, the two demons shrieked, their fierce visages contorting in terror as they fled in panic. The golden figure bore a slight, enigmatic smile. "How dare the weak little spirits covet my faithful? Did I allow you to escape?" As its words fell, the figure swiftly pressed its right hand forward, performing a rapid hand seal. With two resounding thuds, the fleeing white coat and purple-black infant collapsed to the ground, as if a colossal, unseen mountain bore down upon them, rendering their attempts to escape utterly futile. In an instant, their wails filled the air. Chapter 3. The offering of the bull-headed deity may save your life. Xiao Shinggong gazed down with a cold, mocking expression at the two struggling specters, their lives flickering like candles in the wind. Meanwhile, Liang Yi, seated before the screen, leaned forward, unable to contain his curiosity. In this realm, deities were categorized by the magnitude of their divine power. For instance, a newly carved idol of the bull-headed god was deemed insignificant, lacking followers and offerings, and did not even qualify as a mere wild god. This hierarchy, to a certain extent, symbolized the strength of the deity, though it was not an absolute measure, serving merely as a reference. One could not help but wonder about the rank of this childlike deity named Xiao Shinggong, at least based on its earlier display of power. It seemed to handle these wandering souls with ease. In the live broadcast, Ma Data sighed in relief as the two specters were quickly vanquished, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Had he reacted even a moment slower, he might have met with dire consequences. Fortunately, the summoning of the deity was timely, sparing him from physical torment. Glancing at the chat room, he noticed a surge of messages, the excitement palpable. "Look at you, Ma Data, hiding such prowess. I knew the host wouldn't dare venture into such a perilous place alone. With a deity so formidable to protect him, I would too." What had once felt eerie and foreboding now felt utterly secure. As Ma Data read the comments, he interacted and exchanged banter with the viewers, feeling considerably reassured. However, at that moment, bang! A heavy thud echoed ominously, striking Ma Datu and Appo's heart as if it were a hammer. His expression shifted instantly. Following this, he heard a rustling sound drawing closer, mirroring the earlier disturbance. Something was dragging a heavy object through the corridor. Ma Datu and Appo's pupils contracted, yet he maintained a semblance of composure, instinctively turning his gaze towards Xiao Shinggong. The deity also sensed the anomaly, a hint of disdain flickering across its youthful visage. "Humph. Another one seeking death." As the words left its lips, it swiftly appeared outside the examination room, its gaze piercing the darkness of the corridor with two beams of golden light. A towering creature, entirely cloaked in black scales with greenish skin and protruding fangs, hunched low, laboriously dragging behind it a pitch-black coffin secured with a thick hemp rope. Ma Data bolted from the examination room, taking refuge behind Xiao Shinggong while directing the camera towards the colossal monster, murmuring, "Good heavens. It must be the true boss of this hospital." Yet, with Xiao Shinggong present, such a creature posed little threat. The viewers, too, caught sight of the beast, and the chat exploded with activity. As the barrage of messages intensified, Ma Data beamed with delight. The infamous abandoned hospital in Shuanglin City had stirred his initial trepidation about unexpected occurrences. But it now appeared that these demons and spirits were hardly regarded by Xiao Shinggong, bringing forth considerable excitement and rewards for the live stream, a veritable windfall. With that thought, Ma Data's reverence and devotion towards Xiao Shinggong deepened yet again. At that moment, under the collective gaze of the audience, Xiao Shinggong scrutinized the towering monster, squinting its eyes before expressionlessly uttering a single command, "Die." As the words fell, a dozen beams of golden light erupted from behind it, piercing through the monster and Appo's body in an instant. In a silent flash, blood splattered everywhere. The creature and Appo's massive form collapsed, shattered upon impact. Seeing this, Ma Data laughed heartily. These so-called malevolent spirits of Shuanglin City's hospital were nothing to fear. They were hardly worthy opponents for the mighty Xiao Shinggong. The viewers echoed his sentiments, their excitement palpable. The chat exploded with appreciation, gifts streaming in as joy and exhilaration filled the atmosphere. Yet, just as Ma Datu reveled in laughter, a chilling gust swept through. It felt as though an invisible hand had grasped his throat, abruptly silencing his mirth, his eyes widening in terror. On the screen, a blood-red figure suddenly materialized above the dark coffin behind the monster, freezing for a moment. Then, in a heartbeat, it lunged towards Xiao Shinggong. Beneath the golden light, The figure took shape, revealing a tattered and blood-soaked female ghost. Her neck contorted at an unnatural angle. From her hollow eye sockets oozed putrid blood, emanating an aura of foulness that was utterly nauseating. Xiao Gong and Amp, Apos, S expression turned grave, sensing the imminent danger, its golden light flickering as it prepared to retreat. Yet, the female ghost lunged, her mouth agape, aiming for its head. In an instant, Xiao Gong's radiant golden aura dimmed, threatening to become transparent. Terror gripped its heart as it hastily formed a seal to dissipate its divine presence, vanishing from the scene. Before the screen, Liang Yi watched. Breath caught in his throat as the female ghost nearly obliterated Xiao Gong in mere moments. Indeed, the earlier specters and the monster were mere underlings. This vicious female ghost was likely the true architect behind the hospital and Amp, Apos, S descent into a den of spirits. Even the mighty Xiao Gong could not withstand a single encounter. At this moment, the chat room and Amp, Apos, S rapid-fire messages slowed, all eyes fixated on the scene where the female ghost had nearly annihilated Xiao Gong, fear coursing through their veins. Meanwhile, in the hospital corridor, Ma Data stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably, breath quickening. The female ghost descended slowly, her empty eye sockets locking onto him, her long tongue licking her lips. Ma Data fell to the ground, scrambling backward in desperation, cold sweat trickling down his spine, despair clouding his vision. No, no. Xiao Gong, you cannot abandon me. I am your most devoted follower, please. Yet, no matter how fervently he cried out, the once invincible Xiao Gong did not return, leaving him to struggle alone in the corridor. Witnessing this, the viewers were left speechless, gripped by horror. If even Xiao Gong feared this female ghost, prioritizing its own safety over the life of its devotee, what chance did Ma Data have? Realizing that Xiao Gong was too wary of the female ghost to risk its own life for him, despair washed over Ma Data. Trembling, he retreated while pleading with his phone, "Someone, please save me. I don't want to die." Just then, a conspicuous golden message flashed across the screen. "I am the owner of the equipment store from earlier. The situation is dire. I want to elaborate. Trust me, take out the bull-headed god statue, offer incense, and become its devotee to save your life." Upon reading this message, tears streaming down his face, Ma Data and Amp, Apos, S pupils dilated in shock. The bull-headed god statue? Becoming its devotee could save him. In this life-or-death moment, Ma Data had no time to discern the truth, so he steeled himself, gritting his teeth. In the blink of an eye, an inexplicable strength surged within him, propelling him to dash into the adjacent examination room. Shakily, he pulled out the bull-headed god statue from his pocket, placing it before him, and quickly lit 3 incense sticks. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing Liang Yi and Amp, Apos, S message, felt disbelief wash over them, and the chat exploded once more. What is this? That bullhead is just a shabby wooden carving. How can it be a deity? Ma Data, have you lost your mind? Trusting a deceitful and unscrupulous employer instead of the deity you believe in? Xiao Gong may merely be momentarily retreating, but he may return to rescue you. To so recklessly alter your faith is to truly condemn yourself to an unmarked grave. In the bustling chat room, comments flooded in like a storm, yet Ma Data did not spare a glance. He was acutely aware that his demise was imminent, and the only glimmer of hope lay in that wooden carving of a bull and Amp, Apos, S head. Under the watchful eyes of many, Ma Data reverently knelt before the bull-headed sculpture, his trembling hands tightly clutching 3 slender incense sticks. Chapter 4. The Believer 1. The Emergence of Divine Powers. At the moment when Ma Data sincerely offered his prayers, a sudden sound reverberated in Liang Yi's mind within the equipment store. Ding! Detection of bullhead statue receiving a believer's offering. Believer 1. Successfully activated the divine position. Congratulations, host. You have obtained divine authority of the bullhead. Upon hearing this, Liang Yi promptly issued his command. Take control of the divine and Amp, Apos, bullhead and Amp, Apos. As soon as the words left his lips, a radiant light burst forth before his eyes, prompting him to instinctively close them. An extraordinary sensation enveloped him, both sacred and powerful. In an abandoned hospital on the 2nd floor of an outpatient room, Ma Data clutched 3 incense sticks tightly, trembling as he bowed 3 times before the wooden carving of the bullhead. The female ghost hovered silently in midair, her fearsome visage adorned with a mocking expression as she licked her lips with her tongue. Having awakened her intellect, she understood all too well that this feeble human was beseeching a new deity for protection. However, she was left wondering about the power of this newly arrived deity. If it were anything like the previous one, it certainly would not satisfy her appetite. After paying homage to the statue, Ma Data cautiously lifted his head. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the ghostly figure above him, which bore a look of disdain and impatience. The incense burned quietly, its feeble flame flickering in the encroaching darkness, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. But where was the deity? Ma Data's face turned ashen, collapsing helplessly to the ground. A bitter smile of despair etched across his features. It was unfathomable that he had been gullible enough to heed the words of a deceitful merchant. Bowing thrice to a wooden carving of a bullhead. At that moment, tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream began to react from their tense anticipation. Seeing that nothing was happening on screen, even the shadow of a deity was absent, their anger surged. Ma Data had truly resorted to desperate measures. How could such a wretched wooden carving summon any deity? The treacherous merchant had not only swindled him of his money, but was now playing with his life. Although one could argue it was not entirely his fault, treating a person in such dire straits as mere entertainment was utterly detestable. The equipment store owner, so young yet possessing such a heart of malice. The viewers in the live stream were filled with righteous indignation. This was a matter of life and death. While the female ghost was indeed loathsome, human power was ultimately limited, and most were helpless against such malevolence, let alone able to assist Ma Datu. Yet Liang Yi, as a fellow human and currently in Shuanglin City, why did he choose to instill hope only to snatch it away? Regardless of his motives, his heart was deserving of condemnation. At that moment, the floating female ghost realized Ma Data had been deceived, losing interest in him instantly. She darted downwards, her claw-like hand aimed directly at Ma Data's crown. In that split second, everyone felt a jolt of trepidation. Ma Data, in utter despair, closed his eyes. However, just then, the ghost and Appo's movement abruptly halted, her hollow gaze shifting towards the bullhead statue, her expression shifting dramatically. Unbeknownst to them, the eyes of the bullhead statue had ignited with a luminous glow. Without warning, a sinister wind began to swirl. In an instant, a figure resembling a bull-headed man, wielding a steel fork, manifested above Ma Datu, its icy glare directed at the female ghost, standing resolutely. Beneath this apparition, Ma Datu remained with his eyes tightly shut, trembling as he anticipated pain that never came. When he finally opened his eyes, he was left stunned, his mind racing. The bull-headed figure, brandishing a steel fork, was this not the very embodiment of the bullhead statue? This signified the true bullhead deity. Simultaneously, the audience, some in desperate anticipation, others unable to bear the sight, witnessed the bullhead's manifestation on the live stream, an uproar erupting. Incredible! The wooden carving could indeed summon a deity. Was this truly a deity? It appeared even more terrifying and savage than the female ghost. Who was the true villain here? Even if it were a genuine deity, it seemed rather frail, its form merely a projection, perhaps even weaker than the previous figure, Gong. It appeared that Ma Datu and Appo's situation remained perilous. The comments in the live stream surged, a cacophony of voices echoing the disbelief. Meanwhile, Liang Yi, embodying the bullhead and Appo's form, felt a surge of divine power coursing through him, marveling at the might of a deity. The energy he commanded was beyond the realm of mere mortals. After a brief moment of awareness, Liang Yi focused his gaze on the female ghost, his expression serious. He had witnessed her formidable strength, capable of nearly obliterating Gong and Appo's form. He pondered how her power would compare to his own as the bullhead deity. At that moment, the female ghost could no longer remain passive. Surrounded by swirling darkness, she lunged towards Liang Yi, her gaping maw poised to bite down fiercely. Liang Yi's eyes flashed, and he unleashed the bullhead's divine ability, Nightwalker. With the authority of the deity at his command, he could transcend space and time, directly controlling the deity and utilizing its powers. Just as he was doing now, the bullhead deity possessed 3 divine abilities, and Liang Yi could summon them at will. In a flash, the grand bullhead apparition melded into the shadows. The ghost and Appo's vicious bite, which had previously overwhelmed Gong, missed its target completely, leaving her incredulous as she searched in vain for any sign of her adversary. This spectacle left Ma Datu, observing from below, utterly astonished. Such a formidable and fearsome ghost could not even gain the upper hand against the bullhead. The bullhead, seemingly ethereal, was indeed far superior to Gong. Hidden in the darkness, Liang Yi observed the female ghost, who was now filled with trepidation, scanning her surroundings, her dark energy spreading yet failing to locate him. As the bullhead, A celestial enforcer of the underworld, he was the absolute suppressor of such malevolent entities. With that thought, Liang Yi resolved to act. Invoking the divine ability, soul capture. Silently, a ripple spread through the air. The female ghost sensed danger and let out a piercing shriek, her entire form twisting at an unnatural angle. In the blink of an eye, a steel fork materialized from the void, hurtling towards her head. Swoosh bang! The sharp steel fork met no resistance, piercing through the ghost's head and pinning it brutally against the wall of the examination room. Spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread outwards. Then, a mournful wail escaped the ghost as her entire body twisted grotesquely, drawn into the fork's grasp, vanishing without a trace. The anguished cries abruptly ceased, leaving only a profound silence in their wake. Madadu and Appo's eyes widened in shock, his lips trembling. This was the very ghost that had overwhelmed Xiao Gong. Yet before this bullhead deity, it was but a mere victim. What caliber of deity was this? And how potent was its strength? Madadu gaped, his heart tumultuous with emotions. He was both elated at his miraculous survival and astonished by the bullhead deity's might. Then, with a thud, Madadu fell to his knees before the bullhead, expressing his gratitude without hesitation. Believer Madadu, grateful for the bullhead lord and Appo's salvation. From this day forth, I shall devote myself in earnest, offering my humble service. Chapter 5. The bullhead ascends, the horse face appears. As Madadu spoke with a voice tinged with sorrow, he repeatedly bowed his head to the ground. Meanwhile, in the live-streaming room with nearly 80,000 viewers online, all the spectators were left in a state of shock. They gazed at the screen, where the female ghost had nearly dissipated, struggling to regain their composure. The ferocity and strength of this malevolent spirit were evident to all. Otherwise, it could not have occupied the hospital in the densely populated city of Shuanglin for 3 years. The earlier retreat of Xiao Gong also reflected an undeniable strength, sufficient to claim dominion over the mountains. Yet, this seemingly invincible female ghost was slain in an instant by the bullhead. It was utterly terrifying. In a moment, the live stream and Appo's excitement reached unprecedented heights. A deluge of various comments flooded the screen, making it hard to keep up. Who dared to claim the bullhead was inept? This deity was simply remarkable. To think that the malevolent spirit capable of defeating Xiao Gong was vanquished by the bullhead was a chilling realization. Who had previously accused the equipment store owner of having a heart of a scorpion? Come forth and apologize. To be able to dispatch such a formidable evil spirit. What rank and origin does the bullhead deity possess? Just moments ago, the comment section was filled with insults directed at Liang Yi and the bullhead. However, following the deity's decisive action, the tone of the comments shifted dramatically. Many viewers focused on Madadu's successful escape, grateful for the preservation of his life. Yet, more were astonished by the formidable power of the bullhead, which provided an overwhelming sense of security. As the live stream reached a fever pitch, Madadu continued to bow, tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed with emotion. The bullhead glanced at him, but said nothing, merely waving his hand to summon the steel fork still embedded in the wall, before turning and vanishing into the night. Realizing the bullhead and Appo's form was dissipating, Madadu shivered and hurriedly got to his feet. He could not bear to linger in that abandoned hospital any longer. Ignoring the live broadcast, he dashed down the stairs, eventually calming himself only after reaching his car. Breathing heavily, he faced the camera with a bittersweet smile. This adventure in the abandoned hospital of Shuanglin has truly been a source of amusement for everyone. I nearly stepped into the gates of hell. If not for Lord Bullhead, I would surely have become the female ghost and Appo's sustenance. As Madadu spoke, he took a deep breath and swallowed hard. At that moment, comments began to flood the screen. Shun and Appo's. Do you be thanking that young shop owner instead? Indeed, without that young man selling you the statue and reminding you to worship it, how could the bullhead have come to your aid? You and Appo's struck gold, Madadu, obtaining the favor of such a powerful deity for just a few $100. You should ask if the statue can be purchased online. It and Appo's worth 10,000 at least. Watching the rapidly scrolling comments in the live stream, Madadu suddenly realized his successful rescue was indeed largely thanks to the reminder and assistance of that young equipment store owner. Reflecting on it now, that young man was certainly extraordinary. With this thought, Madadu and Appo's eyes brightened, and he quickly started the car, turning it around to speed away. Meanwhile, at the equipment store, Liang Yi gradually regained consciousness. Exhaling a long breath, Before he could take a moment to rest, a familiar system notification chimed in his ear. Ding! The incense value of the bull head statue has reached 10, and its rank has ascended to spirit. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking the carving permission for the horse-face statue. Listening to the system's voice in his mind, Liang Yi was momentarily taken aback. The incense value had reached 10 so swiftly? But wasn't Amp, Opos, the bullhead only worshipped by Ma Datu? After pondering for a moment, Liang Yi silently commanded, "View deity, bullhead, deity, bullhead, information displayed below, rank, spirit, followers, 1, incense, 10, divine powers, great strength, beginner, nightwalker, beginner, soul capture, beginner." Without hesitation, Liang Yi clicked on the follower information. Indeed, Ma Datu and Opos' name showed a faith value of 10. The faith values of all followers combined constituted the deity and Opos' incense value. The higher the incense value, the greater the rank. As Ma Datu had only just become a follower, his faith value should have been 1. It appeared that his near-death experience had dramatically heightened his devotion to the bullhead. Consequently, the bullhead and Amp, Opos' rank had ascended from the lowly to the spirit level, no longer considered insignificant, though still not reaching the status of a wild deity. Having understood the situation, Liang Yi dismissed the floating attribute panel of the bullhead and silently commanded, "View deity, horse face." As soon as he spoke, the attributes of the horse face were displayed before him. Deity, horse face, information displayed below, rank, insignificant, followers, 0, incense, 0, divine powers, cold shadow, beginner, nightwalker, beginner, soul capture, beginner. As the bullhead and horse face served as the messengers of the underworld, their divine powers were broadly similar yet distinct. For instance, the horse face and Opos' cold shadow could manipulate the chilling power from the underworld. In certain contexts, this ability could yield unexpected results compared to the bullhead's displayed might of great strength. After a brief review, Liang Yi closed the attribute panel, his gaze settling on the shelf displaying 7 or 8 statues. After carving 9 bullhead statues over the course of an entire month, he was quite fatigued. Finally, a horse face had arrived, time for a change of pace. As Liang Yi murmured to himself, he heard the screeching halt of tires. Looking up, he saw the recently escaped Ma Datu rushing back from the abandoned hospital. The car had barely stopped when Ma Datu, not bothering to turn off the engine, flung open the door and hurried inside, his face streaked with tears of joy. "Boss, you are my savior. Without you and Lord Bullhead, I would have surely perished today. I humbly beseech you to accept my gratitude." Before he finished speaking, Ma Datu knelt, almost collapsing to the ground. Liang Yi, quick to react, stepped forward to support his arm, exclaiming, "No need for that." After all, he had just taken over the bullhead and Opos' form and had endured Ma Datu and Opos' kneeling. With Liang Yi and Opos' assistance, Ma Datu rose. Yet he continued to express his gratitude profusely. Once Liang Yi managed to calm his emotions, Ma Datu finally revealed his purpose for coming beyond just expressing thanks. "Boss Liang, to be frank, after witnessing the power of Lord Bullhead in the live stream, many viewers wish to request a statue from you to worship and seek the deity and Opos' protection. They asked me to inquire about your thoughts on this." Upon hearing this, Liang Yi and Opos' expression shifted slightly. It seemed his gamble had paid off. In this chaotic era, the sense of security brought by a powerful deity was unparalleled. With the traffic and popularity from Ma Datu's live stream, the bullhead's reputation would likely spread far and wide. Chapter 6. Can deities still be sculpted? Seeing Liang Yi lost in thought, Ma Datu continued, "If you're willing, Boss Liang, I can take charge of this business aspect. You may include a link to sell the deity statues in my live stream, and I will handle the rest, including promotion and logistics. This is but a small token of gratitude from me, Ma Datu, to repay your kindness." Ma Datu understood that since Liang Yi could sell statues, a medium for establishing a connection with deities, he was no ordinary person. Moreover, given that Liang Yi had previously shown him favor, assisting him in this matter would serve to repay that kindness and deepen their connection, truly a win-win situation. Liang Yi was well aware of Ma Datu's intentions but chose not to dwell on them. Their arrangement was purely mutual benefit. After all, aside from Ma Datu being a devoted follower of the bull-headed deity, he was also a prominent live streamer with millions of followers. Following the sensational events of the previous day, the traffic and popularity of his live stream would only continue to grow, which was exactly what Liang Yi needed. Otherwise, What was the point of crafting numerous deity statues if no one was willing to purchase them? Without much hesitation, Liang Yi verbally agreed. Ma Data was overjoyed and promptly had Liang Yi post the link to his online shop in the livestream. Almost instantaneously, as the link to the bull-headed deity statue appeared, all 8 statues in stock were sold out. The astonishing speed left Ma Data utterly astonished. He had previously sold goods in his livestream, but had never witnessed such fervent enthusiasm from viewers. In this chaotic world filled with demons, a sum of 100,000 was not trivial. Yet, the viewers placed their orders without a moment and Oppo's hesitation. Liang Yi, glancing at the screen where sold out flashed, found himself momentarily dazed. Was this the speed at which traffic transformed into currency? After an entire month of no sales, everything had vanished in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the comments in the live stream scrolled frantically, with the majority of viewers lamenting their failure to secure a statue. Are you all sitting on the router to grab these? I didn't even see the link before it was gone. There are indeed many wealthy people. A statue priced at 100,000 is bought without a second thought. Host, are there any more statues in stock? Please restock another batch. I'd pay 20,000 if need be. At this time, the live stream audience numbered around 70 to 80,000, with many viewers who understood the significance of the statue. While it appeared to be an ordinary wooden carving, it actually symbolized the means to become a follower of the bull-headed deity. Given the immense power of the deity, spending 100,000 was undoubtedly a worthy investment. After all, in such tumultuous times, ensuring one's safety was paramount before discussing anything else. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that there were only a few statues available, yet thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands, were vying for them, making the chances of securing one exceedingly slim. In an instant, the comments in the livestream unified in urging Liang Yi and Ma Datu to replenish the stock. Faced with this, Liang Yi had no choice but to respond, assuring them that he would restock as soon as possible. Hours later, dawn broke. The sun generously spread its radiance across the world, dispelling the persistent darkness that had shrouded the land. The night, a harbinger of demons and malevolent spirits, may not signify total peace in the daylight, but it offered humanity a comforting illusion through its light. Human society resumed its rapid pace, with the explosive popularity of Ma Data's live stream from the previous night. Footage of the exploration of the abandoned hospital in Shuanglin City quickly circulated among various video platforms. The hospital itself already had a certain level of notoriety online. As one of the leading livestream explorers and the first to venture into the Shuanglin City Hospital, Ma Datu's involvement naturally drew a considerable amount of attention. In the comments section beneath the related videos, netizens from various backgrounds engaged in fervent discussions. The female ghost in Shuanglin City is quite formidable. To occupy such a large hospital, she must be a lord-level spirit. Gong is somewhat renowned among low-tier deities, and although he has not transcended the realm of wild gods, he is among the elite. Yet, he fled before the female ghost, which speaks volumes about her strength. Indeed, the female ghost seems to be a strong entity among ghostly lords, yet the bull-headed deity dispatched her with a single blow. When did such a powerful deity emerge? I've spent the whole morning searching for information about the bull-headed deity online, but found nothing. Where did it come from? The sudden emergence of the bull-headed deity quickly captured the interest of countless netizens. While many deities exist in the world, most have already amassed numerous followers and incense offerings. Thus, information about them can be readily found online. However, the bull-headed deity was an unprecedented phenomenon, unseen and unheard of before. If its power were insignificant, it might not attract attention, for the emergence of new deities amidst the myriad of ancient spirits is not uncommon. Yet, the bull-headed deity exhibited extraordinary strength from the moment it appeared, leaving a lasting impression and sparking great intrigue. Simultaneously, many netizens shifted their focus to Liang Yi's equipment shop. Ultimately, the formidable bull-headed deity stemmed from the statue, which seemed to have been meticulously sculpted by Liang Yi, the young shop owner. This intricate relationship ignited bold speculation among netizens. If one must offer the bull-headed deity's statue to become its follower, then this statue must serve as the token of the bullhead's presence among humans. With a price of 100,000 for such a powerful deity as a protector, it hardly seems extravagant. I have but one question. Can deities still be sculpted? What is the true identity of the young sculptor? Given this relationship, it would imply that the equipment shop owner serves as the earthly agent of the bull-headed deity. Only in this way could everything be explained. Yet, the question remains, why was there no sign of him before? Why had no one ever heard of him? the belief that deities disseminate tokens among humans, and that possessing such tokens and offering sincere devotion grants one the status of a follower, has become a widely accepted notion. Some deities, boasting numerous devotees and robust incense offerings, even inspire followers to construct temples to accommodate more worshippers. However, only those deities with extraordinary power and divine status reach such heights, and their followers are typically not trifled with by demons. Meanwhile, a deity's agent emerges from among the multitude of followers, symbolizing the deity's authority, managing earthly affairs, and distributing tokens to accept followers and gather offerings for their sustenance. Liang Yi and the bull-headed deity statue he sculpted perfectly align with the public's understanding of a deity's agent and their tokens. Thus, as interest continues to rise and online discourse intensifies, the new bull-headed deity garners significant attention, and more individuals start to inquire about the young sculptor of the deity. Chapter 7. 1 million. I wish to acquire the bull-headed deity. As the afternoon sun settled in, the online fervor surrounding the bull-headed deity unexpectedly surged, gaining momentum with each passing moment. In the equipment store of Shuanglin City, Liang Yi secured the entrance, engrossed in the meticulous carving of a horse-faced deity statue. After staying up until the early hours of the morning with Ma Datu during a live stream, he only bid farewell when the latter announced his need for a brief respite, locking the store behind him to finally rest. Before departing, Ma Datu had assured him that a comprehensive collaboration contract would be drafted and presented during his next visit, promising Liang Yi unequivocally that no underhanded tactics would be employed. Liang Yi had not given this much thought. Yet, having a contract was certainly preferable to none, so he acquiesced to Ma Datu's intentions. Upon waking that morning, Liang Yi wasted no time, diving straight into the carving of the horse-faced deity, a privilege he had recently obtained. Having carved 9 bull-headed statues, he was eager to switch things up. However, realizing it was his first attempt at this new deity, he decided to keep the shop closed to avoid interruptions. After all, he had just received a substantial sum of 800,000 the previous night. The meager earnings from the shop had become rather inconsequential. At that moment, as Liang Yi etched the final stroke with his chisel, the once dull statue of the horse-faced deity suddenly sprang to life. The figure, possessing a human body with a long, gaunt face and a gaping horse's mouth revealing sharp fangs, emanated a cunning and sinister gaze from its elongated, piercing eyes. A mere glance at it sent a chill through the air. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the horse-faced deity statue. Quality rank, unremarkable. Followers, 0. Offerings, 0. Divine abilities, chilly aura, beginner. Night walker, beginner. Soul capture, beginner. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Taking a deep breath, Liang Yi set down his chisel and surveyed his work, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. At last, I have completed the tasks for you 2 brothers, he murmured to himself as he placed the horse-faced statue on the shelf. The once occupied shelf, now devoid of bull-headed statues, had transformed into nothing more than a mere string of cold numbers in his bank account. After positioning the statue, he yawned and approached the entrance, pulling up the shutter with a swift motion. Though it was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the sun blazed fiercely, compelling him to squint against its brightness. Liang Yi stretched lazily, intending to return to his carving, when he noticed a figure striding purposefully across the street. It was a tall, striking woman whose face bore a frown, her expression urgent. Clearly, she had come specifically for him, though it was uncertain how long she had waited outside. Liang Yi turned and prepared 2 cups of tea, just as the woman's voice rang out behind him. Mr. Liang, I traveled overnight from Shiza City after watching Ma Datu's live stream. Do you still have a statue of the bull-headed deity? I wish to purchase one. The woman was direct, her tone as calm as she could muster, yet urgency was evident in her demeanor. Liang Yi turned to face her, gesturing for her to take a seat, while he pushed a warm cup of tea towards her. You must have seen that all 8 statues sold out during the live stream yesterday. I currently have no bull-headed statues available, he replied, taking a sip of his tea while casting a sidelong glance at her. From her attire and bearing, she appeared to hail from a wealthy family, seemingly in her early 20s. However, her eyes, filled with bloodshot tension, conveyed a sense of distress. It seemed she or her family had encountered a calamity. Otherwise, she would not have rushed from the neighboring province of Shiza City. Upon hearing Liang Yi and Apos' words, the woman hesitated, her mouth opening and closing as her expression dimmed. Yet, biting her lip in determination, she pressed on. Mr. Liang, I came here specifically to ask if you could carve another bull-headed statue for me. I am willing to pay you 10 times the price. I simply hope it can be completed swiftly. To be frank, I am from the Lin family in Shiza City, and we have been beset by dire misfortune recently. My father's health is deteriorating, and it seems he is on the brink of catastrophe. I am truly desperate for your assistance. Liang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly at her words. He had not heard of the Lin family from Shiza City. Yet the fact that she was willing to pay 1 million for the bull-headed statue only confirmed his earlier suspicions of her affluent background. Given her wealth, it would seem that her family could afford to invite higher-ranked, more powerful deities. Why then would she resort to purchasing a bull-headed statue at such a high price from Shuanglin City? If even the deities worshipped by wealthy families were powerless against the so-called calamity, what led her to believe the bullhead could provide a solution? As Liang Yi met her gaze, he noticed her averted eyes, a sign of her discomfort. Clearly, something was amiss. When do you require the bull-headed statue? He inquired. At the earliest possible moment, no later than within 3 hours. She responded without hesitation. Liang Yi shook his head. That is impossible. Even if I were to carve without pause, it would take me at least 5 hours. The woman and imp, Apos, brows knitted tighter, her face falling into despair, a hint of hopelessness flickering in her eyes. Liang Yi raised an eyebrow and continued. It is unfeasible to produce a bull-headed statue in such a short time. However, I do have a horse-faced statue available. This deity possesses comparable strength and similar divine abilities. What do you think? As he spoke, Liang Yi stood and retrieved the newly carved horse-faced statue, presenting it to her. The woman looked up, her eyes meeting the fearsome visage of the horse-faced deity, and she recoiled, her pallor increasing. How could a statue sold in this equipment store appear so terrifying? She mentally deliberated, weighing Liang Yi's words, her expression clouded with uncertainty. After a moment's pause, she hesitantly replied, Mr. Liang, to be frank, I came here specifically for the bull-headed statue. I am unfamiliar with the horse-faced deity and imp, Apos, might and cannot ascertain whether it would fulfill my family and imp, Apos, needs. Before she could finish, Liang Yi interjected, that is your concern. All I can tell you is this. Whether to buy is entirely at your discretion. His words instantly changed her demeanor. She regarded Liang Yi's indifferent expression, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes. She had merely sought the bull-headed deity out of necessity. In previous times, her family would not have even glanced at such a deity of this caliber. It was only in desperation that she resorted to this course of action. Yet, this man showed no sympathy for the Lin family's plight and remained aloof, refusing to entertain further inquiries. How cold-hearted. Moreover, she had never encountered the horse-faced deity before and could not be sure if it would effectively resolve the Lin family's calamity. His asking price of 1 million, equal to that of the bull-headed statue, raised doubts in her mind about whether she was being deceived. Clenching her teeth, her chest rising and falling slightly, she fixed her gaze on Liang Yi for a prolonged moment, ultimately regaining her composure. Fine, 1 million. I shall purchase the horse-faced statue. I sincerely hope it possesses similar divine abilities and effects as the bull-headed deity, as you claim. The woman spoke as she produced her bank card, intent on making a transfer. No need, 100,000 will suffice. However, Liang Yi intercepted her, leaving the woman astonished as she turned her gaze toward him. This youth appeared somewhat different from her expectations. I have already made the payment. After a few operations on the POS machine, the woman tucked away her bank card. Liang Yi, observing the incoming transaction notification on his phone, lifted his gaze to the receding figure of the woman and cautioned her. Ensure to promptly honor the deity upon your return home and embrace the faith. Do not forget. Chapter 8. A Plea for Divine Manifestation. As the woman sped away in her vehicle, Liang Yi withdrew his gaze and picked up his phone, launching the browser. He typed Lin family of Shiza City into the search bar and pressed the enter key. Unsurprisingly, it revealed a wealthy and prominent family. The head of the family, Lin Haojiang, age 46, had a daughter named Lin Shi, the very woman Liang Yi had just seen. The information available on the Lin family was abundant. Yet there was no mention of the ominous matters Lin Shi had referred to, suggesting that such details had been deliberately concealed. After studying the information for a moment, Liang Yi closed the webpage, realizing that the intricacies of this situation would only be revealed upon Lin Shi's return home. Once she became a devotee of the horse-faced deity, he would be able to assume control over it and explore the surroundings in a divine form. However, given that Shuanglin City was not close to Shiza City, Lin Shi would likely take several hours to reach home, and there was no need to rush. With these thoughts in mind, Liang Yi rose, locked the shop door, and settled down at his workbench, clearing his mind to continue carving the deity statue. Hours slipped by quietly, and before he knew it, night had fallen. Liang Yi was deeply engrossed in his carving when he suddenly heard the system notification chime. Ding. Detected that the horse-faced deity statue has gained a devotee. Devotee count 1. Successfully activated the deity's position. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the authority of the deity horse face. At last, it has arrived. Liang Yi set aside the statue he had been working on and commanded, assume control of the deity, horse face. As soon as he spoke, a radiant light enveloped him, and in the next instant, he felt himself transform into horse face. In an unseen divine form, he appeared above Lin Shi, as if possessing the perspective of a deity, with the surroundings vividly clear and his senses heightened. After a brief period of acclimatization, he began surveying the area. Lin Shi seemed to have returned not long ago. She was currently in the garage, lighting incense and kneeling before the horse-faced statue, imploring for the deity and Appo's guidance to help her father, Lin Haojiang, escape his troubles. She sought to banish the ominous presence and ensure the Lin family's safety. Once her prayers were complete, she rose, scrutinized the statue with a furrowed brow for a moment, and with a soft sigh, tucked it away in her pocket. At this point, she remained uncertain about the true nature of the horse-faced deity she had only recently learned about, speculating it to be merely a stronger local spirit. Could such a deity truly be of assistance tonight, or was it merely her own wishful thinking? A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Shi's eyes as she self-deprecatingly smiled, realizing she was fretting over a highly improbable outcome without even knowing if Horseface possessed any divine powers akin to those of Bullhead. Regardless, it was an act of desperation, treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Lin Shi composed herself, took a deep breath, and stepped out of the garage. As she exited, she unexpectedly collided with a figure, a stout, short woman. Lin Shi was startled, but quickly regained her composure, expressionless as she greeted, secondant. The woman was indeed Lin Shi and Appo's secondant, Lin Shaoling. Clearly taken aback, Lin Shaoling patted her chest, exclaiming in a shrill voice, she and Appo's. You nearly scared me to death. I haven't seen you all day, and the housekeeper said you just returned. Where have you been? Your father is bedridden, and instead of keeping watch over him, you're gallivanting about. Today marks the anniversary of your father and Appo's passing, Shuden and Appo's. Do you be wearing mourning attire? Lin Shaoling and Appo's final remark struck a nerve with Lin Shi. She clenched her jaw, her gaze landing on the white cloth atop her aunt and Appo's head. The woman was adorned in extravagant clothing, yet the conspicuous white cloth stood out starkly. Lin Shi exhaled deeply and replied calmly, Today is not my father's anniversary, and I certainly will not wear mourning attire. With that, she turned and walked away. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Lin Shaoling's narrow eyes, but she merely huffed in response and said nothing further. After Lin Shi's figure vanished at the end of the path, Lin Shaoling entered the garage, her gaze falling upon the 3 burning incense sticks on the ground. Narrowing her eyes, she displayed a look of disdain and stomped on the incense, crushing it underfoot before striding away. Above, as a divine entity, Liang Yi witnessed the scene unfold with a smirk of amusement. How intriguing. Retrieving his gaze, he swiftly returned to hover above Lin Shi, surveying the surroundings. He could not help but acknowledge that the Lin family was indeed affluent. Their estate appeared larger than that of some universities. However, this estate was located on the outskirts of Shiza City, surrounded by mountains and waters, providing a picturesque view. Yet it also made the area susceptible to wandering spirits and malevolent entities. Typically, only families of considerable wealth, safeguarded by powerful deities, dared reside in such places, while ordinary folk would prefer to crowd into the city center. As Liang Yi pondered, Lin Shi had already reached the grand hall at the center of the Lin estate. From a distance, he noticed a crowd gathered, with a pristine white bed at the center, upon which lay a figure, presumably Lin Shi's father, Lin Haojiang. Upon entering the hall, Lin Shi was approached briskly by a gaunt middle-aged man, her elder uncle, Lin Hexing. Uncle, she acknowledged. Before she could finish, Lin Hexing scolded her fiercely. You know how important today is. Where have you been? Where is your mourning attire? With your perpetual ignorance, even if Haojiang were to pass, he would never find peace. Lin Shi's expression darkened, her cold gaze locking onto him as she clenched her fists. Sensing the escalating tension, a bystander rushed to pull her back. Lin Shi forcefully shrugged off the hand, striding forward to her father's bedside. She retrieved the horse-faced statue, kneeling before it in earnest. Devotee Lin Shi, I beseech the horse-faced deity to manifest and relieve my father, Lin Haojiang, of his tribulations. The onlookers surrounding the bed stared in astonishment at her actions, quickly dispersing. The previously bustling hall fell silent, Lin Shi and Amp, Appo's clear voice resonating throughout. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. The crowd's expressions morphed into shock and disbelief. Behind Lin Shi, Lin Hushing's face flushed crimson with rage, his eyes nearly bursting with fury as he shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to disgrace your father and our entire family?" Lin Shi appeared oblivious to his outburst, continuing her kneeling and bowing. Infuriated, Lin Hushing rushed forward, delivering a harsh kick to her shoulder. She stifled a grunt, her body swaying as pain twisted her features. Yet she persisted in her prayers. "I command you to kneel." Such an unsanctioned spirit. Lin Hushing gritted his teeth, preparing to kick her once more, this time targeting her chest. "Enough!" A voice resounded, echoing as if from the heavens, halting Lin Hushing mid-motion, his expression shifting to one of terror as he found himself unable to move. In that instant, a statue of a fearsome, blue-faced figure with fangs appeared in the spacious hall. With merely a flick of the finger, Lin Hushing found himself subdued by an invisible force, pinned to the ground, his complexion pale and cries of agony escaping his lips. Chapter 9. What powers do you, a wild deity, possess? The Lin family's great hall fell into an eerie silence, with all eyes fixated on the spectral figure of the horse-faced deity, their expressions frozen in astonishment. The apparition bore an uncanny resemblance to the statue before Lin Shi, unmistakably a divine entity. Yet, its visage, more terrifying than that of any demon, instilled a sense of dread and trepidation among the onlookers. Transformed into the horse-faced apparition, Liang Yi cast a cold gaze over the crowd, ultimately resting his eyes upon Lin Hushing. The latter's body contorted unnaturally close to the ground, his previously furious countenance now pallid. A pool of drool shamefully trickling from the corner of his mouth, presenting an utterly disheveled appearance. The moment he locked eyes with the horse-faced specter, a chill ran down his spine, and beads of sweat began to cascade down his forehead. The surrounding crowd exchanged wary glances, whispers gradually rising in volume. What kind of deity is this? How have we never encountered such a terrifying figure before? Lin Hushing had been foolish to utter such reckless words, especially to provoke a being of this caliber. The Lin family, under the protection of the revered Qing Weijun, found it perplexing that Lin Shi, the sole daughter of the family head Lin Haojiang, would forsake her ancestral faith to venerate such a terrifying deity. Was she not afraid of invoking the wrath of Qing Weijun? It seemed Lin Shi, in her desperation, had resorted to this precarious gamble. But could this so-called horse-faced deity truly save her father? The murmurs of the crowd seeped into Liang Yi and Appo's ears. Qing Weijun, a deity of singular strength, safeguarded the entire Lin family. Earlier, Liang Yi had discovered information about Qing Weijun online, revealing that this deity ranked higher than a wild god, achieving the status of a proper god. In contrast to the horse-faced deity, there was a significant two-tier difference in their ranks. Ordinarily, no one would casually switch their allegiance, especially in light of such a stark disparity between the two divine beings. At that moment, Lin Shi, kneeling on the ground, momentarily disregarded the pain in her shoulder, her gaze alight with hope as she pleaded, "Believer Lin Shi earnestly implores the esteemed horse-faced deity to save my father from calamity. I vow to serve you faithfully henceforth." Just then, the sound of high heels striking the floor resonated through the vast hall. Instantly, all attention was drawn to the entrance. The newcomer, plump and resplendently dressed, was none other than Lin Shi and Appo's second aunt, Lin Xiaoling. She sauntered into the hall, her elongated eyes scrutinizing the imposing horse-faced apparition, feigning a tone of authority as she declared, "Oh, when did our Lin family acquire such a deity?" She and Appo's, "I understand your desperation to save your father, but we must not resort to reckless measures. Our revered Qing Weijun has been rendered powerless against Hao Zhang's affliction. What can this lesser god possibly achieve?" Lin Shi glared at her, her brows knitted in fury. Though she felt a surge of indignation, she remained uncertain whether the horse-faced deity could indeed save her father. Liang Yi, however, paid no heed to Lin Xiaoling and Appo's incessant barking, his gaze fixed upon the ailing Lin Haojiang, who no longer embodied the vigor of his former self. His twisted visage seemed to narrate the immense suffering he endured, as dark mist intermittently oozed from his 7 orifices, a clear indication of malevolent forces at play. As Liang Yi and Appo's gaze roamed over Lin Haojiang, he trembled slightly, and suddenly, a spurt of black blood erupted from him. The shocking spectacle caused a ripple of concern among the onlookers. Lin Shi, in a panic, rushed forward, tears streaming down her face. Liang Yi withdrew his gaze, a frown creasing his brow. It was evident that the malevolence within Lin Haojiang had sensed the horse-faced deity and Apos' scrutiny and was reacting in fear. As emissaries of the underworld, the ox-headed and horse-faced deities were particularly adept at countering such ghostly afflictions. If all went as anticipated, Lin Shi had indeed placed her bet wisely. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Yi spoke. Your father appears to be afflicted by a malevolent force that has penetrated deeply, akin to a festering sore. Accompanying this is an overwhelming chill that envelopes his body, the handiwork of that dark entity. Given his current state, it is likely that he is gravely ill. The weeping Lin Shi, kneeling beside her father, felt a glimmer of hope ignite in her tear-stained eyes upon hearing these words. The horse-faced deity had discerned her father's dire condition without even a thorough inspection. Did this not imply that there might be a solution as well? Her heart raced with excitement, and she hastily prostrated herself, beseeching, esteemed horse-faced deity, I implore you to lend your aid. Believer Lin Shi is willing to pay any price. Around her, the faces of the assembled crowd, including Lin Xiaoling, shifted with astonishment. They were all too aware of Lin Haojiang and Apos' condition, which resonated perfectly with what the horse-faced deity had described. Some of this information had only been revealed after an exhaustive investigation by Qing Yuejun himself. Otherwise, they might still have been in the dark. The understanding they had painstakingly gathered over nearly half a month was effortlessly unveiled by the horse-faced deity in a mere glance. In an instant, the hall buzzed with incredulous murmurs, as everyone exchanged glances of astonishment. At that moment, Lin Xiaoling and Apos' expression grew dark, her voice sharp as she interrupted. Who knows if this is merely some underhanded trick? The world is rife with wild gods, many of whom harbor sinister intentions, more fearsome than demons. If Qing Yuejun has openly declared himself powerless against this malevolence, how dare a mere wild deity presume to intervene? Look at its ghastly features. It resembles a malevolent spirit more than a god. Lin Shi, you have been duped. Do not endanger your father and our entire family. Her words struck with resonant authority, plunging the Lin family hall into a heavy silence, each face reflecting a myriad of emotions. Liang Yi turned to Lin Xiaoling, his sinister gaze locking onto her as his voice rumbled like thunder from the depths of the abyss. I have yet to settle the matter of you trampling upon my offerings. Now, you dare to prance about here? Do you truly believe that with Qing Yuejun's presence, I would not dare to act against you? With a swift motion of his right hand, he gestured inward. In an instant, Lin Xiaoling's arrogant demeanor vanished, her lips turning pale as she stuttered, You. Before she could finish her sentence, a piercing scream erupted from her throat. Lin Xiaoling's corpulent form levitated, thrashing in midair like a pig awaiting slaughter, ensnared by an invisible force that constricted around her. The hall erupted in a cacophony of her anguished cries. At that moment, a serene sigh echoed through the chamber. A figure materialized before Liang Yi, possessing delicate features and clad in azure robes, exuding an ethereal grace. With a gentle wave of her hand, she released Lin Xiaoling from her torment, allowing both her and the still crouching Lin Haojiang to regain their composure. The surrounding devotees fell to their knees in unison, their voices ringing out in reverence. We humbly welcome the arrival of Qing Yuejun. As Qing Yuejun summoned forth a refreshing breeze, the faithful rose, gazing up with devotion. Here stood the deity that protected the entire Lin family, a true divine being. At that moment, Lin Xiaoling struggled to her feet, clutching her throat as she coughed violently, her eyes filled with venomous resentment directed at Liang Yi as she screeched. A mere wild deity dares to boast. I am one of Qing Yuejun and Apos' most devoted followers. If you have the audacity, try to act against me. Before she could finish her tirade, a sharp slap reverberated through the hall. Lin Xiaoling stood frozen, her eyes wide as she beheld the horse-faced apparition before her, its lips curling into a disdainful smile. She could only feel a searing pain in her cheeks, compelling her to cry out in agony. Chapter 10. Is it possible that this is not a divine being? Within the Lin family hall, the crowd was visibly stirred. Although Lin Xiaoling was arrogant and unreasonable, her words held no trace of falsehood. As one of the leaders of the Lin family, she was indeed one of the most devoted followers of Qing Yuejun, receiving significant attention and protection from him. If Qing Yuejun were absent, it would be understandable for Ma Mian to act against her. Yet now that Qing Yuejun was present, Ma Mian behaved so brazenly, completely disregarding him. Amid Lin Xiaoling's wails, all eyes turned to Qing Yuejun. His gaze narrowed as he regarded the fearsome Ma Mian. His expression icy. You, wild deity, possess quite the audacity. I have already reprimanded my follower for his insolence. Must you further humiliate me in public? Liang Yi merely cast a calm glance at her before swiftly returning to Lin Haojiang's bedside. His sole purpose for being here today was to alleviate the troubles of his follower. He had no desire to concern himself with other matters. After a brief assessment, he had discerned the condition of Lin Haojiang's body, yet to thoroughly expel the malevolent entity, a more meticulous examination was required. Liang Yi hovered in the air, channeling cold, sinister energy, and began to scrutinize from above. Qing Weijun, aware of being disregarded, felt a flicker of anger. However, upon witnessing the swirling cold energy in Ma Mian and Appo's grasp, her pupils contracted slightly. Could this chilling energy be of the same origin as the coldness within Lin Haojiang? Merely a coincidence? After a moment of contemplation, she inquired. Lin Shi, from where did you summon Ma Mian? Lin Shi, tense as she observed the situation with Lin Haojiang, was taken aback by the question, her expression shifting slightly. While she could remain silent if questioned by others, she could not deceive Qing Weijun. After a brief hesitation, Lin Shi chose to speak the truth. In response to Qing Weijun, I summoned Lord Ma Mian from a shop owner in Shuanglin City. Yesterday, the statue of the bull-headed deity carved by Boss Liang manifested at the abandoned hospital in Shuanglin City and vanquished a lord-level malevolent spirit. This incident has stirred considerable excitement online, with many rumors claiming he is the agent of the bull-headed deity, using the statue as a token to attract followers. I surmise that the bull-headed deity and Appo's unique ability to exorcise demons would be effective in addressing my father and Appo's affliction. Thus I traveled to Shuanglin City to bring him back. Although the bull-headed statue is sold out, Boss Liang mentioned that the statue of Ma Mian was also carved by him and possesses similar capabilities against demonic entities. In just a few sentences, Lin Shi articulated the entire sequence of events. As she spoke, the expressions of those surrounding her began to shift. Initially, there were only hushed whispers, but soon the atmosphere transformed into a cacophony of excitement and astonishment. Boss Liang of Shuanglin City? Is that not the news that just broke this morning and even made it to trending topics? I watched the live replay. The bull-headed deity was indeed formidable, especially with that steel fork that seemed capable of absorbing malevolent spirits. From this perspective, it could indeed be effective against the affliction. Despite the recent occurrence at the abandoned hospital in Shuanglin City, it had already ignited widespread discussion online. Particularly, the notion of the young man being a divine agent had circulated widely, with many in the Lin family having heard of it. With Lin Shi and Appo's explanation and the information previously gathered by the crowd, many began to view Ma Mian in a new light. After all, nothing was more pressing than the healing of Lin Haojiang, the head of the family. However, just as the crowd began to buzz with hope regarding Ma Mian, Qing Weijun's icy voice broke through the noise. A statue as a token? A divine agent? When have you ever seen two different deities appoint the same individual as their agent? As her words fell, the clamor in the hall ceased abruptly, plunging the room into an eerie silence. A single remark had stirred a tempest of thoughts within the hearts of the audience. The concept of divine agents had become a commonly accepted notion, yet which deity would willingly share their agent with another? It was utterly absurd. In an instant, all eyes converged upon Lin Shi, their expressions a complex tapestry of confusion and realization. Lin Shi felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, standing frozen with her mouth agape. Her eyes filled with bewilderment. Indeed, she had sensed something amiss in the equipment store, yet in her desperation to save her father, she had not pursued it further. Now, reflecting on it, why could the young owner carve both the bull-headed and Ma Mian statues? And both statues could summon different deities. How could this be possible? Struggling to turn her gaze towards Ma Mian, she found him deeply focused on examining Lin Haojiang and Appo's condition, seemingly oblivious to the discussions surrounding him. The terrifying visage of his green face and sharp teeth sent chills down her spine. At that moment, Lin Shaoling, who had been covering her face in a corner, suddenly leaped forward, her eyes filled with malice as she shouted, Lin Shi, have you truly lost your senses? Your father, as the head of the family, is afflicted by a malevolent spirit, tainting our family and Appo's fortunes. In this critical moment, you dare to invite this unknown wild deity into our midst. You trust a mere boy who has emerged from the shadows rather than Qing Weijun, who has protected our clan for over a decade. In my view, this so-called bull-headed and Ma Mian are not divine beings at all, but rather cunning demons in disguise. As for the so-called divine agent, he is a traitor among humans, colluding with demons to bring harm to our Lin family. Lin Xiaoling's words struck like a thunderclap, instantly directing the ire towards Ma Mian. Even the absent young owner became a target of their collective resentment. In this chaotic age where demons roamed freely, anyone accused of being a traitor among humans would evoke universal outrage, and the consequences would be dire. Yet, as the crowd contemplated, they could not help but acknowledge the validity of Lin Xiaoling's analysis. Both the bullheaded and Ma Mian seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, with no prior mention of them. Moreover, their horrific appearances and the strange methods they employed did not resemble those of righteous beings. Most importantly, there was no conceivable way for one person to serve as the agent for two different deities, unless the entities they represented were not divine beings from the start. Chapter 11. The Reappearance of Divine Powers, Soul Capture. As Lin Xiaoling's remarks resonated throughout the grand hall of the Lin family, a wave of fervor swept through the assembly. Although concrete evidence to substantiate the claims was yet elusive, the information provided by Lin Xi revealed numerous inconsistencies. At the very least, until the matter was thoroughly elucidated, the deity of the horse-faced spirit and that young proprietor should not be trusted implicitly. Consequently, a cacophony of voices erupted, each expressing diverse opinions, regardless of whether the ox-headed and horse-faced entities were indeed deities. One certainty emerged: the young man could not possibly be the agent of both. Setting aside this fact, the entire situation was inherently peculiar. It was unheard of for an agent to distribute tokens through mere carvings, implying deeper mysteries at play. Nevertheless, with Qingwei present, there ought to be little cause for alarm. Even if the horse-faced spirit harbored ulterior motives, it would likely not incite significant chaos. As for the origins of the Liang youth and the ox-headed and horse-faced spirits, the truth would soon be unveiled. Should they truly be demons or spies, they would be duly eradicated. At that moment, a resonant chime echoed from outside the hall, reverberating profoundly and enduringly. All fell silent. The time had come. Lin Hexing stepped forward, bowing to Qingwei. Lord Qingwei, the auspicious moment has arrived. We implore you to eradicate the malevolent spirit and restore the Lin family's harmonious realm. Qingwei, still lost in contemplation, raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Below, whether Lin family members or those who had come to pay their respects, all gazed upward. Their expressions varied. After a brief silence, Qingwei spoke softly. Have you all considered your decision? Under my divine power, while I can vanquish the malevolent spirit, I cannot simultaneously safeguard Lin Haojiang's life. It is up to you to decide whether to spare the life of your family head or to eliminate the calamity brought by this spirit, thereby preserving the Lin family's fortune. As she spoke, her gaze was unmistakably fixed on Lin Xi. Lin Xi trembled slightly, her eyes vacant and devoid of life. This was the outcome she had long foreseen. In the face of family fortune, even the head of the household must be a sacrifice. The appearance of the ox-headed and horse-faced spirits had given her a flicker of hope in her desperation, yet it now seemed that hope was perhaps illusory. Lin Xi glanced back at the horse-faced spirit, who remained undeterred, inspecting her father's condition, his brow furrowing deeper and his fearsome visage growing increasingly grotesque. Regardless of whether he was a deity or a ghost, whether his intentions were benevolent or malevolent, the presence of Qingwei should deter any reckless actions on his part. At that moment, Lin Hexing and Lin Xiaoling spoke in unison. Lord Qingwei, the Lin family stands united. We beseech you to take action. Their voices harmonized perfectly. The hall fell into silence, with no dissenting voices raised. Qingwei sighed softly, glancing at Lin Haojiang, her brow furrowing slightly. What purpose does the horse-faced spirit serve by remaining here? I observe that your chilling power is evidently derived from the same source as that of Lin Haojiang. I could deem it mere coincidence, yet with your unclear identity, it is best you do not linger. I have no desire to dwell on your previous affronts. But should you continue to obstruct, do not blame me for eradicating you alongside the malevolent spirit. As she spoke, a shimmer emanated before Qingwei, as if green leaves encircled her, coalescing into a potent sphere of divine energy. The gesture indicated her intent to cleanse the malevolent spirit, and if the horse-faced spirit did not vacate the premises promptly, his fate would likely be no better than that of the spirit. At this juncture, Liang Yi raised his gaze to her, a light chuckle escaping his lips. My identity is unclear? Do you not recognize whether I am a deity? Being a true god yourself? If there is to be a dispute, allow it to unfold, for I am about to cast my spell to save lives. Should you interfere, I possess my own means to declare it widely. Your concern for Lin Haojiang's fate and the potential deterioration of the Lin family's fortune, leading to decline, seems to hasten your desire to slay him alongside the malevolent spirit. Upon uttering these words, Qingwei countenance turned ashen, her expression darkening. She was acutely aware of the weight of public opinion. Even if Liang Yi's claims lacked substantiation, Such insinuations would undoubtedly incite gossip. After all, the life of the family head lay in her hands. Whether her actions were voluntary or coerced would matter little to the public. However, she found herself perplexed by this minor deity, whose rank was scarcely above a wild god, daring to speak so boldly before her. Qingwei Jun fell silent, her emotionless gaze fixating on the horse-faced spirit. Quietly, the sphere of divine energy in her hand dissipated, hovering silently in the air, devoid of any action. Below, the onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of astonishment. As they mulled over Liang Yi's earlier words, their thoughts began to stir, their expressions shifting into something inexplicably strange. At the forefront of the crowd, Lin Shaoling and Lin Hushing exchanged a brief glance, a flicker of intensity flashing in their eyes. At that moment, Liang Yi hovered above Lin Haojiang, his palm poised, channeling his divine power, soul capture. Moments later, an unmistakable chill emanated from Lin Haojiang's 7 orifices, coalescing around Liang Yi's hand and seeping into his body. Though Qingyue Jun had claimed the chilling aura of the malevolent spirit and the horse-faced spirit shared a common origin, this was not entirely accurate. The horse-faced spirit's chilling power stemmed from the underworld, and apart from certain exceptional entities, it could be deemed the very essence of worldly chill. What Qingyue Jun sensed was merely Liang Yi's convenient homogenization of the energies, allowing him to navigate the chilling aura within Lin Haojiang's body and inspect every detail. The first step was to absorb this chilling energy, which was the source of Lin Haojiang's continuous suffering. In a short while, Liang Yi successfully absorbed the chill from within. Lin Haojiang and Amp, Apos, S face, previously as pale as a sheet, regained a hint of color in an instant. This sight elicited an uproar among the onlookers, gasping in disbelief. Clearly, this was a sign of improvement. Lin Shi's eyes widened in disbelief, a mixture of shock and immense joy flooding her being, as if she had grasped a lifeline. She urgently knelt, tears brimming her eyes, repeatedly bowing. I beseech you, Lord Horse-Faced Spirit, to continue wielding your divine power and deliver my father from his suffering. In the future, I shall not hesitate to serve as your devoted follower. Listening to the cries echoing in her ears, Lin Shaoling and Apos' gaze fell upon Lin Haojiang and Apos' slightly reddened face, her pupils constricting suddenly. She clenched her teeth, unable to restrain the tightening of her fists. Having completed the absorption of the chill, Liang Yi slowly exhaled. Now, the task was to eliminate the malevolent spirit, or rather, the vengeful soul. Without hesitation, Liang Yi unleashed his divine power, soul capture. If the previous absorption of chill had merely instilled fear in the malevolent spirit, this technique, which was particularly effective against vengeful spirits, would undoubtedly terrify it to its core. In an instant, the malevolent spirit, which had been dispersed throughout Lin Haojiang and Apos' body, suddenly coalesced into a single mass, rampaging within him, desperately attempting to flee. Under such circumstances, Lin Haojiang, who had shown signs of improvement, suddenly contorted his face in agony. Even in his unconscious state, letting out a pained wail, black, foul blood gushing from his orifices. The abrupt turn of events left everyone in shock. Lin Shaoling and Amp, Apos' eyes flashed, and she immediately cried out in a stern voice. Esteemed Lord Qingyue, the methods employed by the horse-faced entity are undeniably sinister, clearly indicative of nefarious practices. Furthermore, its chilling power appears to stem from the same source as this malevolent spirit. It is highly probable that the horse-faced figure is the main instigator behind the disturbances plaguing Haojiang, coupled with the prior deductions regarding that young man of the Liang lineage. It seems that this individual may be conspiring in alliance with the bull-headed and horse-faced beings, orchestrating a more sinister scheme against my Lin family. With Lin Shi being a part of their machinations, I implore you, Lord Qingyue, to take action against this horse-faced entity to avert even greater calamities. Chapter 12. Is this really reality? Lin Shaoling and Amp, Apos' words, coupled with Lin Haojiang and Amp, Apos' anguished appearance, caused a profound disturbance among the onlookers. The identity of the horse-faced figure had always been questionable, and together with the unseen Liang, the owner, they became subjects of suspicion. Furthermore, with Qingyue Jun and Amp, Apos' ambiguous demeanor and Lin Shaoling being one of the power holders of the Lin family, doubts arose regarding the veracity of her statements. The crowd's thoughts began to stir with unease. Qingyue Jun's gaze lingered on Lin Shaoling for a fleeting moment, her eyes narrowed yet remaining silent. The words of the horse-faced figure echoed in her mind, prompting her to refrain from rash actions at such a critical juncture. The crux of the matter was that, Judging by the method the horse-faced figure employed to extract the cold energy from Lin Haojiang and Apos' body, he might truly possess a means to confront the malevolent spirit. If he could indeed revive Lin Haojiang, the head of the Lin family, and eliminate the malevolent presence, it would be a cause for universal rejoicing. However, if he could not, then it would not be too late for her to intervene later. And this modest yet audacious little wild deity would have to face the consequences. As King Yuejun contemplated these matters, her gaze shifted back to the horse-faced figure, deliberately ignoring the commotion among the Lin family members below. At the same moment, Liang Yi was wholly absorbed in extracting the malevolent spirit from Lin Haojiang and Apos' body. Under the influence of the horse-faced figure and Apos' soul-capturing technique, even though the spirit was cunningly attempting to elude capture within its host, it was futile. As a ghostly envoy, the horse-faced figure inherently possessed the ability to counteract the spirits and phenomena of the mortal realm. As Liang Yi continued to channel his powers, suddenly, accompanied by a piercing shriek, an overwhelming amount of black mist surged forth from Lin Haojiang and Apos' 7 orifices. It then coalesced in the air into a faceless wraith, wailing incessantly as it tried to escape the grasp of the horse-faced figure. Yet, it was all in vain. In mere moments, the wraith dissipated like smoke, consumed entirely by the horse-faced figure and Apos' palm, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, a series of violent coughs erupted, and Lin Haojiang, whose visage had been contorted in pain, gradually opened his eyes. Weakly, he murmured, "What is happening to me?" Beside him, Lin Shi's eyes widened in disbelief as she lunged forward, tears streaming down her face. "Father, you have finally awakened. It's all right now, it's all right." Sob, sob, sob. A profound silence enveloped the room, broken only by Lin Shi and Apos' emotional cries echoing through the hall. The numerous Lin family relatives and descendants stood frozen, gazing in astonishment at the scene before them. The dilemma that had plagued the Lin family for nearly half a month had been resolved so effortlessly. The horse-faced figure had performed no elaborate gestures, merely placing his right hand above the family head and Apos' face. Yet, in that silent moment, the malevolent spirit had been compelled to reveal itself and was promptly contained. What manner of power is this? Gradually, the onlookers regained their composure, gasps of astonishment filling the air. At the same time, Lin Shaoling and Lin Hushing and Apos' eyes were fixated on the now ruddy-faced Lin Haojiang, who even had the strength to sit up, their expressions darkening. King Yuejun and Apos' pupils constricted as her gaze shifted to probe within Lin Haojiang. Upon investigation, she found no trace of abnormality, not a hint of malevolence, nor even the slightest remnant of cold energy remained. King Yuejun bit her lip, her gaze returning to the horse-faced figure, her thoughts swirling with complexity. This horse-faced figure indeed possessed remarkable capabilities. An evil spirit that even a legitimate deity could not effectively dispel had been so easily vanquished by him. Although somewhat unconventional, it had resolved a significant concern for her. Inside the Lin family's grand hall, the assembly of deities and mortals harbored various thoughts. After expressing her gratitude to Lin Haojiang, Lin Shi suddenly remembered to kneel and thank the horse-faced figure. "Faithful follower Lin Shi, I express my heartfelt thanks to Lord Horsefaced for your rescue. I shall certainly worship with sincerity in the future." Before she could finish her sentence, a flash of golden light illuminated the room. Although brief, it dazzled everyone present, rendering them momentarily blind. Simultaneously, Liang Yi, embodying the horse-faced figure, received a system prompt in his mind. "Ding! The incense value of the horse-faced statue has reached 10, elevating its rank to spirit body." Having witnessed the previous rank elevation of the bull-headed figure, Liang Yi understood that this surge in worship value, following his rescue of Lin Shi's father, had propelled the horse-faced figure's rank upward. However, unlike the previous elevation of the bull-headed figure, the horse-faced figure did not receive a system reward this time. It seemed that rewards were only granted upon the first breakthrough of rank limits. The next reward would likely come when either the bull-headed or horse-faced figures ascended to become wild deities. This system is rather stingy. Just as Liang Yi pondered these matters, the assembly in the Lin family hall remained petrified following the flash of golden light, their expressions blank. King Yuejun, equally perplexed, could not help but exclaim, "This radiance, a rank elevation? You have ascended to a legitimate deity?" "No, if you were a legitimate deity, I would have sensed it. It must be an elevation to a wild deity." "But, King Yuejun murmured, involuntarily inhaling sharply. If the gold light that emanated from the horse-faced figure signified his ascension to a wild deity rank, what rank had he held previously? A spirit body. A mere spirit body dares to openly challenge a legitimate deity. King Yi and Amp. Apos. Breath caught, her heart a tumultuous blend of emotions, leaving her silent and contemplative. Meanwhile, the bewildered Lin family members began to grasp the situation, erupting into an uproar. Did I see that correctly? The golden light that just emanated from the horse-faced figure was clearly a sign of divine elevation. Who said he was not a deity? Although deception might be possible in other aspects, the radiance of elevation could not be faked. Moreover, he had just healed the family head. What kind of demon would perform such an act? Wait, Arin and Apos. We overlooking a crucial question? If both the horse-faced and bull-headed figures are deities, does that not imply that the owner Liang is indeed the agent of two divine entities? Goodness, an agent representing two deities. Does this truly exist in reality? The elevation of a deity often stirs the energies of heaven and earth, resulting in a unique golden radiance. This is a well-established understanding accumulated over years of human observation. While many had previously doubted the identity of the horse-faced figure, this golden light unmistakably confirmed his divine status. Even more astonishingly, if both the bull-headed and horse-faced figures are indeed deities, it means that the young owner of the equipment shop in Xuanlin City is verifiably the agent of two divine beings. This revelation is nothing short of shocking and incomprehensible. At least in recorded history, such a phenomenon has never been witnessed. Moreover, the way this agent disseminates tokens of divinity is through sculpting divine statues. Tokens are typically facilitated by deities, propagated through their agents to attract devoted followers, thus enhancing their incense offerings. Yet, how has it transformed into the agent himself, crafting the tokens? This is utterly perplexing and profoundly astonishing. Chapter 13. Ma Dada's help next door. As Ma Mian transcended his rank, a brilliant golden radiance flickered, igniting the Lin family hall into a fervor. The events of the day, from Ma Mian's appearance to his public elevation, left the onlookers utterly astonished. Qing Wei Jun had previously pondered why Ma Mian dared to challenge himself, a true deity, in his spiritual form. However, after conversing with the Lin family, he suddenly realized the profound truth. The two deities, Nyoto and Meimian, had indeed chosen the same individual as their proxy. With a furrowed brow, Qing Wei Jun felt a surge of doubt. It was essential to understand that a deity and Apos, as proxy, was extraordinarily unique, deeply intertwined with the divine, and could significantly influence their worship and fortunes. Typically, only the most devout followers could assume such a role. Yet, here was a case of one person representing two deities. Could it be that the young man named Liang simultaneously worshipped both Nyoto and Meimian to an exceptional degree? Such a notion was evidently implausible. After a prolonged contemplation, Qing Wei Jun struggled to grasp the crux of the matter. At that moment, Liang Yi inspected Lin Haojiang once more, confirming that the malevolent presence had been entirely eradicated. He turned and summoned divine power, gently assisting Lin Shi to her feet. Your intentions are well understood. From now on, let your devotion be sincere. Furthermore, Ma Mian's long, eerie gaze swept over Lin Shaoling and Lin Hushing, a smirk dancing upon his lips. It seems there is unrest within the Lin family. Be vigilant. Liang Yi merely hinted at the matter without elaboration. Yet, those few words caused Lin Shaoling and Lin Hushing to exchange wary glances. Lin Shi frowned, hesitantly nodding, while Lin Haojiang, reclining on the bed, revealed a fleeting glint of severity in his eyes. But in an instant, that intensity faded, and he spoke earnestly. Lord Ma Mian, I have learned the details from Shir. Your great kindness will never be forgotten by the Lin family. Should you require assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to command us. We shall undoubtedly oblige. As he spoke, Lin Haojiang propped himself up, preparing to kneel in reverence. Liang Yi cast him a sidelong glance, nodded with an unperturbed expression, and then vanished from sight. Observing this, Lin Shi knelt again, performing the customary 3 bows and 9 kowtows in honor of the deity. Qing Wei Jun gazed into the night, contemplating as Ma Mian's figure disappeared. The following day, Liang Yi awoke from his slumber, washed up, and, as per usual, opened his shop. After yawning, he settled at his workstation and began sculpting a divine statue. Having resolved the malevolent issue for the Lin family the previous night, he had taken the time to complete the half-finished Ma Mian statue before finally retiring for the night, resulting in a 2-hour delay in his rest, leaving him quite fatigued. However, he recognized the importance of revitalizing his stagnant statue business and resolved to exert effort in his craft, for neglecting such an opportunity would be detrimental. Just as Liang Yi was shaking off his drowsiness, a sudden commotion drew his attention. A blue truck had parked in front of his shop, and as he looked up, he saw a familiar figure jump out from the passenger seat. It was Ma Datu. After exchanging a few words with the unloading crew outside, he entered with a broad grin. "Boss Liang, long time no see." Liang Yi, puzzled, examined Ma Datu and Amp Appo's countenance and inquired, "What brings you here?" Before he could finish, Ma Datu scratched his head sheepishly and pointed outside, chuckling. "Don't mind me, Boss Liang. I've brought some help for moving. After the previous incident, I've come to realize that the risks of adventure streaming are too high, and often the returns are meager. Rather than risking my neck for a quick buck, I thought it better to align myself with you, riding the coattails of your status as a divine proxy while also assisting in promoting and selling your statues. I've even rented a place right next door, complete with a sizable storefront." With Ma Datu's detailed explanation, Liang Yi felt enlightened. He had previously delved into the implications of being a divine proxy. Since Nyoto and Amp Appo's online presence sparked discussions, many speculated about his identity. The topic continued to garner attention, as divine proxies, though not exceptionally rare, were indeed uncommon and typically concealed their identities. Few were as candid as Liang Yi, especially considering his remarkable endeavor of creating divine tokens through statue sculpting. This unique combination had drawn considerable interest from the online community. As a streamer, Ma Datu, knowing the value of traffic, was eager not to miss this opportunity. Moving just a short distance would not hinder his future streaming endeavors. It merely provided an additional avenue. For Liang Yi, having a prominent streamer nearby was advantageous, as it would naturally attract attention. Moreover, the two had previously agreed on a collaborative plan, with Ma Datu managing the promotion, sale, and logistics of the statues. Without much hesitation, Liang Yi nodded in agreement under Ma Datu and Amp Appo's hopeful gaze. Overjoyed, Ma Datu quickly retrieved the pre-prepared collaboration contract from his pocket and laid it out on the table. Liang Yi signed it in accordance with protocol. When he looked up, he found Ma Datu already demonstrating his commitment by starting a live stream. "Family, have you missed me over the past 2 days? Look at this place. And who do we have here?" That's right. After a brief hiatus, Datu has returned to Shuanglin City and has come to Boss Liang's equipment shop. "Today, I have some significant news to share with my brothers and sisters." As Ma Datu's distinctive streaming voice resonated, the once quiet equipment shop erupted into a lively atmosphere, invigorating the air. Liang Yi blinked, inhaled deeply, and resumed his sculpting. At that moment, Ma Datu and Appo's live camera panned to the wooden rack beside him. Although the stream had just begun, the viewer count exceeded 10,000, and the audience quickly inundated the chat with messages. "Ma Datu, be quiet for a moment. What is that behind you? Is it a divine statue? Didn't you say there was no stock? Is this a new sculpture by Boss Liang? Wait, that statue doesn't look quite right. It doesn't resemble Nyoto at all." Chapter 14, Testifying in the Name of the Lin Family. As Ma Datu gazed at the flood of question marks suddenly appearing in the livestream chat, he found himself momentarily bewildered. Was that a statue of the bullhead deity? What on earth were they discussing? Just then, he turned around, confusion etched on his face. The wooden rack that had been filled with bullhead statues just 2 days prior was now completely bare. In the dim corner, however, stood a solitary statue, its outline barely discernible in the shadows. Curious, Ma Datu hesitantly reached for it and brought it into the light of the camera for closer inspection. Upon a quick glance, his eyebrows raised slightly, and he cooed and Appo's suppressed a soft exclamation of surprise. "Oh, this ISN and Appo's a bullhead after all. You all have quite the keen eyes. But this shouldn't and Appo's be a deity statue either. Perhaps it's merely an artistic piece carved out of boredom by Boss Liang?" As he spoke, Ma Datu waved the horse-faced statue in front of Liang Yi, his expression questioning. Upon hearing his speculation, many viewers in the live chat suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, expressing their agreement. However, at that moment, Liang Yi, without lifting his gaze, unexpectedly interjected. "It is neither an artistic piece nor an ordinary statue. This deity is known as Horseface, possessing powers comparable to those of Bullhead." Ma Datu and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape. "This is also a deity statue? It can summon a divine being. But wait, aren't you the representative of the Bullhead deity? How then does this Horseface deity come into play?" His confusion was palpable. As he struggled to comprehend the situation, the livestream chat erupted in astonishment, messages flying in every direction. "What is going on? Don't tell me this Horseface statue was also carved by Boss Liang. Can he really represent 2 deities at once? Is that even possible? Ma Datu, you're not pulling a stunt with Boss Liang, are you? This is no laughing matter. The audience's reactions were intense. In light of recent news and the burgeoning online discourse, Liang Yi's role as the bullhead deity's representative had nearly become a consensus among Ma Datu's fans. Yet the current revelation had shaken that consensus to its core. How could one person possibly represent two deities simultaneously? At that moment, numerous viewers began to voice their skepticism. This defies reason. I've seen it all. Previously, there were similar gimmicks online, merely to attract attention. You all believe whatever you hear, claiming that a wooden carving resembling the bull head can summon a deity? I could just as easily claim to be a deity and Appos, S representative. Unless you show us something concrete, like the bullhead statue did last time, I and Appos, am not buying it. Ma Datu scratched his head in bewilderment, intermittently glancing at the chat and then at the statue in his hand, occasionally casting sidelong looks at Liang Yi. Yet Liang Yi remained engrossed in carving, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding drama. Furrowing his brow, Ma Datu hesitated, words caught in his throat. Honestly, even though Liang Yi had been his benefactor, he couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. The situation was simply too bizarre. As time passed, the number of doubters in the live stream began to swell. Most people were unwilling to accept that one individual could represent two deities, preferring to believe there was some underlying secret. Observing the increasingly heated discussions in the chat, Ma Datu felt a headache coming on. If this trend continued, the live stream might well lead to a catastrophic incident. Discussing a sensitive topic such as deity representation, even the smallest event could be magnified, especially if it took a negative turn. Realizing this, Ma Datu's expression turned grim. Just as he contemplated finding an excuse to end the live stream and mitigate the fallout, a striking golden message suddenly floated across the screen. Everyone, please refrain from baseless speculation. The horse-faced statue truly has the capability to summon deities. Recently, I encountered some troubles at home, which were only resolved thanks to the intervention of Lord Horseface. He is indeed the deity I revere. And I testify in the name of the Lin family of Shiza City that this is entirely true. I hope everyone can discern the truth and not make things difficult for Ma Datu and Boss Liang. As this lengthy golden message slowly scrolled across the chat, many viewers who had been vocally critical abruptly ceased their remarks. Those familiar with Ma Datu's fanbase quickly recognized the ID and avatar of the individual who had just spoken. It belonged to Lin Shi, the eldest daughter of the esteemed Lin family in Shiza City. As a devoted follower of Ma Datu, Lin Shi frequently participated in the live streams, making her well known among the audience. Coupled with her previous statement in the chat, it was evident that the distinguished Miss Lin was vouching for Liang Yi, and she did so using the Lin family's name. This was no trivial matter. At that moment, Lin Shi shared an image in the live chat. The picture vividly depicted the Lin family ancestral hall, showcasing a dedicated altar for the horse-faced statue. This revelation sent the live stream into an uproar. The chat exploded with a torrent of messages, voices clamoring in every direction. The eldest daughter of the Lin family had personally come forward to testify. The weight of her endorsement was undeniable. Unbelievable. Was the horse-faced deity truly that powerful? What manner of trouble could it solve that even the revered Qin Yuejun could not? If so, did this mean that Boss Liang was indeed the representative of two deities, both manifested through his carvings? When had the world transformed into something so incomprehensible? Two deities selecting the same individual as their representative. This was a sight to behold. With Lin Shi's personal testimony, thousands of viewers in the live stream were compelled to accept the truth. After all, the Lin family held a respectable position, and Lin Shi, as a prominent heiress, would never make such claims without solid evidence. This confirmed that everything Liang Yi had stated previously was indeed genuine. At that moment, it wasn't just the live stream that felt the impact. Ma Datu stared at the rapidly scrolling messages in shock, unable to contain his astonishment. Boss Liang, while this may sound somewhat presumptuous, where on earth did you come from? I never even imagined it was possible for someone to simultaneously represent two deities. As he diligently carved, Liang Yi rolled his eyes at the comment, momentarily speechless. He pondered for a moment, ultimately choosing to say nothing further. Yet he couldn't help but reflect. Was it truly a blessing or a curse to have Ma Datu living next door? It seemed that tranquility would be a thing of the past. Chapter 15. Ascension, Wild Deity. In the subsequent days, Ma Datu had settled into Shuanglin City. Besides eating and sleeping, he spent his days bustling in and out of Liang Yi's shop, often live streaming. Not only did he assist Liang Yi in promoting the statues of the bullhead and horse-faced deities, but he also linked various equipment available in the store. Following the revelation in his last live stream that Liang Yi was the representative of both deities, the topic sparked considerable discussion online. Consequently, Ma Datu's streaming room attracted a large influx of viewers, dominating the charts for several consecutive days with a consistent online presence exceeding 50,000. Under such circumstances, it was only natural that Ma Datu transitioned from an adventure streamer to a sales influencer. At that moment, he was energetically hawking the merchandise before the camera. 3, 2, 1, link up, he exclaimed. Congratulations to Fan, no cilantro, Ma Datu's version, for successfully acquiring the horse face statue. I must remind everyone that our bull head and horse face statues are meticulously carved by Liang Yi, the very first dual deity representative. Currently, there is no stock available. So what you are purchasing now are pre-sale versions. The latest sold statues will be shipped within a month at the latest. Regrettably, I must inform you that the last pre-sale slot has just been taken. Liang Yi can no longer meet the demand in time for shipping within a month. At the front of the shop, Liang Yi was diligently carving. Upon hearing Ma Datu's words, he couldn't and amp, oppose, help but roll his eyes. It seemed he had been packaged as a celebrity influencer. With the title of a dual deity representative, he attracted thousands daily to his live stream out of sheer curiosity. That alone would not have been bothersome. But with the viral video showcasing the bullhead's prowess in the hospital and the recent public knowledge of horse face aiding the Lin family, customers flocked to purchase the statues. Despite Liang Yi and amp, oppose, a significant improvement in carving speed, from 5 hours to 3 hours per statue. Such a pace appeared meager in the face of the fervent audience. Reluctantly, after discussions between Ma Datu and Liang Yi, they decided to raise the prices of both statues. Yet the effect was negligible. The viewers remained fervent, even claiming the statues were of exceptional value. Thus, they could only offer a pre-sale version, payment first, shipment later, leaving Liang Yi with a substantial backlog of statues to carve. Nevertheless, with such immense traffic, Liang Yi not only profited handsomely from selling the statues but also witnessed a growing number of followers devoted to the bullhead and horse-face deities, a true win-win situation. Amidst the pain and joy, Liang Yi pondered, placing down his wood and carving tools to stretch, silently reflecting on the deity's bullhead and horse face. In the next moment, 2 panels appeared before him. Deity bullhead, rank, spiritual entity, followers, 16, incense, 99, divine powers, great strength, beginner, night walker, beginner, soul capture, beginner. Deity horse face, rank, spiritual entity, followers, 9, incense, 59, divine powers, frigid aura, beginner, night walker, beginner, soul capture, beginner. After reviewing the details, Liang Yi waved his hand to dismiss the panels. With the increasing number of followers for both bullhead and horse face, the incense values had risen significantly. Especially after the bullhead gained fame from the incident at the abandoned hospital, 8 statues were sold that very night. Nearly a week had passed, and the deities had resolved numerous troubles for their followers, fulfilling their protective roles. Thus, the incense value surged to 99, and it seemed likely to surpass 100 in the next few days, promoting bullhead to the rank of wild deity. However, during this period, Liang Yi had been preoccupied with carving, neglecting the control over bullhead and horse face. Even in cases where followers faced danger, the deities themselves would intervene. Minor disturbances caused by lesser demons and spirits could be handled adequately by the deity's nascent intellect. Thus far, with the numerous statues sold, bullhead and horse face had not encountered a single defeat, boasting a perfect approval rating. Just as Liang Yi took a moment to rest and rubbed his sore wrists, preparing to continue carving, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The incense value of deity bullhead has reached 100, promoting its rank to wild deity. And various divine powers have upgraded. Divine powers, great strength, intermediate, night walker, intermediate. Soul capture, intermediate. Congratulations to the host for surpassing the deity rank limit and receiving a reward. Statue carving speed reduced by 1 hour. Liang Yi paused, momentarily stunned. Bullhead had ascended to wild deity? It was likely due to the addition of a new follower or an increase in the devotion of an existing one, leading to the total incense value reaching 100. Liang Yi did not dwell on this matter, but instead focused on the reward for breaking through the deity rank limit. A 1-hour reduction in statue carving time. With the current pace at 3 hours per statue, this meant he could now carve one in just 2 hours. Although it merely seemed a 1-hour reduction, it effectively cut the carving time by a third. Moreover, with Liang Yi's continuous improvement in carving techniques, Achieving further reductions in time had become increasingly challenging. Thus, receiving such a reward was akin to a timely blessing. Just as Liang Yi reveled in the joy of Bullhead S-rank promotion, Ma Datu and Apos' voice suddenly amplified, capturing his attention. Thank you, Sister Bingbing, for the 10 treasure maps. Thank you to the esteemed Car for the 100 rockets. Thank you to all the brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, and siblings for the 1,000+ sports cars. Oh my goodness, everyone, please stop sending gifts. It's not that we're holding out for a better price. It's just that we genuinely have no stock left, and Liang Yi can and Amp, Apos, T-Car fast enough Ma Datu and Amp, Apos, S.I. sparkled. Yet his face bore a bittersweet smile as he helplessly bowed to the livestream audience. Liang Yi raised an eyebrow, momentarily perplexed by the situation, and curiously entered Ma Datu and Amp, Apos' livestream on his phone. As soon as he clicked in, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he took a deep breath. Before him unfolded a dazzling array of gifts, both familiar and unfamiliar, overwhelming to behold. Not only that, but the public screen was inundated with a barrage of various aristocratic comments, rolling in succession. Ma Datu, I want a bullhead statue. Don't tell me there's no stock. You've got pre-sales going. Can't you add another pre-sale slot? Streamer, I'm here for Horseface. I heard he dealt with the malevolent spirit that even Lord Qingyue couldn't handle. I'm offering a hefty sum for a Horseface statue. If you don't increase the pre-sale slots, beware of my minor refund. Amidst the colorful barrage of comments, Ma Datu opened his mouth, feeling a headache coming on. Chapter 16. The officials have arrived. As gifts flew in all directions within the live stream, Ma Datu found himself caught in a whirlwind of emotions, both elated and anxious. The fans were fervently showering gifts to urge an increase in the pre-sale quotas, yet there seemed to be no alternative. He yearned to boost the pre-sale numbers, even hoping to sell 70 or 80 deity statues in a single day. After all, this was a matter of financial gain. However, the issue remained that no matter how many pre-sale slots were added, Liang Yi's speed in carving the statues was a limiting factor. It would be unthinkable to owe several hundred statues and defer delivery for a year, after all. Many in the live stream were in urgent need of the bull-headed and horse-faced statues, possibly facing life-threatening situations. By then, it would be too late. With a sigh, Ma Datu was about to offer a heartfelt explanation when Liang Yi unexpectedly stood up and stepped before the camera. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, it is evident that they trust the prowess of our bull-headed and horse-faced deities. To honor that trust, I shall release 30 more pre-sale slots, all to be shipped within a month. Upon hearing this, Ma Datu was utterly bewildered, his face a canvas of confusion. 30 more pre-sale slots. We are already behind on 60 or 70 statues. Will we be able to complete another 30 within a month? Furrowing his brow, he blurted out, Boss Liang, do you intend to carve 100 statues in a month? That would mean you'd have to start carving the moment you rise until nightfall. No, that would be too much to ask of you. With 100 statues in a month, that would average out to at least 3 statues a day. And that still left about 10 statues pending. Considering Liang Yi's pace of 3 hours per statue, it would require him to dedicate a minimum of 9 to 10 hours each day to the task. The mere thought was enough to give Ma Datu a headache. It was simply not worth it. Yet, Liang Yi offered no further explanation, merely waving his hand dismissively. No need for further discussion. If we agreed to add 30 pre-sale slots, then that is what we shall do. Hearing this, Ma Datu and Amp, Apos, helped but gasp in astonishment. Initially planning to voice his concerns, he hesitated upon witnessing Liang Yi and Apos' resolute demeanor and ultimately nodded in agreement. At that moment, Liang Yi and Apos' declaration sent the live stream into a frenzy. Well, it's our boss Liang being magnanimous. Truly the one and only dual deity representative in history, simply astounding. 30 pre-sale slots. Is this for real? I'm ready. No one better compete with me. It was clear that Boss Liang intended to sacrifice his own leisure time to carve these statues. How touching. Ma Datu, why are you still standing there like a fool? Hurry up and share the link. The audience was already in a state of excitement, urging Ma Datu to quickly share the link. Among the 70 to 80,000 viewers in the live stream, many were there for the spectacle, but at least a few thousand were eagerly anticipating the bull-headed and horse-faced deities. Earlier, when Ma Datu announced there were no pre-sale slots left, hope had swiftly evaporated. Yet now, with the addition of 30 more slots, a glimmer of hope had returned. The live stream was not only bustling with a flurry of comments, but the array of gifts on the screen had multiplied even further. Almost before one gift effect had faded, another would appear, creating a spectacle that left onlookers awestruck. Although Ma Data did not comprehend Liang Yi's sudden decision to increase the slots, the dazzling display of gifts before him made him forget all about it. Grinning from ear to ear. All right, since Boss Liang is so generous, I certainly cannot dampen everyone's spirits. Let us swiftly clear out these 30 new pre-sale slots. Ma Datu shouted enthusiastically, while Liang Yi stepped out of the camera's view. His decision to add the 30 new slots was not an act of charity, but rather a result of a system reward that had conveniently reduced the time required for carving the statues. If he had maintained his previous pace of 3 hours per statue, completing 3 statues a day would have been exhausting, as carving demanded intense concentration and effort. Now, however, he could carve a statue in just 2 hours, allowing him to complete 3 statues in the same 6-hour time frame. While still somewhat taxing, it was manageable. Just as Liang Yi was contemplating returning to his work, 2 figures unexpectedly approached the shop entrance, pausing to glance at the shop sign before stepping inside. Liang Yi halted, waiting for them to approach. The first, a man in his 40s with an unkempt beard, wore a gray checkered shirt, elbow patches, and faded jeans. He appeared somewhat disheveled, yet his sharp eyes scanned the shop intently. Following him was a younger man, whose ill-fitting suit made him look uncomfortable, frowning at the shouting Ma Datu, seemingly annoyed by the noise. The middle-aged man, however, paid Ma Data no mind, his gaze landing squarely on Liang Yi. Upon reaching him, he extended his right hand. Hello, Boss Liang. I am Chen Goen, a special agent from the Liang Yi Bureau of Shuanglin City. This is my assistant, Zhang Lizai. Just call him Xiao Zhang. Liang Yi and Appo's gaze lingered on Xiao Zhang for a moment, noticing his astonished glance at Chen Goen before extending his own hand. Chen Goen's grip was firm, contrasting with his somewhat lean physique. Liang Yi had heard of the Liang Yi Bureau before. It was a government agency with branches across provinces, dedicated to managing matters related to supernatural creatures, demons, and deities, including deity representatives. The abandoned Shuanglin City first affiliated hospital likely fell under their jurisdiction. Perhaps due to a lack of powerful deities overseeing the bureau, the hospital had been left to the whims of malevolent spirits for 3 long years. It seemed that the reason for their visit was indeed connected to Liang Yi's identity as a deity representative. As expected, after a brief introduction, before Liang Yi could speak, Chen Goen took a seat and addressed him directly. Boss Liang, we have come to you regarding the recent situation with the abandoned hospital in Shuanglin City, as well as out of respect for your status as a deity representative. Oh, I should refer to you as sir to show my respect, as you are unlike ordinary representatives and deserve double the honor. Chapter 17. The olive branch of the Supernatural Bureau. A subtle smile graced Chen Goen's face as his gaze fixated on Liang Yi. Liang Yi remained impassive, nearly nodding without engaging in conversation. His dual identity as a divine agent had recently garnered considerable attention online, with individuals coming specifically to inquire about him. As an officer of the Supernatural Bureau, it was a simple task for Chen Goen to acquire such information. However, the question lingered. What was their true intention in approaching him? Seemingly perceiving Liang Yi's perplexity, Chen Goen lightly tapped the table with his fingers and produced a folder tucked under his arm, placing it before Liang Yi. In essence, our Supernatural Bureau serves as the official organization dedicated to safeguarding peace in the region. We also bear the responsibility of maintaining communication with local divine agents. Flipping open the folder, Liang Yi discovered its contents detailed the origins, positioning, and responsibilities of the Supernatural Bureau. After a brief survey, he found it largely consistent with Chen Goen and Appo's assertions. Frowning slightly, he interjected. So what exactly is the purpose of your visit today? Are you seeking my involvement in the Supernatural Bureau, or is there some other agenda at play? A smile danced across Chen Goen's face as he casually retrieved the folder, handing it to his assistant, Xiao Zhang, behind him. He then reached into his pocket, extracted a cigarette, and lit it, inhaling deeply and nodding to himself. As previously mentioned, one of our duties is to facilitate communication among divine agents. The primary objective is to establish a regional network of agents, which you might simply perceive as a chat group. We, as official personnel, will periodically disseminate information regarding supernatural occurrences in the vicinity, allowing your represented deities to take action if they are inclined. Additionally, agents can engage in dialogue and exchange ideas within the group. Upon hearing this, Liang Yi involuntarily narrowed his eyes. He had previously been unaware that the Supernatural Bureau engaged in such networking endeavors. However, upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. Much like the abandoned first affiliated hospital of Shuanglin City, where malevolent spirits proved too formidable for the authorities to handle. The involvement of divine agents could effectively assist in resolving public concerns, thus serving the welfare of the people. Yet, the question remained, why would these divine agents, or the deities they represented, partake in actions that appeared noble but yielded little tangible benefit? Chen Goen suddenly remarked. The number of deities in this world is akin to the stars in the sky. Not every deity can find an exceptional agent like you to draw a continuous stream of followers. In truth, most deities lead their lives as mere wild gods. Thus, for each deity, the opportunity for greater exposure and the acquisition of more followers is not to be dismissed. We happen to possess various means to provide these resources to the deities. More often than not, it is the agents of many lesser-known gods who seek to establish a connection with the supernatural bureau. Of course, this pertains primarily to those deities who remain obscure and struggle to attract followers and incense. At this juncture, Chen Goen turned his head to glance at Ma Datu, who was energetically engaging the audience in the live stream. For Liang Yi, bolstered by substantial traffic, the concern for followers was almost non-existent. Even the statues he carved remained in perpetual demand. However, such a scenario was indeed the exception rather than the rule, as the majority of deities found it challenging to amass followers, let alone secure suitable agents, not to mention figures like the Ox-Head and Horseface, who had recently gained notoriety online. Nevertheless, this also implied that Liang Yi, as a divine agent, or rather, the deities he represented, Ox-Head and Horseface, had little need for the platform and resources offered by the Supernatural Bureau. Consequently, Chen Goen had come prepared for the possibility of rejection. Yet, on the other hand, the much-discussed dual divine agent intrigued him greatly, and he naturally wished to secure Liang Yi's participation in the Bureau. Just as Chen Goen contemplated this while smoking, Liang Yi's voice suddenly broke the silence. If that is the case, I have no objections. Is there a cumbersome process to join the Supernatural Bureau? Chen Goen raised an eyebrow, astonished. Behind him, Xiaozeng mirrored his surprise, unable to contain his astonishment. Was the acceptance so readily given? Did he not even need to consult the opinions of the two deities behind him? Or had he managed to obtain their unified approval within that brief exchange? While Xiaozeng was still in a daze, Chen Goen chuckled heartily and waved his hand dismissively. We at the Supernatural Bureau have always scorned such tedious formalities. All we need to do is add you to the chat group and input your information into our system. The rest is entirely beyond your concern. With that, Chen Goen produced his phone, added Liang Yi on WeChat, and promptly included him in a group chat. Observing the interface of the chat group on his phone, Liang Yi hesitated. He had initially presumed that Chen Goen's mention of a chat group was merely a figurative example for his understanding. However, it now appeared to be precisely that, a chat group. As Liang Yi joined the group, a lively welcome sticker was dispatched, featuring a prominent avatar that appeared to be a Q-version character, somewhat familiar to him. Yet, before Liang Yi could scrutinize it further, Chen Goen spoke again. To be honest, I did not anticipate your agreement to join the Supernatural Bureau. Given your current popularity and influence, I had assumed the chances of persuading you were slim. Nonetheless, congratulations on becoming a member of the Supernatural Bureau. Extinguishing his cigarette with a pinch of his fingers, Chen Goen rose and extended his right hand. Liang Yi lifted his gaze, reciprocated the gesture, and smiled. As you rightly stated, for each deity, the prospect of greater exposure and the chance to garner more followers is an opportunity not to be overlooked. Ox-Head and Horseface certainly do not wish to miss out on such an occasion. Chen Goen paused, seemingly taken aback by Liang Yi's response. He then erupted into hearty laughter, nodding repeatedly before waving his hand and departing with Xiaozeng. Liang Yi watched their retreating figures, deep in thought. In truth, had he solely represented Ox-Head and Horseface, he might have been hesitant to join the Supernatural Bureau. After all, given their current online popularity, they had no need to wade through murky waters. However, with the carving system at his disposal, Liang Yi was destined to possess more than just two deities by his side. Considering the long-term perspective, joining the Supernatural Bureau undoubtedly bore greater advantages. If nothing else, it would serve as an exceptional channel for acquiring information. Chapter 18. At the very least, one must be a true deity. After Chen Goen and his companion departed, Liang Yi cast a fleeting glance at the chat group named Goen, pondering whether it was named after Chen Goen himself. The conversation had come to a halt at a lively welcome emoji, and no one had continued the dialogue since. With a casual swipe, Liang Yi returned to his home screen and pressed the power button, dimming his phone and Oppo's display before resuming his intricate wood carving. Before long, the distinctive sign-off of Ma Data echoed, signaling the conclusion of the live broadcast. He removed the microphone clip to his collar and hurried over to Liang Yi, hastily reaching for some tissues to wipe away his sweat. Boss Liang, today was an absolute windfall. I and Oppos, VE been live streaming for years, yet I and Oppos, VE never witnessed such a spectacle. You should have seen it. The gifts were pouring in like a never-ending stream. If I hadn't been utterly exhausted, and if the pre-sale slots hadn't sold out, I would have continued the broadcast without hesitation. Ma Datu exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he slumped into a rattan chair, wiping his brow while chattering incessantly. Liang Yi merely nodded non-committally, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the piece of wood in his hands. The audience during today's live stream had indeed been exceptionally enthusiastic, with numerous affluent patrons fostering a vibrant atmosphere. The revenue from gifts alone had been substantial, as these individuals were not in want of financial means. Nor did they lack powerful divine protection. Their eagerness to secure pre-sale slots and purchase the bull-headed and horse-faced deities was driven more by personal interest or the pursuit of collectibles. However, this meant that the statues sold to such individuals might not receive the veneration they deserved. This was not particularly troubling, as they had legitimately paid for their purchases. After all, no one would refuse money. After a while, noticing Liang Yi's apparent lack of enthusiasm, Ma Datu gradually composed himself. Taking a sip from his cup of tea, he suddenly proposed, Boss Liang, I and Oppos, VE been thinking much of the revenue from the live stream is attributable to your reputation. Henceforth, let us agree on a revenue split of 70-30. With you taking the larger share. What do you think? Pausing in his carving, Liang Yi lifted his gaze to regard Ma Datu with mild surprise at his generosity. He had not been involved in the live stream at all. Every aspect, from the initial broadcast to the shipment and aftercare of the statues, had been solely managed by Ma Datu. In light of this, it was unexpected that he was willing to accept the smaller portion. Liang Yi nodded in agreement and added, in that case, you may take 30% of the revenue from the statue sales as well. Let us not dwell on it. It's settled. Ma Datu hesitated momentarily. Then, hearing Liang Yi's subsequent words, felt there was no room left for further discussion and nodded gratefully. After a brief silence, Ma Datu seemed to recall something and casually inquired, by the way, Boss Liang, what were those two here for? They didn't seem like they were looking to purchase anything. Without lifting his head, Liang Yi replied, they are from the Supernatural Bureau. They want me to join them. Upon hearing this, Ma Datu instinctively nodded, but his eyes widened in shock as he suddenly stood up. The Supernatural Bureau. They approached you directly to invite you to join them. His excitement was palpable, and he could hardly contain himself, gesticulating animatedly, his face flushed with exhilaration. Liang Yi was taken aback by his fervor and frowned slightly. What was the big deal about the Supernatural Bureau? Although it was an official special department, it hardly seemed worthy of such exaggerated enthusiasm. Taking a deep breath, Ma Datu swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Boss Liang, you may not realize this, but there is a significant difference between applying to join the Supernatural Bureau and being actively recruited by them. Take our Xuanlin City, for instance. There are likely many wild deity agents within the Municipal Bureau. Yet, despite this, a malevolent spirit has ruled over the abandoned hospital for 3 whole years. And that's the ordinary Supernatural Bureau, composed of city-level deity agents banding together for support, likely comprising weaker deities. Ma Datu spoke enthusiastically, while Liang Yi listened in silence, still not grasping the core significance of his words. Clearing his throat, Ma Datu continued eagerly, but the actively recruiting Supernatural Bureau is entirely different. It is referred to as the Oppos, True Supernatural Bureau, Oppos. It is said to be directly linked to the central government, possessing information and resources that are absolutely top-tier nationwide. Not only that, once he began, Ma Datu could not be silenced, his words flowing like a torrent. Liang Yi raised a hand to interrupt him, frowning. The two individuals just now claimed to be agents of the Xuanlin City Supernatural Bureau. It seems unlikely that they are affiliated with what you call the central government. As he spoke, Liang Yi suddenly fell silent, recalling how, when Shen Goen introduced himself, the individual behind him had looked at him with evident surprise. In retrospect, this might very well have been the reason. Liang Yi remained pensive, and after a moment, Ma Datu chuckled. Whether they come to you or not is merely one indicator. There are many rumors online about the Supernatural Bureau. Some say that the groups directly overseen by the central government usually have special chat groups established by the authorities. Most importantly, it is said that to gain the favor of the Central Supernatural Bureau, the deity behind an agent must at least attain the rank of a true deity. This is a strict requirement. even those wild deities whose strength rivals that of true deities cannot join. For you to be invited to this so-called true supernatural bureau is groundbreaking. I believe it is also due to your status as a dual agent. Upon hearing this, Liang Yi and Appo's brow furrowed. He picked up his phone and opened the members list of the chat group. The members were all anonymous, likely for the sake of safeguarding the identities of the deity agents. However, to facilitate the distinction of each member's divine prowess. Each member and Appo's nickname bore a suffix indicating their deity and Appo's rank. At a glance, he noted that among the over 160 members, more than half had the suffix of true deity next to their nicknames, while the remaining members had even higher ranks. Liang Yi's pupils constricted slightly, and he suddenly realized that this supernatural bureau was indeed more formidable than he had initially imagined. Hovering his finger over the screen for a moment, Liang Yi scrolled down to locate his own nickname in the group, which read Wild Deity, pending. The stark contrast was jarring. Taking a deep breath, Liang Yi furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, Ma Datu continued to express his astonishment. Noticing Liang Yi's odd expression, he leaned in, eager to catch a glimpse of the chat group. Liang Yi discreetly pressed the power button to dim the screen. This supernatural bureau was undoubtedly extraordinary, yet Liang Yi realized he knew far too little about it. He would need to research this matter online when he had the opportunity. Lost in thought, Liang Yi temporarily set the matter aside and resumed his carving, focusing on the intricate details before him. Chapter 19. Responsibility to the end. As time elapsed, 3 days swiftly passed. Liang Yi continued his daily ritual of sculpting divine statues, while Ma Datu maintained his routine of live streaming. With the pre-sale slots for the divine statues fully booked, the liveliness of the streaming room diminished slightly. However, bolstered by Liang Yi's dual representation and Ma Datu's existing fan base, the streaming room still enjoyed tremendous traffic. On this particular day, Ma Datu was live streaming as usual. Liang Yi, at the forefront, was engrossed in his sculpting when he suddenly heard Ma Datu mutter, "The horse-faced deity statue I purchased from you could not withstand the power of a lord-level monster and fled in defeat?" Ma Datu's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Liang Yi paused his work and glanced at him, then opened his phone to enter the streaming room. At that moment, on the public screen, someone was sending related comments echoing what Ma Datu had just said. The audience clearly noticed this comment and began to discuss it fervently. Is it true that the horse-faced deity could not withstand a lord-level monster? It shouldn't and Appo's be possible. According to Boss Liang, the horse-faced and ox-headed deities are on par in strength. If the ox-headed deity could instantaneously slay a lord-level evil spirit, how could the horse-faced deity possibly falter against a lord-level monster? Could this be a ploy by a rival, envious of the popularity of the ox and horse-faced deities, to disrupt the market? In the face of this sudden comment, the viewers in the streaming room immediately expressed their skepticism. After all, the strength of the ox-headed deity had been witnessed firsthand, while the horse-faced deity had not officially appeared in public. The reputation of the Lin family in Shiza City was still credible. The fact that even the righteous deity Qing Weijun was at a loss against the evil spirit, which the horse-faced deity easily dispelled, spoke volumes of its prowess. Most importantly, it is well known that the combat power of all monsters is categorized according to the divine spirits. Wild deities and righteous deities, classified as minions, lords, and kings. The lord-level evil spirit that the ox-headed deity had slain effortlessly in the abandoned hospital of Shuanglin City was likely among the best of its kind. How could a wild deity capable of instantaneously defeating a lord-level monster now be said to have fled in defeat against another lord-level monster? This was too perplexing, and it was only natural for doubts to arise. Just as the viewers were questioning the situation, the individual sent another comment. "I witnessed this with my own eyes and nearly lost my life in the process. There is no exaggeration. I have related videos on my profile for you to see if you do not believe me." As soon as this comment was posted, the rapid scrolling of comments in the streaming room noticeably slowed. Presumably, many viewers were visiting his profile to watch the video. Liang Yi maintained a calm demeanor and clicked into the individual's profile to check. The video appeared to be sourced from surveillance footage, depicting a monstrous creature with a red face and fangs, covered in scales, wreaking havoc in an industrial area on the outskirts of the city. The horse-faced deity appeared just in time to combat it. Initially, they exchanged blows, utilizing the power of the cold to restrain the creature. However, the monster suddenly let out a deafening roar, its scales clanging, and a mist of blood erupted from its body. Subsequently, its eyes turned crimson, and its combat power surged dramatically, overpowering the horse-faced deity. The horse-faced deity resisted valiantly for a moment until its manifestation began to wane, at which point it executed a nocturnal escape. Liang Yi looked up, coincidentally locking eyes with Ma Datu, who had turned to glance at him. Ma Datu's brows furrowed, his expression slightly unnatural, as if he wanted to speak but held back. Liang Yi simply shook his head calmly. At that moment, the audience in the streaming room had largely finished watching the video, and the comments surged in number once again. I can't believe it's true. There really exists such a terrifying entity among Lord-level monsters, and the horse-faced deity was utterly defeated. I retract my previous statement. This monster is significantly stronger than the evil spirit from the abandoned hospital in Shuanglin City. If even the ox and horse-faced deities, who are formidable wild deities, cannot contend with it, does that mean only a righteous deity can eliminate it? The ox and horse-faced deities, no matter how powerful, are merely wild deities. And this monster clearly ranks among the strongest of Lord-level monsters, having even developed secret techniques to augment its power with blood. The streaming room erupted into a frenzy of discussion, with varied opinions swirling about. A monster of such terrifying strength among Lord-level entities was exceedingly rare, and most viewers had never encountered one before. However, it was undeniable that such a formidable creature would likely find no rival within the ranks of wild deities. Soon, many began to advise in the comments, one cannot entirely blame Ma Datu and Boss Liang. After all, with countless monsters in this world, no one can guarantee that their deity will remain undefeated. Encountering such an extraordinary monster, one can only consider themselves unfortunate. This is why larger groups, families, and companies strive desperately for the protection of righteous deities. The ox-headed and horse-faced deities are nearly the strongest wild deities beneath the righteous deities. Ordinary people likely lack the qualifications to obtain tokens from the righteous deities, so one should be content. After witnessing the strength of such a powerful monster, most viewers in the streaming room remained relatively composed. After all, in a world teeming with deities and monsters, humanity was already fortunate to receive divine protection, and it was unreasonable to expect deities to be invincible. For among the monsters, there also existed particularly powerful entities. Ma Datu observed the mostly rational comments in the streaming room and let out a slow breath. He had initially worried that someone might exploit this unforeseen incident to sow discord and cast a negative light on the ox and horse-faced deities. However, it seemed that the audience in his streaming room was of decent quality and not overly hostile. Given this, the impact of the situation could gradually diminish. Moreover, in the face of such a sensitive issue, the best course of action was often to refrain from intervention. After all, as demonstrated in the video, even the ox and horse-faced deities had no means to contend with such a ferocious monster. As Ma Datu contemplated this, intending to deliver some eloquent words to swiftly conclude the discussion surrounding the incident, Liang Yi rose and approached the camera. He spoke calmly. Since the deity statue was purchased from us, and it is the horse-faced deity's lack of strength that has resulted in the loss of benefits, we must take full responsibility. Today, we will confirm information and leads with the relevant personnel and will commence a live broadcast at 8 o'clock tomorrow evening on site. We will surely eradicate this monster, so please stay tuned. With that, Liang Yi stepped out of the camera's range. Behind him, Ma Datu gaped, bewildered, staring at his retreating figure, his eyes filled with confusion. What the heck? What is going on? Chapter 20. You go alone. Ma Datu stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. He had finally encountered a group of understanding viewers, even aware of the challenges faced by deities and their agents. He had hoped that this incident could simply pass without further ado. However, Liang Yi, the divine agent, chose to speak up. Not only did he insist on taking full responsibility, but he also demanded a live broadcast to publicly eradicate the monstrous entity. But the question remained why. In the video, that creature had nearly overpowered Ma Mian. Was it possible that by tomorrow, Ma Mian would grow stronger? Or perhaps devise a countermeasure? Such notions were patently absurd. Ma Datu lamented internally, though he maintained a facade of composure before the crowd, his heart heavy with concern. Meanwhile, Liang Yi's declaration landed like a searing stone thrown into a tranquil pond. The surface did not merely ripple, it erupted into a furious boil. Was Liang Yi mad? Why must he wade into these murky waters? As the divine agent, it was customary to be loyal and fervent in service to his deity. Yet Liang Yi's actions undoubtedly placed Ma Mian in a perilous predicament. Wait, have you considered that the agent represents the will of the deity? Could this not align with Ma Mian's own desires? It seemed either Liang Yi had lost his sanity or Ma Mian had. For that creature was clearly not an adversary to be easily vanquished. The live chat was flooded with question marks. Almost everyone expressed profound confusion over Liang Yi's choice. The creature's strength was evident, and Ma Mian had already suffered a disastrous defeat. Why provoke fate once more? It was truly unfathomable, hard to comprehend. Soon after, troubled, Ma Dadu closed the live stream amidst the audience's fervent discussions. He approached Liang Yi, who was intently focused on sculpting a deity statue, and inquired, "Boss Liang, what exactly is your plan?" After a brief silence, Liang Yi explained, "Our two deities have garnered significant attention online. Such an incident cannot simply be ignored and will inevitably attract broader scrutiny and impact. If we choose to disregard it, we risk damaging the divine image of Nyoto and Meimian. Therefore, it would be wiser to seize this opportunity to publicly triumph over the creature and thereby enhance our online presence. This would greatly benefit both the deities in attracting followers and your streaming career." Upon hearing this, Ma Dadu and Appo's furrowed brow deepened. He had indeed considered this aspect but felt helpless, resigned to the course of events. After all, no one could guarantee that the deity they revered would always be invincible, perpetually safeguarding them. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out will be toppled by the wind. If an ordinary wild deity were to face a lord-level creature and falter, it would hardly raise eyebrows. However, Nyoto and Meimian were different. They brought their own fame and allure. Thus, the best course of action in such a scenario would be to remain indifferent. Ma Dadu pressed further. "But that creature is indeed too ferocious, I fear." Liang Yi interrupted, "Don and Amp, Oppos, dwell on specifics. If you trust my judgment, go to the local site for the live broadcast tomorrow." Ma Dadu opened his mouth, hesitated, and ultimately sighed. Then, "I will contact that follower from earlier to inquire about the location and gather more information on that creature. I'll book 2 plane tickets for tomorrow." Before he could finish, Liang Yi waved his hand. "1 ticket. You are well versed in streaming. 1 person is sufficient. Instead of joining you in this frenzy, I would rather stay home and carve a few more statues." Ma Dadu's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, at the thought of going alone. How could he so casually suggest such a thing? Seeing Ma Dadu and Appo's distressed expression, Liang Yi reassured him, "Rest assured, my allowing you to go alone is rooted in confidence. Even if we cannot eliminate that creature, I will ensure your safety." This was not mere consolation, it was a heartfelt truth from Liang Yi. Having spent time together, they had grown familiar. Ma Dadu was a decent fellow, and Liang Yi would not jeopardize him for mere notoriety or to attract more followers for Nyoto and Meimian. Yet, Ma Dadu couldn't shake the feeling of skepticism, pondering, is Boss Liang truly unconcerned for his own safety? Which is why he remains in the shop instead of going to the scene. After hearing such comforting words, why does it feel like mere platitudes or manipulation? Ma Dadu scrutinized Liang Yi several times, yet ultimately acquiesced. Meanwhile, as Ma Dadu concluded his live stream, the incident's popularity surged. Particularly, the surveillance video sent by Ma Mian's follower amassed over 1 million views in a short span. The numbers continued to climb, refreshing incessantly. In the comments section below the video, netizens chimed in with fervent discussions. These so-called Nyoto and Meimian have been overly glorified, leading to their helplessness against a lord-level creature. The realm of wild deities is a mixed bag. Significant disparities in strength are not uncommon, although there have been instances of wild deities succumbing to lord-level foes. The real issue lies in Ma Mian's willingness to engage once more, fully aware of the odds. Perhaps he is recklessly chasing clout. I fear the creature's strength is far beyond what we have seen. Tomorrow, we are bound to witness a spectacle. This young man is the recently emerging dual deity agent? He doesn't seem all that impressive. It is premature to jump to conclusions. Yet the hope for Ma Mian to triumph over the creature appears dim. In the comments section, the sentiment was overwhelmingly one-sided. The vast majority found it difficult to comprehend Liang Yi's, or, by extension, the deity's decision. After all, deities cultivate and gather followers with great effort. It is rare for them to willingly take risks in such tumultuous situations. Particularly with video evidence in play, anyone informed could clearly see the creature and Appo's formidable power. Under such circumstances, Ma Mian was merely a moth to the flame. As time slowly passed, the second day arrived. With an entire day and night of public discourse, the matter had garnered immense attention online, even trending on multiple platforms. With just 2 hours remaining until Ma Dadu's official stream at 8:00 and Appo's clock in the evening, over 10,000 viewers had already entered the live room in anticipation engaging in heated discussions about the unfolding events. In this charged atmosphere, the 2 hours flew by in the blink of an eye. Chapter 21. Gaining the upper hand. At 8:00 and Appos clock in the evening, the live broadcast officially commenced. As soon as it began, the number of viewers in the live stream instantly surpassed 50,000, and it continued to surge at an astonishing pace. The excitement was palpable, igniting an immediate fervor. Before the camera, Ma Datu arrived at the factory site where the crimson-faced demon had emerged, speaking in a hushed tone as he cautiously introduced the situation to the audience. Dear viewers, we are here today to confront the crimson-faced demon. Previously, they had established contact with a client who purchased our horse-faced deity statue, who happens to be the factory's manager. According to him, the demon has now claimed dominion over the factory. Today, we shall advocate for our client. Ma Datu raised his fist towards the camera, displaying an expression of righteous indignation. Yet, upon closer inspection, his fervent words bore a hint of cowardice, for he was genuinely afraid. Although he had arrived on site, the live broadcast carried an air of forced urgency. Even now, Ma Datu could not fathom where Liang Yi derived his courage to challenge such a ferocious demon. Unsure of himself, he sensed that the thousands of viewers in the live stream were equally skeptical. Many began to send barrage comments, urging him to reconsider, some even mocking him. While the demon hasn't noticed you yet, it would be wise to retreat. This is a matter of life and death. Don't risk your life for mere popularity. No amount of money can redeem a lost life. The crimson-faced demon was overwhelmingly powerful. Only a deity of divine rank could subdue it. Although the ox-headed and horse-faced deities were among the elite of wild gods, they paled in comparison against such a formidable adversary. In my view, these two wild gods have been overly glorified. Now, they appear to falter in the presence of a slightly stronger Lord-level demon. Within a mere 2 days, the video showcasing the crimson-faced demon defeating the horse-faced deity had circulated widely online. Consequently, an increasing number of viewers, intrigued by the unfolding events, flocked to the live stream. The vast majority remained skeptical of Liang Yi and Ma Datu's claims to exterminate the demon. Faced with the chorus of disparaging remarks in the live chat, Ma Datu found himself momentarily speechless. He yearned to retort, but hesitated, unable to voice his thoughts. After all, if he himself lacked conviction in the matter, how could he convince others? Just then, within the desolate factory, a sudden low growl reverberated. A chill ran down Ma Datu's spine, and he quickly turned around. In the dimly lit factory, 2 emerald glimmers stood out starkly against the night. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, the massive silhouette of the demon became visible, its grotesque spine protruding ominously. Though separated by a considerable distance, Ma Datu could distinctly sense that the demon had locked onto him, even before he had stepped through the factory's threshold. Moreover, compared to the footage, the demon appeared much larger in reality, exuding an overwhelming aura. As Ma Datu stood frozen, the demon suddenly leapt from the rooftop. With a thunderous crash, the concrete floor shattered beneath the impact, sending shards flying in all directions. The deafening noise jolted Ma Datu back to reality, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow as he beheld the demon now mere meters away. He hastily retrieved the ox-headed deity statue from his pocket, bowing respectfully. I beseech the great ox-head to manifest and vanquish this fiend. No sooner had the words left his lips than the seemingly unscathed crimson-faced demon appeared, enraged by his invocation. With a furious roar, it crouched low and lunged forward, unleashing a gust of foul wind. Ma Datu cried out in alarm and desperately attempted to evade. The viewers in the live stream watched in trepidation, acutely aware of the demon's ferocity only when confronted directly. In an instant, the demon was upon him, its grotesque visage twisted into a malevolent grin, claws poised to strike down at Ma Datu. Yet, contrary to the anticipated scene of bloodshed, a resounding thud echoed as the ox-headed deity, brandishing a sturdy pitchfork, manifested between Ma Datu and the demon. The pitchfork met the demon and Appos' sharp claws with unwavering strength. With a sudden surge, it pushed the demon back, sending it tumbling, blood seeping from its hind leg as it struggled to regain its footing. The demon lifted its head, its emerald gaze reflecting astonishment as it beheld the unexpected arrival of the ox-head. Ma Datu exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Looking down, he noticed the live stream had erupted in fervor. Goodness, I nearly believed Ma Datu would meet his demise on the spot. The ox-head arrived just in time. The ox-head can withstand the demon's attack and seems to hold the upper hand. Who claimed the ox-head was inadequate? Viewed in this light, the ox-head appears even stronger than the horse face. At least it can contend with this demon. Hold your horses. It's merely the beginning of their confrontation. It's premature to draw conclusions. Undoubtedly, the Oxhead's valiant push rekindled hope among those who had previously doubted, at least from this initial clash. The Oxhead's strength seemed to rival that of the crimson-faced demon. Meanwhile, Liang Yi seized control of the Oxhead, furrowing his brow as he assessed the demon before him. Having only viewed the footage before, he had not grasped its true magnitude. However, now, in the guise of the Oxhead, he realized he had underestimated it. It must be noted that the Oxhead had accumulated a substantial amount of incense, successfully ascending to the rank of wild deity, elevating its 3 divine abilities to intermediate levels. Yet, even with the enhancement of the intermediate divine ability, Titanic Might, the Oxhead could only manage to hold its ground against the demon, barely maintaining the upper hand. How immense could the demon's power truly be? Furthermore, the demon could amplify its strength through bloodlust. The extent of its power after such a boost remained an enigma. Contemplating this, Liang Yi was unwilling to linger further. Silently, he hurled the pitchfork towards the demon and Appo's head. Immediately after, he activated the divine ability, Nightwalker. The demon's eyes narrowed as it swiftly evaded the incoming pitchfork. However, in the next instant, the Oxhead materialized alongside the still-falling pitchfork. With a swift grasp, a yank, and a thrust, the pitchfork pierced the demon's shoulder, swiftly withdrawing and splattering blood across the ground. Then, a piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night. Chapter 22. By what right? As he gazed at the scene unfolding in the factory not far away, Ma Dada's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to contain his applause. Bravo, Lord Bullhead. Just look at this monstrous creature. It dares not continue its arrogance, for it is utterly no match for Lord Bullhead. Simultaneously, the live stream vividly showcased the image of the bullhead inflicting wounds upon the monster. The swift piercing strikes and the blood splattered across the ground vividly illustrated the bullhead's might. Truly exhilarating. Is it that the monster has suddenly weakened? Or has Bullhead grown stronger? Was it not said that the powers of Bullhead and Ma Mian were not vastly different? Why then does it feel as though Bullhead surpasses Ma Mian by such a margin? Those who previously doubted us, come forth and speak. It is indeed our Lord Bullhead who is formidable, seizing the moment to vanquish this wretched creature, restoring the esteemed reputation of the Bullhead and Ma Mian deities. The atmosphere in the live stream was electric, while on site, a piercing scream emanated from the monster, its already grotesque visage becoming even more fearsome. A single thrust had left 3 gaping wounds on its shoulder, blood gushing forth relentlessly. However, before it could catch its breath, Bullhead, wielding a steel fork, swiftly turned and lunged again. The monster hastily twisted its body, narrowly evading the strike. In retaliation, the monster let out a furious roar, its scales clattering ominously, and its emerald eyes transformed into a blood-red hue. Suddenly, a cloud of crimson mist erupted around it. Liang Yi and Appo's pupils constricted slightly. In the earlier footage, Ma Mian had been at a disadvantage after the monster unleashed its blood fury. Regardless, caution is prudent. With this thought, Liang Yi embraced the principle of striking first, activating the night walk and maneuvering behind the monster with his steel fork. Yet, just as he revealed himself, before he could strike, the monster swiftly turned and lashed out with a claw. Bang! Liang Yi was sent flying, crashing through a high wall. The monster advanced menacingly, relentlessly swinging its claws. A savage grin plastered across its crimson face, leaving him with no choice but to block with his steel fork, utterly unable to counterattack. As time ticked by, the monster showed no signs of waning. Instead, it fought with increasing ferocity. Meanwhile, Bullhead remained on the defensive, but as time passed, exhaustion began to set in. Relying solely on the night walk to evade attacks, he became increasingly susceptible to the monster's keen perception. After its blood frenzy, the red monster seemed to have experienced a significant enhancement in all its physical capabilities. It had previously exchanged blows with Bullhead, but after the blood frenzy, it was an overwhelming force. At this moment, Liang Yi began to understand why Ma Mian had opted to flee shortly after the monster unleashed its blood fury. If even the formidable Bullhead, at the divine rank, struggled against it, how could the spirit-ranked Ma Mian endure? If they did not extricate themselves soon, they would likely pay an even greater price. Outside the factory, Ma Dada stared in disbelief at the sudden shift in the tide, swallowing hard. Could it be that even Bullhead found it challenging to withstand the monster's post-blood fury state? If this stalemate continued, what would the outcome be? The live stream audience surged to over 100,000 viewers. Witnessing the once mighty Bullhead being completely suppressed by the monster, an uproar ensued. This monster has acquired secret techniques. It is a sign of its ascension towards the rank of monarch. A half-step monarch-level monster is truly terrifying. No wonder Bullhead falters. Ma Dadu and Boss Liang's decision to return for vengeance was indeed a grave mistake. Such monsters can only be dealt with by true deities. Streamer, why do you remain idle? Have you not noticed that Bullhead is on the verge of collapse? Should you not flee? This is dire. This monster far surpasses the malevolent spirits encountered in the abandoned hospital of Shuanglin City. Where are those who once boasted of Bullhead and Appos as prowess? It was already foretold that this monster would unleash its blood fury. Exterminating it is no simple task. The audience in the live stream began to panic. It was not only the frail humans who were at a loss. Even the powerful deities found themselves powerless against such a creature. Keep in mind, it was already an impressive feat for ordinary humans to receive the protection of a deity of the wild god rank, especially one as formidable as Bullhead or Ma Mian. Their prior victories had established them as some of the strongest among the wild god ranks. Yet, these two revered deities, who had inspired awe and drawn countless followers willing to pay exorbitant sums for their protection, now found themselves vanquished by the same monster. This was enough to shatter the hearts of those who had managed to secure their favor or those who had longed for it in vain. Observing the barrage of comments in the live stream, Ma Dadu was equally bewildered. With the situation escalating to this point, it seemed Bullhead was on the verge of defeat. Though he trusted Bullhead as a devout follower, he could not help but contemplate his own safety. Ma Dadu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, but at that moment, he noticed the screen filled with question marks, one after another. What is happening? Taken aback, Ma Dadu lifted his gaze toward the factory. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had appeared in the air. It was Ma Mian, standing tall, exuding waves of chilling energy. Ma Dadu and Appos' eyes widened in shock, his mouth opening and closing as he stammered out a dry utterance. Ma Mian, how is this possible? In the air? Ma Mian's elongated face appeared particularly stern as he concentrated the icy power in his hands and directed it towards the frenzied monster. The monster, its eyes ablaze with crimson, was wholly engrossed in its assault on Bullhead. Just then, it felt a surge of cold energy erupting from behind, setting off alarm bells in its mind, prompting it to hastily evade. Yet, in that fleeting moment, it could not escape the icy sphere that struck its back. In an instant, it froze, with a pained cry. The monster tried to leap up the nearby building, while the Bullhead, who had been relentlessly pummeled beneath it, suddenly unleashed a tremendous force. Seizing the opportunity while the monster was hindered by the chilling power, the steel fork plunged directly into its heart. Swoosh! The iron-hard azure scales offered no resistance to the steel fork, which pierced through effortlessly. In an instant, blood erupted forth, and the monster's form went limp, its eyes dimming. With an expression devoid of emotion, Bullhead withdrew the fork from the monster's body and turned to face the astonished Ma Dadu, slowly nodding in acknowledgement. Then, both Bullhead and Ma Mian dissipated into thin air. Ma Dadu and Appos' mouth fell agape, and he could not help but gasp in disbelief. Did they just slay that monster? That was a half-step monarch-level creature, an entity that could sweep all before it beneath the true deities. And why had Ma Mian suddenly appeared here? No. The question should be, by what right could he appear? Chapter 23. The King of Cost-Effectiveness. Ma Dadu stood dazed in place, gazing at the colossal corpse of the demon within the factory, utterly transfixed. The bull-headed and horse-faced deities had simultaneously appeared, joining forces to vanquish the formidable demon at the half-step king level. The shock this event instilled in Ma Dadu was beyond measure. Deities in this world are as numerous as the fish in the river. While they wield immense power, they also adhere to the myriad laws of heaven and earth. These laws, nebulous and ineffable, nonetheless exist in reality. Humans cannot verify them, yet they can observe and record. One such observation is that deities typically refrain from collaborating with one another to eradicate the same demon, spirit, or monster. The precise reasons remain elusive. Perhaps it is the constraints imposed by the laws of the cosmos on divine power. Or perhaps the lofty demeanor of the deities prevents them from lowering their dignity. Regardless, it is exceedingly rare, almost unheard of, for two deities to jointly confront a single entity of malevolence. However, this human-derived axiom seems to falter before the bull-headed and horse-faced deities. Just as in the recent exorcism of the Lin family's malevolence, today, the bull-headed and horse-faced deities emerge together, even coordinating their efforts to eliminate the demon. Ma Dadu stood in the wind, confused and disheveled, while the live stream presented an entirely different scene. A flurry of question marks continued to roll across the screen, interspersed with a barrage of comments that left one breathless. What have I witnessed? The bull-headed and horse-faced deities appearing together, even collaborating? This is truly a sight to behold. Don't deities usually lack communication? Why do these two seem so entirely different? Could it be due to Liang Yi, this dual agent? This possibility is indeed plausible, for it seems that throughout history, a dual agent has never before appeared, and the agent's identity is uniquely special. Perhaps he has managed to mediate and breach the barriers between these two deities. No wonder Liang Yi previously proclaimed with such conviction that he would take full responsibility for this matter. He must have long intended to enlist the bull-headed and horse-faced deities to join forces and subdue that ferocious demon, though it is a collaboration. It clearly showcases the formidable strength of the bull-headed and horse-faced deities. What Ma Dada comprehended, the audience of over 100,000 in the live stream also grasped. Witnessing the horse-faced deity appear after the bull-headed deity left them equally astounded. Prior experiments had not gone unnoticed, such as instances where the followers of two deities summoned their patrons before a powerful monster. Once manifested, the deities would likely take their respective followers away, ensuring their safety, rather than jointly confronting the monster. Even if one deity engaged first and found themselves at a disadvantage, the other would only concern themselves with the safety of their own followers, neglecting others. Some have speculated that this might relate to the elusive concept of karma mentioned in legends, a notion the deities regard with great trepidation. Yet, this generational wisdom has been ruthlessly shattered by the bull-headed and horse-faced deities. The only explanation for this deviation may lie in the influence of Liang Yi, this dual deity agent. At this moment, Ma Dada snapped out of his reverie and glanced at the time. It was 8:36 in the evening. This meant that he had been broadcasting for just over half an hour. And yet, the bull-headed and horse-faced deities had so effortlessly resolved the matter of the demon, in manner that neither he nor anyone else monitoring this event had anticipated. With this in mind, could the live stream truly continue? An amalgam of emotions surged within Ma Datu. After a forced chuckle, inspiration struck, and he turned to the camera to begin an advertisement. Dear viewers, do you see this? This is the power of our two esteemed deities, truly unmatched beneath the level of kings. More importantly, you can all see our unwavering commitment to responsibility. For those who become followers of the bull-headed and horse-faced deities, any demon that one deity cannot vanquish, the two will handle together. And if two deities cannot overcome it, well, my friends, if you find yourself facing a demon too powerful for both deities, you likely possess the protection of a rightful god, do you not? For the price of a single statue, you receive the protection of two. Ma Dada prattled on. Initially, the audience had been fervently discussing the reasons behind the simultaneous appearance of the bull-headed and horse-faced deities. But upon hearing him, they suddenly experienced an epiphany. Yes, this indeed seems to be the crux of the matter. The barrage of comments in the live stream momentarily paused before accelerating even more rapidly. How did I not consider this? The price of one statue, the protection of dual powerful deities, a veritable king of cost-effectiveness, one for the price of two. Damn it. Ma Dadu, you only talk big. Why not release more slots for us to snatch up? Regardless, Liang Yi, this dual agent, undoubtedly plays an extremely pivotal role between the two deities. I am prepared to cling to this golden opportunity. Given the strength of the bull-headed and horse-faced deities, I feel confident that they could protect their followers even against king-level demons. So why has Ma Dada not yet made the offering? After your comments, I suddenly feel as though the rightful gods at home are less appealing. Watching the frenzy of comments swirling in the live stream, Ma Dada cleared his throat awkwardly. He had become so engrossed in promoting Liang Yi's statue that he nearly forgot the statues were already in short supply. Nevertheless, this was not entirely a misfortune, as it ensured that the bull-headed and horse-faced deities would not lack followers, although the impact might be a tad exaggerated. In the equipment shop of Shuanglin City, Liang Yi regained consciousness, a hint of perplexity in his gaze. Just moments ago, having transformed into the bull-headed form, he summoned the horse-faced deity to the scene, where he heard a system prompt indicating the activation of some new divine power. However, the chaos of the moment prevented him from comprehending it fully. Now, Liang Yi spoke in his thoughts. Check bull-headed information. No sooner had he uttered the command than the information panel for the bull-headed deity appeared before him. Deity, bullhead, rank, wild god, followers, 20, incense, 112, divine powers, great strength, intermediate, night walker, intermediate, soul capture, intermediate, bull-headed and horse-faced, divine bond. Upon seeing this, Liang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Divine bond? Such a phenomenon exists? Upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. The bull-headed and horse-faced deities are both ghostly emissaries, often appearing together, thus naturally forming a bond. Yet, he was curious about the effects of this bond. Pondering this, Liang Yi clicked on the notation for bull-headed and horse-faced. Bull-headed and horse-faced, when both deities appear at the same location, they each receive a 10% overall enhancement. Chapter 24. They possess a certain aesthetic, a comprehensive enhancement of 10%. Liang Yi and Apos. S eyes instantly sparkled. No wonder that when confronting that monstrous entity earlier, the moment the horse face appeared, the bullhead seemed to grow even more formidable. With the divine bond in place, the simultaneous presence of the bullhead and horse face could indeed yield a result greater than the sum of its parts. More importantly, if there exists a bond between the bullhead and horse face, what about other deities? The mythological system of the Dragon Kingdom is replete with pairs of deities akin to the bullhead and horse face. What about the black and white impermanents? Or the thunder god and lightning mother? Do they share a similar bond? And what of the three brothers, Jinja, Muja, and Daja? Furthermore, the four heavenly kings, the 7 fairies, the 12 golden immortals, and even the 36 stellar spirits. Liang Yi and Apos' imagination soared. If this momentum continues to develop, it could lead to extraordinary outcomes. Just as Liang Yi was lost in thought, his phone on the table vibrated several times. After a brief pause, it was followed by a series of vibrations. He picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and saw that the chat group named National Security had accumulated over a dozen unread messages. He had thought it was a dead group, yet it seemed someone was indeed engaged in conversation. Liang Yi murmured as he entered the chat. Upon a cursory glance, he quickly furrowed his brow. Is someone watching the live stream of the horse face? The bullhead and horse face have stirred up trouble again, appearing simultaneously to vanquish the same monstrous entity. Could it be true? Such a situation had seemingly never occurred before. I am witnessing this firsthand. It should be related to the dual agents, particularly that young man named Liang Yi, whose existence is exceptionally unique. With such a distinctive agent, why hasn't Apos, the National Security, recruited him into the Supernatural Bureau? Shingoan. Don't think about it. No matter how special he is, our Supernatural Bureau requires agents of at least a divine rank to join. The discussion in the Supernatural Bureau chat revolved around the simultaneous appearance of the bullhead and horse face. Judging by their tone, this was not the first time they had deliberated on the topic. However, Liang Yi wondered what had been said previously. He rubbed his temples, relieved that no one seemed to have noticed his incongruous identity as a wild god pending amidst the assembly of righteous deities. With over 160 members in the group, surely no one would be bored enough to scroll through the member list one by one? Even if his identity were discovered, it would not be a significant issue. However, the unsettling prospect of his identity being known while he remained unaware of others and Apos' identities was rather disconcerting. As Liang Yi pondered, his peripheral vision caught the latest message, momentarily startling him. Why do the bullhead and horse face seem to be perpetually embroiled in mischief? Especially the horse face, who last time had the audacity to meddle in the affairs of the Lin family. Subsequently, it even sought to bask in the limelight of our dear Yaya, establishing its own reputation. I simply do not like him. The speaker was none other than the individual with the Q-version avatar and the nickname Qing He Hai Feng, who had caught Liang Yi and Apos' attention previously. Their message was accompanied by a divine label. Upon entering the group, this individual had sent a warm welcome emoji, which Liang Yi vividly remembered. Coupling this with their current words, "Little Yaya?" Liang Yi frowned and voiced this aloud, then clicked on their avatar with a hint of skepticism. The more he looked, the more familiar it appeared. Is this not the Q version of Qing Weijun? Liang Yi rolled his eyes in disbelief. He truly did not expect that Qing Weijun's divine agent would also be in this chat group. Moreover, judging by her demeanor, she seemed to be among the most active participants. Contemplating this, Liang Yi set a note for her as Qing Weijun and Apos' agent. Most individuals in the group remained anonymous. Yet some did not mind and directly changed their group nicknames to reflect their divine names. Others, like Qing Weijun's agent, did not alter their nicknames, but exhibited behaviors that unmistakably revealed their divine identities. From this, one could ascertain that Qing Weijun and Apos' agent harbored a fervent devotion to her deity. No, it should be said that to become a divine agent, unwavering faith in their deity is a prerequisite. Otherwise, one would not be chosen by the deity as an agent. As representatives of the deity in the mortal realm, agents hold significant importance for the deities themselves. Yet, it remains a mystery what the conversion rate of an agent and Apos' devotion to incense value would be. Taking the horse face as an example, the bullhead saved his life, resulting in only 10 points of incense value. Nearly half a month has passed since then. and this amount has scarcely increased by 2 points. Faith and incense are enigmatic concepts, impossible to generalize or deeply study. Everything must unfold naturally. As Liang Yi pondered, another message appeared. It was from Qin Goen. His WeChat nickname was simply Qin Goen, and his avatar featured a frontal portrait against a blue background. He wore the same gray plaid shirt he had donned when inviting Liang Yi to join the Supernatural Bureau. Do you not find that when the bullhead and horseface stand together, they exude a harmonious aura? It conveys a peculiar sense of familiarity, as if they were meant to stand together, embodying a peculiar aesthetic. Could they be deities of a common origin? Qin Goen and Appo's succinct words appeared on the screen. The group fell silent for a moment, then a flurry of responses followed. Must be an illusion. I think they resemble malevolent spirits rather than deities. Goen, you truly have an odd fascination. To see harmony and familiarity in a bullhead and a horse face is quite the curiosity. No wonder you are a specialist in the Supernatural Bureau. Goen, come visit me. Our ophthalmology hospital is quite impressive. While it may not cure you, at least it can diagnose when you went blind. Doghead. JPG, perhaps it's because they both have animal heads that gives you this illusion? A blue-faced, fang-bearing creature. Where's the beauty in that? My little Yaya is the most beautiful. The diverse responses from the group left Qin Goen in silence, causing him to refrain from further comments. The others seemed accustomed to his sudden disappearances mid-conversation, continuing to chat about trivial matters. Before the screen, Liang Yi's gaze lingered on the few sentences Qin Goen had just shared, his brow slightly furrowed and his eyes deepening in thought. This Supernatural Bureau specialist indeed possessed a keen insight. The bullhead and horseface, both belonging to the realm of spirits, naturally stemmed from a common divine origin in this world. Moreover, the bond that existed between them was shrouded in mystery, an inexplicable connection. How could an ordinary person like Qin Goen discern this at a glance? With contemplative thoughts, Liang Yi pressed the lock screen button, leaned back in his chair, and slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 25, Divine Weapons. Time swiftly passes. On this day, Liang Yi was carving a statue as usual when suddenly a familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Ding, detected that the host has carved a total of 100 statues. Congratulations to the host for achieving a reward and unlocking the carving permission for the deity by Wu Chang. Hearing the sound resonating in his mind, Liang Yi paused and raised an eyebrow slightly. Unbeknownst to him, he had already carved a total of 100 statues. Most significantly, he had unlocked a new deity. Bai Wu Chang. Bai Wu Chang, along with his counterpart He Wu Chang, is a pair of deities of considerable renown in the traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom, serving as significant messengers of the underworld. While both are tasked with capturing wandering souls and guiding the departed, their authority surpasses that of lesser deities like Nyoto and Meimian. Correspondingly, their powers are also considerably stronger. Liang Yi silently mused to himself. He decided to check the information on the deity Bai Wu Chang as soon as the thought crossed his mind. The information panel for Bai Wu Chang appeared before him. Deity Bai Wu Chang information. Rank, non-entity, followers, 0, offerings, 0, divine powers, punish evil, beginner, controlling soldiers, beginner. Nightwalker, beginner, soul capture, beginner. On the left side of the panel, the image of Bai Wu Chang materialized. He appeared pale, clad in a white robe, adorned with a white towel had inscribed with the words "Fortune comes," and holding a white morning staff. His face bore a gentle smile, yet his slightly narrowed eyes evoked an unsettling chill. After a brief observation, Liang Yi nodded in approval. As expected, Bai and He Wu Chang, as prominent deities of the underworld, possess significantly greater power than Nyoto and Meimian, especially within their current rank. However, as the number of carved statues increased, the followers and offerings garnered by Nyoto and Meimian had also grown, eventually elevating them to the rank of wild deities, making them formidable in their own right. This surge in recognition was largely due to the prior exposure of these two deities on various online platforms, drawing considerable attention and traffic. With a wave, Liang Yi dismissed the information panel for Bai Wu Chang and contemplated. He then commanded, check the information on the deities Nyoto and Meimian. Deity Nyoto information. Rank, wild deity, followers, 55, offerings, 465, divine powers, great strength, intermediate. Nightwalker, intermediate. Soul capture, intermediate. Nyoto Meimian, divine bond. Deity Meimian information. Rank, wild deity, followers, 43, offerings, 386, divine powers. Cold, intermediate. Nightwalker, intermediate. Soul capture, intermediate. Nyoto Meimian, divine bond. With the increased exposure of Nyoto and Meimian online, they attracted a multitude of followers. Many who had not acquired statues spontaneously became their devotees. Although these individuals did not possess divine tokens as intermediaries, and thus were not counted among the official followers, their sincere offerings still contributed a modest amount of power to the deities. This was the primary reason for the rising offering values of Nyoto and Meimian. Nevertheless, despite the current offering values, there remained a considerable distance to reach the requisite 1,000 offerings necessary for promotion to true deity status. The road ahead is long and arduous. Once promoted to true deities, Nyoto and Meimian would become immensely more powerful than they are now. Liang Yi murmured softly to himself. At that moment, the system notification chimed once more. Ding, congratulations to the host for unlocking the system marketplace. Would you like to view it immediately? Liang Yi was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively nodded. View. As the words left his mind, the marketplace interface materialized in his thoughts. The first thing that caught his attention was the prominently displayed merit balance, followed by a number, 386. If his guess was correct, this merit should be used for exchanging items in the marketplace. However, he was uncertain how to acquire merit. Sensing Liang Yi's confusion, the system promptly responded. Merit can currently only be obtained through carving statues and exterminating demons. In concise terms, Liang Yi understood. It appeared that the existing 386 merits were the result of his recent endeavors in carving statues and eliminating demons. Carving statues had become a daily routine for him. As for exterminating demons, he would need to ensure that Nyoto, Meimian, and the newly unlocked by Wu Chang become more proactive. Merely protecting the safety of followers in times of crisis is insufficient. In the future, should he encounter demons and monsters, he must strive to eliminate them to gain merit, provided his strength allows. Otherwise, relying solely on carving statues would yield meager results. With this thought in mind, Liang Yi withdrew his contemplation and turned his gaze to the various items presented beneath the merit balance in the marketplace. The first items that caught his eye were three familiar objects: a pale white morning staff, a shimmering silver fork, and a tangle of pitch-black chains. These appear to be the weapons of the current deities? Liang Yi murmured, captivated. He had never considered that the divine weapons could be exchanged. This implied that the items currently wielded by Nyoto and Meimian were inferior, while the ones available in the marketplace were the true artifacts they should possess. If he could equip them with the appropriate weapons, their powers would surely increase significantly. However, the corresponding merits required for these weapons were substantial. Each of the weapons for Nyoto and Meimian, the fork and chains, required 500 merits, which Liang Yi currently could not afford. As for Bai Wu Chang's morning staff, it required a staggering 1,000 merits, an evident considerable sum. That said, with the increasing number of followers for each deity, merit would naturally not be lacking in the future. If worst comes to worst, Liang Yi could also send Nyoto and Meimian to actively search for demons to slay. There are always more solutions than difficulties, Liang Yi pondered, continuing to explore further. Besides these three weapons, there were three additional noteworthy items that could hardly be classified as items but rather seemed to represent system permissions. The first was a reward Liang Yi had previously received, reducing the time required to carve a statue by 1 hour. Currently, carving a statue took him about 2 hours, and unlocking this permission would have that time. However, it required 300 merits, a considerable amount. Liang Yi refrained from directly using his existing 386 merits to exchange for this permission and instead focused on the last two intriguing items. At a glance, he slightly furrowed his brow and murmured, "These two are divine amulets? What could these possibly be?" Chapter 26. The Power of the Bullhead. Within the confines of the system's marketplace, two wooden talismans hovered in the air, slowly rotating. One bore the image of a bull's head on its front, with the characters for bullhead engraved on its back. The other mirrored this design, but featured a horse and amp, Apos, S head and the characters for horse face. It was evident that these talismans belonged to the deities of bullhead and horse face. As their name suggests, talismans are intended to provide safety and protection for their bearers. Yet, what precisely were their functions? Curious, Liang Yi lightly touched the bullhead talisman, instantly acquiring detailed information about it. As expected, this talisman was indeed a protective charm. In times of peril, if one clutched it tightly in their palm, with sincere intent, and called upon the deity, they could invoke divine presence. This would grant them a temporary infusion of divine power, enabling them to wield a specific divine ability for a brief period. The exact nature of this ability would depend on the name of the ability inscribed by Liang Yi. The sculptor, while crafting the talisman, Upon realizing this, Liang Yi examined the two talismans floating before him more closely. He noticed a small blank square beneath the name of the deity on the back, presumably reserved for inscribing the name of the divine ability. Unsurprisingly, this talisman required the host to personally engrave it. However, the time required for this engraving was significantly shorter than that for a deity statue, taking only 20 minutes to complete. This talisman is indeed a remarkable item, Liang Yi mused silently. Consequently, those who worshipped bullhead and horse face but had yet to acquire a deity statue, the Indapos, prospective believers, and Apos, would also have a means of self-defense in times of danger. After all, they are all potential users. However, it is worth noting that this talisman was a one-time use item. Furthermore, the method of protection it offered was akin to inviting the deity to descend upon oneself. This also imposed certain physical requirements on the user. That said, even if the talisman left the user feeling drained after its use, it was certainly preferable to facing death in a critical moment. Moreover, the side effects did not end there. According to the system's description as observed by Liang Yi, a healthy ordinary person could withstand divine invocation 3 times within a single day. However, this was not absolute, as the strength and rank of the deities increased. It could potentially affect this aspect as well. Just as Liang Yi was deep in thought, a voice suddenly broke through his contemplation. What talisman? What remarkable item? Boss Liang, what are you talking to yourself about? Liang Yi snapped back to reality, his gaze falling upon Ma Datu, who wore a curious and puzzled expression, blinking at him. After a moment's consideration, Liang Yi replied, "Wait, let me carve something for you to see." Ignoring Ma Datu's increasingly bewildered look, he picked up a carving knife and some wood from the table, beginning to engrave the talisman. As time passed, 20 minutes quickly slipped away. Liang Yi carefully inscribed the characters for mighty strength on the back of the talisman, then exhaled softly, blowing away the remaining wood shavings. The talisman was complete. Ma Datu, leaning over the table, immediately brightened at the sight. While he had seen Liang Yi carve deity statues numerous times, this was evidently his first encounter with the crafting of a wooden talisman. Particularly with the images and names of the bullhead and horse-faced deities engraved upon the talisman, it appeared quite novel. Ma Datu straightened and leaned in closer, exclaiming, "Is this the talisman you just mentioned, Boss Liang? Are we finally venturing into the realm of the bullhead and horse-face industries?" It seemed that Ma Datu had mistaken the talisman for a mere craft. Liang Yi rolled his eyes, rising to walk into the empty courtyard behind the shop, where he handed the talisman to Ma Datu. Before Ma Datu could closely examine it, Liang Yi interjected, "Clutch it in your palm and sincerely call upon the name of the bullhead." Though Ma Datu was puzzled, he obediently complied. Normally, it would not be considered a critical moment, and an ordinary person might struggle to successfully invoke a deity. However, as a devoted follower of bullhead, Ma Datu's sincerity was evident. At that moment, he suddenly closed his eyes tightly, then opened them wide. Feeling waves of divine power coursing through him, he was momentarily stunned, involuntarily gasping in awe. What is happening? I feel an overwhelming surge of strength, and it feels so familiar." As he spoke, Ma Datu even let out a delighted moan. Liang Yi, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment, rolling his eyes at the potential sacrilege. Nevertheless, he brushed it aside. Clearing his throat, he explained, "You are experiencing the effects of the talisman. It allows the bearer to borrow the power of the deity in times of danger." Before Liang Yi could finish, Ma Datu interrupted with exclamations of astonishment. Borrowing the power of a deity. This is no trifling matter. The might of the divine has always held immense allure for the frail human race. Yet, throughout history, it seems that no one has ever directly borrowed the power of a deity. Therefore, is Liang Yi once again breaking new ground? Is it his unique status as a dual agent, or the distinct nature of the bullhead and horse-faced deities that sets him apart from the ordinary? While Ma Datu was still reeling from the shock, Liang Yi continued to explain patiently. For instance, you are currently harnessing the power of the bullhead, and you have gained the right to use the divine ability Mighty Strength. You can try it out now to see how strong you are. As he spoke, Liang Yi pointed to a large block of blue stone nearby, stepping back several paces. Ma Datu, regaining his composure, suppressed his astonishment and activated the divine ability Mighty Strength. He stepped forward and threw a powerful punch at the massive stone, which weighed several hundred pounds. Bang! The sound of shattering stone echoed in the air, and a spider web of cracks appeared on the surface of the blue stone, spreading outward. In an instant, fragments of stone tumbled to the ground. Although he did not completely shatter it with a single punch, the sheer force behind it was undeniably terrifying. Ma Dada gaped in disbelief at the shattered stone, struggling to swallow. This massive stone, did I really just break half of it with one punch? The power of the bullhead is truly earth-shattering. And this talisman. Boss Liang, you are an absolute genius. This is incredible. Chapter 27. Has Ma Dada lost his mind? Ma Dada could hardly contain his excitement as he dashed around the vast courtyard, wildly throwing punches that cut through the air with a whoosh, empowered by divine strength. His entire being not only experienced an augmentation in power, but also saw significant enhancements in speed, endurance, and resilience. In his own words, he felt capable of striking down a bull with a single blow. After nearly a stick of incense had burned, Ma Dada finally settled down, leaning against a nearby tree trunk, panting heavily and dripping with sweat. It was evident that the effect of the talisman had worn off. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he gasped, acknowledging the cost of wielding divine power. He now felt utterly drained of energy. Nonetheless, he mused, such superhuman strength was undeniably a dream coveted by all. He raised his head, his bright eyes gleaming with obsession and longing, unable to resist clenching his fists. Indeed, after the talisman's efficacy had dissipated and the divine power stripped away, the sensation of weakness was quite unpleasant. Yet, Ma Dada could assert with unwavering certainty that no one in the world could refuse such formidable power. Even if it bore a certain burden on the body, the benefits far outweighed the drawbacks. At that moment, Liang Yi approached and took the bull-headed talisman from Ma Dada and Apos' hands. The once pristine and glossy wooden plaque now appeared aged, having lost its luster and taken on a somewhat worn look. The divine power contained within had been nearly depleted, rendering it incapable of serving as a conduit between the holder and the divine. Liang Yi toyed with the plaque before tossing it back to Ma Dada. Judging by the latter's recent display, the protective power of the talisman was indeed commendable. Holding such a talisman would not guarantee victory against ordinary lord-level monsters, but it certainly provided a measure of self-preservation. At the very least, one would be safe for that duration. Ma Dada stuffed the dulled plaque into his pocket, a thrill evident on his somewhat pale face. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss Liang, this talisman is truly remarkable. I see you could carve one in no time. It could be put up for sale. If there's a demand, just let me know. I'll arrange everything promptly." Ma Dada patted his chest theatrically, striking a responsible pose. Liang Yi glanced at him and nodded. "Since it's already crafted and tested, it's only logical to sell it. Let us set the price at 10,000 each. As usual, I'll handle production, and you take care of promotion and sales." Ma Dada straightened up, standing tall and performing a solemn salute. "Yes, sir. I shall ensure the task is completed." Liang Yi shook his head in bemusement at his comical demeanor and turned to walk back into the shop. Ma Dada chuckled, reaching into his pocket to feel the wooden plaque, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He had a premonition that this item would soon cause quite a stir online. The names of the bull-headed and horse-faced deities would once again attract widespread attention. On this day, after a prolonged hiatus, Ma Dada suddenly began a live stream. Within a short time, the number of viewers surged to over 10,000, and as time passed, more people continued to join the stream. Fans who had long awaited Ma Dada's return were intrigued, flooding the public chat with comments. Finally live. "Do you know how long we've waited for this, Ma Dada? Does this mean there will be another batch of pre-sale slots for the bull-headed and horse-faced statues? Hurry up and list them. I can't wait for the strong bull-headed brother to give us a sense of security." Wait a minute. Why is Ma Dada driving? This scene seems reminiscent of his previous adventure streams. Could it be that Boss Liang has fired him? As the comments in the live chat poured in, Ma Dada halted at a traffic light, glancing at the barrage of messages, and couldn't he help but smile. After exchanging a few playful jabs with his viewers, he cleared his throat and addressed the audience earnestly. "It seems everyone is quite curious about what I'm up to today. To be frank, I am returning to my original profession, live adventure streaming. Today, I have arrived in Sanhua City, preparing to investigate the recently trending Qinin Mountain. Qinin Mountain, standing at a modest elevation of just over 800 meters, was once an obscure location. However, a week ago, a mysterious white mist enveloped the mountain, resulting in the disappearance of several residents and tourists living at its base. For an entire week, the mist had yet to dissipate. This unusual occurrence caught the attention of the Paranormal Bureau of Sanhua City, prompting the dispatch of 3 wild deities to investigate, yet they uncovered nothing. The last deity sent to the summit was attacked and narrowly escaped from the malevolent creature, leaving no one daring to tread upon Qinin Mountain thereafter. Had it been merely an ordinary monster causing trouble, it might not have sparked such interest online. However, the unprecedented thick mist blanketing the entire mountain intrigued many netizens. Upon hearing Ma Datu's explanation, the viewers in the live stream quickly grasped the situation. Many began to voice their opinions in the chat. Ma Datu, ever since you've aligned with Boss Liang, you've really gotten carried away. You wouldn't have even considered exploring such a minor danger before. Now, with the bull-headed and horse-faced deities by your side, you're trying to fool us with this trivial creature. Exactly. That monster is merely being exaggerated. It's at best a formidable lord-level beast. Last time, the bull-headed and horse-faced deities made quick work of even half-step king-level monsters. What is the point of you going on an adventure now? This adventure stream is supposed to be about danger. We all know you're perfectly safe now. So it's really not interesting anymore. Ma Datu, why not ask Boss Liang to release more pre-sale slots for the statues? That would generate even more excitement. With the strength of the bull-headed and horse-faced deities, you ought to venture into the territory of king-level monsters for it to truly be an adventure. The viewers' comments struck a chord as they began to criticize Ma Datu. Previously, the audience enjoyed watching his adventure streams due to the moderate strength of Gong, the wild deity. When faced with formidable lord-level monsters, it was genuinely thrilling. However, now that Ma Datu was the exclusive streamer for Liang Yi, the agent of dual divine beings, it was predictable that he was constantly accompanied by the bull-headed and horse-faced deities. Given this, what excitement remained in confronting mere lord-level monsters? Chapter 28. The game is reality. Within the live streaming room, there were indeed a considerable number of clear-headed viewers. At this moment, after a series of orchestrated remarks, the space was suddenly filled with nearly identical comments. Some condemned Ma Datu, while others urged him to abandon his adventurous streaming and swiftly transition into a sales host, especially since the idol had remained in high demand until now. At this time, Ma Datu was driving, humming a cheerful tune, exuding an air of leisure. He had long anticipated such remarks in the streaming room, or rather, everything was well within his plans. A glance at the upper right corner revealed that the real-time online audience had reached a staggering 50,000, with the numbers continuing to rise. Clearing his throat, Ma Datu addressed the viewers, "Dear folks, please remain calm. I, Ma Datu, have been conducting adventure streams for several years without ever resorting to deception. What I emphasize is that the game is reality. You all know that our idol possesses the power of both the bull-headed and horse-faced deities, ensuring a sense of safety. However, I have come to Qingyin Mountain today without relying on the strength of these two great deities. I haven't even brought a statue with me. This time, I am embarking on a solitary expedition into Qingyin Mountain, and I dare to guarantee that I will return unscathed right under the nose of that creature. This will be an entirely transparent live stream, my friends." Ma Datu spoke lightly, yet the audience in the live room was taken aback. The barrage of comments suddenly halted. Almost instantaneously, a flood of question marks inundated the screen. "Ma Datu, are you seriously bluffing without a script? How can you dare venture into Qingyin Mountain without divine protection? This world has finally become the chaotic place I desired. Adventure streaming is meant for exploration, not for risking your life. It's too unbelievable. I refuse to believe it. Even if the creature on Qingyin Mountain is merely a lowly minion, it could easily claim a life. If this isn't just for show, you truly are playing with fire. Please, Ma Datu, don't jest. You don't seem to be joking, and I certainly do not wish to witness your demise live." The audience expressed their diverse opinions, engaging in fervent discussions. Despite the differing views, one thing was certain: with Ma Datu's simple statements, the entire live room had erupted into chaos. Observing the multitude of comments flooding the screen, Ma Datu refrained from elaborating further, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. In Shuanglin City, at an equipment store, Liang Yi leaned back in his chair, carving protective talismans while watching Ma Datu's live stream. This time, the exposure of the talismans was entirely orchestrated by Ma Datu himself. It must be acknowledged that he had transitioned from a small streamer to one of the leading figures in the adventure streaming domain, amassing millions of followers in just a few short years. Although Liang Yi had not inquired about it, he felt compelled to pay attention since it concerned his own products. Most importantly, Ma Datu, this reckless youth, adhered to the principle that the game is reality, and this time he genuinely had not brought a divine statue with him. He carried only a bull-headed strength talisman and a horse-faced cold talisman. Additionally, there was still limited information available regarding the creature on Qingyin Mountain. If the information proved incorrect or if the creature was exceedingly ferocious, the power of the talismans might not suffice to protect Ma Datu. In a critical moment, Liang Yi would have to intervene. He could not bear to watch his dedicated streamer perish while promoting their products. Although lacking the divine statue as a medium, which conventionally would prevent divine intervention. Ma Dada's long-standing devotion to the bull-headed deity had forged a sufficiently strong bond between the deity and his follower over time, potentially allowing for such support. However, this divine intervention might take some time. Exhaling deeply, Liang Yi blew away the wood shavings on the wooden board and stretched lazily. Peering at the screen, he could already see a mountain shrouded in white mist not far ahead. That was Qingyin Mountain. Just then, his phone, resting beside him, rang. Picking it up, he saw it was a message from the National Security Group. In the blink of an eye, there were over a dozen new messages in the group chat. Entering the chat, he was greeted by a flurry of comments. Did everyone see? Ma Datu is streaming again. Indeed, this time the content is explosive. He claims he has not brought a divine token and is going to venture into Qingyin Mountain alone without any divine protection. Qingyin Mountain? If I recall correctly, isn't there a lord-level creature residing there? How can he dare ascend without divine protection? Is this for real? What are Ma Datu and Liang Yi up to? It hasn't been long since the two deities manifested, and now they're pulling another stunt. This is no mere prank. If what Ma Data says is true and not just a show, it could lead to real danger. Undoubtedly, the divine agents in the chat group had also seen Ma Datu and Appo's livestream and were currently engaged in discussions. However, Liang Yi was somewhat surprised to notice that significantly more participants were involved this time compared to the last. It seemed that ever since the joint appearance of the bull-headed and horse-faced deities to vanquish demons, more people in the group had developed an interest in these two divine entities. This had likely fueled increased attention toward Ma Data's live stream as well. It remained uncertain whether this interest stemmed from the agents themselves or reflected the intentions of the deities behind them. Liang Yi and Appo's fingers gently tapped the table as he calmly gazed at the phone screen. The group continued to engage in animated discussions, with an increasing number of participants, the atmosphere growing ever more intense. While they debated, should they consider contacting the local Supernatural Bureau for intervention and protection? After all, it involved a human life. He genuinely feared that the streamer was speaking the truth. Ultimately, it was their own choice. It was worth noting that over a dozen individuals had already perished at the hands of that creature on Qingyin Mountain. The local Supernatural Bureau's abilities were limited, and they were powerless to intervene. Wouldn't that place the agents and deities in a difficult position? Ma Data did not appear to be a fool. He wouldn't genuinely ascend the mountain without divine protection. This matter, at its core, was merely a quest for attention, seeking the limelight. Even if he were to perish on the mountain, he could hardly blame anyone else. Such reckless behavior while hoping to leverage public resources? It would be better off to perish quietly. The discussions in the chat continued to escalate, with some individuals beginning to hurl insults at Ma Datu, Liang Yi, and even the two deities, bull-headed and horse-faced. Meanwhile, Liang Yi, the person at the center of this chaos, casually leaned back in his chair, took a sip of hot tea, and smiled slightly. Some of these divine agents were indeed quite radical. Unfortunately, their wishes could not be granted. Chapter 29. You entered on your own at the foot of Qingyin Mountain in Sanhua City. Ma Data parked his vehicle and stepped out, holding live streaming and filming equipment as he began his ascent. Although still at the base, a thin mist had already enveloped the surroundings, casting a grayish hue over the area. Moments earlier, he had passed through a small village that appeared deserted, clearly abandoned in the wake of the events at Qingyin Mountain, as the local residents, gripped by fear, had relocated with their families. When faced with the choice between their ancestral homes and the safety of their lives, the latter naturally took precedence. In these perilous times, with malevolent creatures rampant, most areas near desolate mountains had become uninhabitable for humans, unless, like the Lin family, one possessed formidable divine protection and dared to establish a residence deep within the woods. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the vicinity surrounding Qingyin Mountain for several miles was likely devoid of any other souls. Yet, Ma Datu remained blissfully unaware of any lurking terror. Clutching the powerful bullhead talisman tightly, he felt assured that should any misfortune befall him, or if he were to encounter a lord-level creature, he could summon the divine strength of the bullhead with but a thought. Above all, his unwavering trust in the bullhead's prowess bordered on fervent devotion, a testament to his faith as a loyal follower. Engaging in casual banter with his livestream audience, Ma Datu ascended the mountain with ease. In his previous adventures as an exploration streamer, he had traversed many remote locations, honing a physique that served him well. This relatively modest mountain, already developed, posed no challenge for him. As time passed, he found himself halfway up the slope. The mist thickened, rendering visibility beyond 10 meters difficult, and a chill began to creep in. The weather was dreary, with overcast skies casting a shadow over the mountain, intensifying its gloom. Rubbing his hands together, he smiled at the camera. "Brothers, you wouldn't believe it, but there's something off about Chinin Mountain. Just reaching halfway, and I'm already feeling the chill. In this fog, it and Appos, that's truly something else. By the time we reach the summit, will it be so thick that I can and Appos, see my hand in front of my face? I wonder what sort of creature could conjure such a dense mist." As he spoke, Ma Dada glanced at his phone, noting the altitude nearing 500 meters. Having ascended nearly halfway, the summit was within reach. A quick look at the live stream chat made him chuckle. With his actual entry into Chinin Mountain's domain, and now alone at the halfway point, a palpable tension had settled in the chat room. After all, humans were inherently vulnerable before supernatural entities, and the isolation of his situation could easily evoke fear within the audience. Moreover, he was promoting an ascent without divine assistance, facing a lord-level creature with nothing but his human form. Whether they believed it or not, he had indeed entered the territory of such beings. And the swirling fog added an air of mystery and apprehension that compelled viewers to worry for his safety. "Streamer, I'm begging you, come down. I believe in your courage. But please don't go any further. I and Appos am genuinely afraid a creature will suddenly appear from the mist. Forget about divine protection. Even with the bullhead and horse face watching over me, I wouldn't dare venture into such a place alone. It and Appos, as terrifying. Can't that creature just show itself and end this suspense? This slow, painful build-up is unbearable. No one in their right mind would face a lord-level creature without divine protection. Come at me if you disagree. Don't worry, Ma Dada knows what he's doing. He's just putting on a show. He wouldn't truly engage in reckless behavior." The atmosphere in the chat had certainly intensified, yet skepticism lingered among many. The situation was simply too fantastical, defying conventional understanding. However, Ma Dada chose not to elaborate further. Why should he care about disbelief? That was precisely what he desired. With nearly 100,000 viewers in the live stream, it was only natural that few would believe. But what did that matter? Their disbelief would only magnify their astonishment once confronted with the truth. With that thought, a smile crept across Ma Dada's face, and he began to hum a little tune. Suddenly, a rustling sound caught his attention. He froze, alert and cautious, scanning his surroundings. Then, out of nowhere, a thunderous roar erupted. An enormous white-furred tiger leaped out, its claws sharp as blades, lunging directly at Ma Dada and Appos' face. The distance between man and beast was a mere 10 meters, yet it closed the gap in a heartbeat. In that fleeting moment, Ma Dada realized this was no ordinary tiger. It was a minion-level creature. Without hesitation, he gripped his talisman tightly and urgently called upon the bullhead and Appos' name. In the next instant, as the audience and Appos' eyes widened in shock, Ma Dada did the unthinkable. Rather than retreating, he charged forward, throwing a punch at the white tiger and Appos' claws. The ability Mighty Force activated. With a resounding impact, the massive body of the white tiger was sent tumbling, its powerful forelimbs and claws reduced to a bloody mess. Confusion flickered in the tiger's eyes as it was propelled backward by what appeared to be a mere human. Yet, the pain in its forelimbs was unmistakably real. The white tiger crashed heavily against a thick tree trunk, nearly snapping it in two, and lay dazed, fear evident in its eyes. Ma Dada clenched his fist, feeling the familiar surge of formidable power coursing through him, and couldn't help but grin. Although he hadn't anticipated that the creatures occupying Chinin Mountain would quickly become a threat, nor that this minion-level white tiger would serve as a subordinate, it mattered little, since it had foolishly approached him. It would soon learn the might of the bullhead's divine power. Removing the camera from around his neck, he hung it on a nearby branch, positioning it to capture both himself and the struggling white tiger. "Family, watch closely. Observe how I teach this creature a lesson using the power of the bullhead without summoning him." As his words fell, Ma Dada pushed off the ground, propelling himself forward like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was upon the white tiger, delivering a series of powerful punches that rained down like a torrential storm. Chapter 30. More bewildered than you from a distance, Ma Dada was ruthlessly thrashing the demon, while the viewers in the live stream were utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? A massive, ferocious demon lunged forward, only to be sent flying by a single punch from a slender human? Even more astonishingly, that human was now relentlessly pummeling the demon. Had it not been for the white tiger and Appos' agonizing cries echoing in their ears, the audience might have thought it was all a figment of their imagination. Yet, It was indeed unfolding right before their eyes. In an instant, the live stream exploded with a torrent of question marks flooding the screen, accompanied by the viewers and oppos, gasps of disbelief. Is this for real? Am I going insane? Or has the world gone mad? Even a lowly demon should be an insurmountable foe for a human. How could Ma Dada overpower it with such ease, as if he intended to kill it? Hadn't he just mentioned borrowing the power of Lord Nyoto? How could such divine strength be directly conferred upon a human? This was truly beyond comprehension, defying all logic. No wonder Ma Datu exuded such confidence. If I possessed such abilities, I too would walk with swagger. For a moment, the entire live stream was engulfed in astonishment. Historically, humans, confined by their frail physiques, had never been able to confront formidable demons head-on, relegated instead to becoming mere followers of deities, summoning divine intervention in dire situations for protection. Yet, despite the might of the gods and the deep bonds with their followers, it had never been heard that divine power could be directly bestowed upon a believer for their own use. However, at this moment, that long-held belief was shattered, leaving everyone incredulous. The live stream was in chaos, while Ma Dada continued to enjoy his assault on the white tiger. The immense strength of the bull's head, activated as a passive divine ability, could persist for an entire incense stick's duration, endowing Ma Dada with an extraordinary surge in power. After unleashing a flurry of punches, the seemingly ferocious white tiger was unaware that it had already met its demise, its head a gruesome mess of blood and flesh, with a gleam in his eyes. Ma Dada wiped his palms with the abundant dew from the nearby grass, his spirits soaring as he eagerly approached the camera, observing the frenzied barrage of comments. A broader smile spread across his face as he retrieved the now slightly dulled bull and Appo's head talisman from his pocket. Since you have all witnessed it, I shall not keep you in suspense. As you have seen, I just borrowed the divine power of Lord Nyoto and directly bestowed it upon myself. The reason I was able to perform this miraculous feat is precisely due to this talisman. As Ma Dada explained, he took advantage of the talisman and Appo's effect and continued his ascent up the mountain. With divine power augmenting his physical capabilities, his speed in climbing was nothing short of miraculous. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream reacted with fervent excitement to his narrative. In Shuanglin City, at the equipment store, Liang Yi observed the live stream on his phone, his expression contemplative. The sudden emergence of the white tiger demon had caught everyone off guard. The talisman, originally meant for a lord-level demon, had to be utilized here out of necessity. Nevertheless, the promotional impact was undeniable. After all, even a lowly demon was not something a frail human could easily defeat. It was a creature several times more ferocious than an ordinary tiger. However, with the bull and Appo's head talisman expended here, should they indeed encounter a lord-level demon at the mountain's peak, it was uncertain whether the Ma Mian talisman alone would keep Ma Datu unscathed. According to available information, the demon capable of shrouding the entire Qingyin mountain in mist was certainly no ordinary foe. After all, 3 deities dispatched by the local Sanhua city had been unable to contend with it. If an unavoidable situation arose, intervention might be necessary to save Ma Dadu and Appo's life. At that moment, the phone on the table, which had been silent for a while, chimed again. It was evident that the National Security Group was once more engaged in heated discussion. A smile crept across Liang Yi's face. Earlier, several self-important divine agents had expressed disdain for his and Ma Dadu and Appo's actions, even bluntly suggesting that it would be better for Ma Dadu to perish atop Qingyin Mountain in peace. He wondered how they would react now that Ma Dadu was gaining fame. Picking up his phone, Liang Yi entered the chat group. Messages were rapidly scrolling upward. As Ma Dada showcased his divine power in the live stream, it seemed an increasing number of previously silent members were now emerging to voice their opinions. A mere glance revealed dozens of different avatars clamoring to speak, not to mention the multitude of lurkers like Liang Yi who were quietly observing the chat. What is going on? Can anyone explain the situation? Where is national security? Please clarify. I truly don't and Appo's understand. Shingoan, did Ma Dada really say he borrowed divine power to enhance himself? Has anyone in the group ever heard of such a thing? Is Liang Yi truly that outrageous? A dual divine agent, capable of summoning 2 deities simultaneously, and now he and Appo's conjured some talisman? Is there really such a vast disparity among divine agents? How come I can't comprehend anything he has concocted? Shingoan, please explain. Isn't the Supernatural Bureau always studying deities? What about Liang Yi and the bull's head and horse's head? Won't this disrupt the balance between deities and their followers? And won't it lead everyone to rush to purchase bull's head and horse's head talismans? In contrast to the shock and confusion experienced by the live stream's audience of over 100,000, the chat group was evidently reacting with even greater intensity. All were divine agents. Why should he receive special treatment? If it were just a one-time occurrence, it might be forgivable. But Liang Yi seemed to repeatedly indulge in such privileges. Moreover, these peculiar circumstances were utterly baffling. To make matters worse, he was merely a proxy for a minor deity. Yet he appeared to be more exceptional than even those representing higher-ranking deities. This was simply intolerable. As more and more individuals began to chin Gong in the chat, it became apparent that, as a specialist from the Supernatural Bureau, he would, to some extent, possess deeper insights into deities and their hierarchies than the other agents. Under the relentless mentions, Gong finally made his appearance. He first sent a question mark, followed by the classic facepalm emoji. You ask me? I have no clue what is happening either. You are bewildered? I am even more perplexed than you all. Chapter 31. Danger approaches. After Gong's message appeared in the chat group, a profound silence enveloped the entire conversation for a moment. The previously fervent members of the group seemed to have lost their voices, unsure of what to say. Not even the most knowledgeable agents of the Supernatural Bureau could grasp the gravity of the situation. If this was the case, who else in the world could unravel the mysteries at play? Perhaps only that young man named Liang Yi. In Sanhua City, atop Qingyin Mountain, Ma Datu provided a brief explanation regarding the talisman, refraining from delving into intricate details. It was deemed more impactful for the audience to witness the talisman's capabilities firsthand. Should he articulate every aspect, the overall effect would surely diminish. After engaging with the viewers, Ma Datu seized the moment while the talisman and Oppo's power still lingered and continued his ascent. However, at that very moment, the already dense white mist thickened ominously. Resembling a murky tide, Ma Datu's expression shifted dramatically as he halted in his tracks. Despite the absence of sound or movement, an unsettling premonition gripped his heart. As if a pair of eyes were fixated upon him from within the oppressive mist, the barrage of comments in the live stream continued to flow, the excitement reaching unprecedented levels. Yet Ma Datu found himself indifferent to the surrounding commotion, his body tense as he scanned his environment. Grasping the horse-headed talisman tightly, he quietly warned the viewers that if his suspicions were accurate, he had likely attracted the attention of a lord-level creature, which was likely lurking nearby. As he spoke, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. Although he still bore the protection of the bull-headed talisman, its efficacy was waning, and he harbored no illusions that he could escape unscathed from a creature of such formidable rank. After all, this was a being capable of repelling the three wild gods of the local Supernatural Bureau. Ma Datu took a deep breath. He remained calm, yet exceedingly cautious. At that moment, the white mist shifted ominously. There was no wind on the mountain, yet the mist surged violently. Before Ma Datu could react, the mist lunged at him. Suddenly, he felt an immense force collide with his chest. Pain surged through him as he stumbled backward, his eyes wide with terror as he frantically surveyed the thick fog. Yet he could not catch even a glimpse of the creature. What is this? Ma Datu exclaimed, his gaze now fixated on the mist, his pupils constricting in shock. A beastly visage emerged from the dense fog. This swirling mist was the very essence of the lord-level creature. A mist demon. Cold sweat beaded on Ma Datu's forehead as he scrambled to his feet. However, before he could fully rise, the mist erupted once more, engulfing him and hurling him into the air, only to crash him down onto the ground. With a splatter, Ma Datu coughed blood, feeling as though his very organs had been rearranged. He was still under the influence of the bull-headed deity's power. Had he been an ordinary mortal, he would have likely been shattered to pieces. Refusing to succumb to despair, he gritted his teeth and rose. Moving swiftly toward the swirling mist, he launched a powerful punch. Without warning, he stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. His fist, aimed squarely at the mist demon's visage, struck nothing but empty air. It felt as if he had struck a cloud. Not even the slightest response came from his blow. This is absurd, he exclaimed in frustration, genuinely exasperated. To think that no matter how formidable a creature might be, at least one could see and touch it. Yet this mist demon was an enigma, leaving him feeling both bewildered and trapped. Meanwhile, the live stream erupted into chaos once more, the tension palpable as viewers expressed their fears regarding the elusive mist demon. A creature unlike any they had encountered before. Given the current circumstances, it seemed the three wild gods of the Supernatural Bureau had fled in terror without even comprehending the nature of the creature they faced. This could only mean that the mist demon's strength surpassed all previous expectations. Ma Datu was in peril. The mist demon was inscrutable and powerful. far beyond the capabilities of the lesser beings he had previously encountered. He had underestimated the situation. The last encounter with a minor demon had not prepared him for the formidable adversary he now faced. The majority of people had never even heard of a mist demon, let alone devised a strategy to confront it. Even the bull-headed and horse-headed deities would find it a challenge. Ma Dada was truly in a precarious position. The talisman, no matter how powerful, had its limits. If he could not overpower the demon, he had to flee. He needed to descend the mountain quickly. But where could he run? The mist surrounding the mountain could very well be a manifestation of the mist demon's essence. Could Ma Dada possibly outrun the fog? The live stream buzzed with speculation and concern. Almost everyone agreed. Ma Dada was likely facing his demise. The talisman could only harness a fraction of divine power, insufficient against such a formidable lord-level creature. Gasping for breath, Ma Dada remained vigilant, yet it appeared utterly futile. Encased within the fog, he was effectively exposed from all angles, leaving him defenseless against the mist demon. Just then, after 2 rounds of attacks, the mist demon momentarily concealed itself within the fog, watching intently. Yet he could not discern its location. Even if he could, what means did he possess to confront it? In his moment of panic, he suddenly felt the divine power coursing through him recede like a retreating tide. Ma Dada's eyes widened in shock. The bull-headed talisman's duration had expired, and with it, the divine power dissipated. A profound sense of weakness washed over him, causing him to falter and kneel upon the ground. Accompanying this debilitating sensation were waves of pain coursing through his body from the earlier impact. Without the divine power's suppression, the agony intensified, sharp and vivid. Amidst the swirling white mist of the forest, a chilling and anguished scream echoed painfully. Chapter 32. Another amulet. In the equipment store of Shuanglin City, Liang Yi gazed at the live feed on the computer, his pupils narrowing slightly as a frown creased his brow. Although this fog demon was merely of the lord level, it was equivalent in strength to a deity of wild god rank. However, given the current circumstances, it was evident that this entity was far from a mere lord-level creature. It belonged to a particularly formidable echelon. Its ethereal form and cunning tactics added an extra layer of ferocity. Even Liang Yi himself did not fully comprehend the specific efficacy of the protective amulet, nor was he aware of its potential to harness the divine powers of the ox head and horse face. At least, based on the present situation, it seemed that Ma Dada would struggle against this fog demon. Moreover, the effectiveness of the ox head amulet had expired, leaving him with only the horseface amulet. Defeating and exterminating this enigmatic fog demon was unequivocally impossible. The pressing question remained, could he leverage the power of the horseface to ensure his own safety and retreat unscathed? The uncertainties were overwhelming, leaving Liang Yi in a state of indecision. If all else failed, he could only resort to wielding the authority of the ox head, utilizing the bond of faith between the ox head and Ma Dada to summon divine aid from Mount Qingyin. Although this would likely contravene the declaration made by Ma Dada at the start of his broadcast, preserving his life was preferable to witnessing his demise. The worst-case scenario would merely involve enduring some ridicule online. After all, he still needed Ma Dada to promote and sell the idols and amulets. With this thought, Liang Yi exhaled slowly. He picked up the small carving knife on the table, deftly manipulating it in his hand, murmuring to himself, "Fog demon, fog demon." Quite a troublesome predicament. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the smartphone screen on his left. The National Security Group chat had erupted with activity, yet the comments bore a tinge of schadenfreude, revealing a rather unfriendly atmosphere. It seemed Ma Dada was on the brink of disaster, relying on the terrain and his own inscrutable nature. The fog demon might even pose a challenge to the ox head and horseface themselves. How long could he possibly endure with just a single protective amulet? What a pity. Liang Yi mused. Their favored streamer appeared to be meeting his end at Mount Qingyin. Why hadn't he thought to promote himself before embarking on this venture? It was truly lamentable to toil for another's success. Look, Ma Dada is losing strength. The effectiveness of the amulet has surely expired. It only lasts for the duration of a single incense stick. It's not as miraculous as imagined. Now we must see if he possesses any hidden cards to safeguard himself. Surely he wouldn't be so naive as to venture forth without a divine idol, for if that were the case, not even the gods could save him. Don't revel too much in his misfortune. While human life may seem trivial, such mockery is unwarranted, is it not? Who would have thought that even among the divine agents, there would be those displaying such sanctimoniousness? How laughable! In the group of over 160 individuals, there were indeed some who stood for justice. However, amidst the silence of the majority and the glee of a few, their voices were but a drop in the ocean, failing to create any significant stir. Ironically, they too found themselves the subjects of ridicule. In a world governed by the survival of the fittest, where all present were divine agents, pride was unavoidable. Previously, witnessing Liang Yi, Ma Datu, and the ox head and horseface bask in glory had left many feeling discontent. Now, they seized the opportunity to strike him while he was down, unleashing a torrent of scornful remarks. Perhaps many disapproved of this behavior, but in the absence of personal stakes, few were inclined to defend a stranger. Moreover, Liang Yi, along with the ox head and horseface, had a negative impact on all divine agents to some extent. Regarding the characters and opinions seeking recognition in the chat, Liang Yi merely observed with a dispassionate gaze, harboring no desire to engage in arguments. His thoughts were consumed with devising a swift and decisive method to eradicate the fog demon should he indeed need to summon the ox head. With the existence of merit points in the system marketplace, Liang Yi was determined not to overlook any opportunity to vanquish demonic entities. In recent days, during the Oxhead and Horseface's voluntary protection of their followers, Liang Yi had even issued orders for them to eliminate any lords or minions they could find in the vicinity. After all, it was a trivial task. Even the smallest morsel was worth seizing for merit points. Given the uniqueness of this fog demon, it was likely that defeating it would yield a substantial amount of merit. Previously, he had exchanged 300 merit points for the carving rights to 2 amulets. There remained the option to exchange for reduced carving privileges and 3 divine weapons in the marketplace, all of which piqued Liang Yi and Appo's interest. Just then, the computer speakers crackled to life. Liang Yi snapped back to attention, lifting his gaze. Ma Datu, who had just been on the ground, drenched in sweat, had risen once more. Despite being soaked in blood in various places, his breathing had noticeably steadied, and he appeared much calmer. It was clear that he had once again called upon the protective amulet, this time drawing upon the divine power of the horseface. Utilizing 2 amulets in quick succession imposed a significant strain on the body. After a mere incense stick and Appo's duration, Ma Datu would likely collapse, slipping into unconsciousness. Yet, this was evidently a desperate measure taken in dire circumstances. At this moment, the National Security Group chat erupted once more. A flurry of question marks cascaded through the screen. Liang Yi glanced over, a cold smile tugging at his lips. What on earth? How did he rise again? How could he use the amulet again? It appears to impose such a heavy burden on the body, yet this ordinary person managed to use it twice in a row? If that and Appo's the case, the practicality of this amulet may exceed our expectations. Wait, did you notice that just now, the camera caught Ma Datu slipping the amulet into his pocket? The second amulet belongs to the horseface. How could that be? ISN and Appo's Ma Datu, a follower of the Oxhead? How can he utilize the horseface and Appo's amulet? Does this mean that these amulets are not restricted to the followers of their respective deities? What exactly has Liang Yi, the dual divine agent, concocted? If this trend continues, wouldn't everyone simply flock to him to acquire enough amulets? Who needs to seek divine protection anymore? This is utterly beyond reason. Is this truly something that should exist in this world? Damn it. Even if he possesses the amulets, how many times can he use them? How does it matter if he can wield the amulets of different deities? They remain no match for the fog demon. The distinction is merely between dying sooner or later. Such hubris is destined to lead to this outcome. Chapter 33. The value continues to rise. In the city of Sanhua, atop Qingyin Mountain, Ma Datu rose to his feet, feeling a surge of divine power invigorating his entire being. He couldn't help but clench his fists, although pain still coursed through him. It was a significant improvement from the debilitating exhaustion he had just experienced. Most importantly, he felt a newfound sense of security. However, he could not afford to be careless. After all, even with the protection of the bullhead talisman, he had been no match for that fog demon, and facing it now would likely be perilous. The pressing concern was to escape Qingyin Mountain as swiftly as possible. With this thought in mind, Ma Datu wasted no time, ignoring the whereabouts of the fog demon, and swiftly descended the mountain with great urgency. Meanwhile, the live stream was ablaze with astonishment and excitement, as the audience had momentarily shifted their focus away from Ma Datu and Appo's safety. Instead, they were captivated by the fact that he had just activated another talisman. Prior to this moment, nearly everyone believed that talismans could only be activated once. Even after the bullhead talisman had failed, many viewers had assumed he was doomed. Yet, there he was, bloodied and seemingly exhausted, activating the talisman once more. This time, it was the horse-face talisman. This spectacle completely shattered the audience and Appo's previous understanding. Could it be that a talisman could be activated consecutively, and that the two activations corresponded to different deities? This implied that there were no restrictions based on being a believer or not. The implications were staggering. Did it not suggest that an ordinary person, without any divine offerings or faith, could simply purchase a talisman to safeguard themselves in times of crisis? The value of these talismans was evidently on the rise. Yet, a nagging question remained. If all these powers stemmed from deities, why then were there different talismans for different deities? Were these talismans exclusive to the bullhead and horseface? Was this yet another ingenious invention by Liang Yi? Could the deity I worship also create a talisman? Ma Datu, you must survive. Return safely and make these talismans available for purchase. I want to buy 100. Although Ma Data had only activated the talisman out of necessity, to the viewers in the live stream, it appeared utterly astounding. This not only indicated that an ordinary person could activate 2 talismans in succession, but also that there were no believer restrictions for using them. Consequently, the value of these talismans had substantially increased. In an instant, the live chat was flooded with messages from viewers eager to purchase talismans. As for Madadu, now in a life-or-death situation, it seemed that concern for his well-being had waned. As Madadu hurried along, he remained vigilant, watching for any signs of movement around him. Glancing at the live stream, he couldn't and Oppos, help but smile bitterly. Goodness, I must admit, the promotional efforts regarding the divine talismans have been impressively executed. But the real question is whether I can survive to return. If only I had been less overconfident and had brought along a bullhead statue, I wouldn't have found myself in such a precarious position. Grinding his teeth, Madada sighed internally and continued his frantic descent down the mountain. Just then, the misty white fog in the mountain stirred suddenly. Before he could react, a tremendous force surged from all directions, seemingly intent on crushing him to death. Madada's pupils dilated in alarm. Oh no, the fog demon had evidently lost its patience, unwilling to continue the chase, and was now attacking in earnest. If this continued, he would surely perish before he could reach the base of the mountain. In that critical moment, without a second thought, Madada activated the horseface's divine ability. In cold. In the next instant, a wave of chilling energy erupted from his palm, propelling itself forward as he struck the white fog. Contrary to his expectations of a futile swipe, the chilling aura swiftly spread through the fog, solidifying it completely and rendering it motionless. Madada was taken aback, his eyes widening in realization. Of course, ISN and Oppos, fog just water vapor? If it and Oppos, water, then it can be frozen and solidified by cold air. Why was I even running? Suddenly enlightened, he halted abruptly, turning to survey his surroundings. The cold energy continued to spread, transforming everything in sight into a frozen landscape. Before his eyes, he glimpsed a distinct form of fog racing through the white mist, desperately evading the encroaching cold. Squinting closely, he discerned a terrified face within the fog. It was the fog demon. Seeing this, Madada grinned and gave a thumbs up. Gotcha. You think you can escape me? With that, he propelled himself off the solid ice beneath him, charging directly toward the fleeing fog demon. If this demon was composed entirely of water vapor, then using the horseface's ability to capture it should be a piece of cake. If only he had summoned the horseface talisman right from the start, he could have avoided all this trouble. As he scolded himself internally for his foolishness, he pursued the direction the fog demon had fled. Meanwhile, the live stream erupted once more. Did I see that correctly? Did Madada just utilize the horseface's divine ability? It seems to be a power of coldness. This talisman not only grants divine power, but also enables the user to wield the deity and Oppos' abilities. This is beyond incredible. The reality was astonishing. No wonder Madada had displayed such immense strength against the tough, resilient white tiger demon, easily overpowering it with just a few punches. He must have been using the bullhead's ability. What chance did other deities stand against this? A single talisman, not only endowing the user with divine power, but also granting access to divine abilities. This was utterly extraordinary. Why bother with divine statues or pre-order slots when one could simply amass 100 talismans and fear no demon or ghost? It felt as if the talismans were beckoning to him, whispering, "Young one, do you crave power?" As Madada activated the horseface and Oppos' ability, the audience in the live stream experienced another wave of shock, their minds reeling from the overwhelming revelations. The ability to harness divine power was astonishing enough, but to use different talismans and access their respective divine abilities was utterly transformative, leaving the audience of over 10,000 in a state of disbelief. Chapter 34. Arrogance at death and amp. Oppos. Door? In the equipment store of Shuanglin City. The computer screen displayed the scene of Ma Data utilizing the power of cold from the underworld to encase the white mist in ice. Liang Yi gazed at the spectacle, unable to suppress a chuckle. Initially, he had contemplated intervening to save Ma Datu and Oppos' life at a critical moment, but given the current circumstances, it seemed unnecessary. The cold power wielded by Ma Datu originated from the realm of the dead, capable of freezing all earthly things. The vaporous white mist posed no challenge, particularly since the mist demon was essentially composed of that very mist. In the face of Ma Data's chilling prowess, it was clearly inadequate. However, one might argue that this was akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Should he encounter another Lord-level demon, mere talismans might prove insufficient for victory. Yet self-preservation would not be an issue. Observing the audience's reactions in the live stream, it was evident that the promotional effect of the talismans had been thoroughly achieved. In the live broadcast, Ma Data effortlessly closed in on the mist demon. Previously, the demon had hidden its form within the vast expanse of white mist, nearly achieving invisibility. Yet now, under the sweeping cold, the mist demon was rendered visible. A mere moment of hesitation would result in being overtaken by the cold aura, instantly turning it into an ice sculpture. In this icy domain, Ma Data thrived, even enveloping himself in cold energy, navigating freely amidst the solid ice. This almost supernatural ability overwhelmed the Lord-level mist demon, which soon found itself cornered. At this moment, the mist demon, defiant and grotesque, attempted to rally the diminishing mist around it for a desperate struggle. The remaining mist from the Qinin mountain swirled violently above, forming a colossal vortex that conveyed an imposing presence, as if it could consume the world. The mist demon opened its mouth, issuing a silent roar, its vengeful gaze fixed on Ma Datu. Suddenly, a fierce wind erupted in the mountains. How audacious to be so arrogant at death and amp. Oppos' doorstep. Ma Datu and amp. Oppos' voice rang out unexpectedly. With a slight bend of his knees, he leaped forward and delivered a resounding slap to the mist demon and Oppos' face. The anticipated sound of impact never materialized. The demon and Oppos' expression froze in shock and confusion before its entire form instantaneously transformed into ice. The once formidable vortex of mist above dissipated in an instant. Ma Data grimaced and shook his wrist in exasperation. What was I thinking? Waiting for you to gather your strength, as if this were an animated film. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Data followed up with another powerful strike, delivering it forcefully upon the ice block that had been the mist demon. Crack! The solid ice shattered, reducing the demon to mere fragments, obliterated from existence. Ma Data exhaled softly and clapped his hands together, calculating the time. He realized that there was still about half a stick of incense left before the talisman would expire, roughly 15 minutes. Having activated the talisman twice, borrowing divine power, the aftermath would not merely leave him exhausted, he would likely fall unconscious, collapsing to the ground. Thus, it was imperative to descend the mountain swiftly. However, with divine power at his disposal, reaching the foot of the mountain within 15 minutes was hardly a challenge. Moreover, if his assumptions were correct, Liang Yi should have already contacted the local paranormal bureau to dispatch aid. With this thought, Ma Data took a deep breath and did not linger. Hastening down the Qingyin mountain. As he raced, he occasionally glanced at the situation in the live stream. As anticipated, the peculiar audience had descended into utter madness. Did he just eliminate that mist demon in an instant? I barely had time to comprehend it before he dispatched it effortlessly. The local paranormal bureau struggled with this demon, sending 3 deities without success. Yet Ma Data solved it with just 2 talismans. Is this real? It is utterly terrifying. To match the divine with mere human strength, requiring only a bull-headed and horse-faced talisman. I sense that the ripple caused by Liang Yi and Ma Data this time will be greater than ever before. Ma Data, do say something. How much do these talismans cost? Are they available for purchase? Speak up. I would buy them even if they were priced the same as the deities. Why does it feel like a storm is brewing? These talismans could shatter the balance between gods and humans. I am eager to know, can only bull-headed and horse-faced produce these talismans, or can all deities? Ma Datu, quick-witted and nimble-fingered, swiftly skimmed through several comments. Unable to suppress a grin. After numerous twists and turns, he had achieved the desired effect. Clearing his throat, he addressed the audience. I completely understand your fervor, dear viewers. After all, when I first obtained this talisman from Boss Liang, I was even more excited than you. As for your concerns regarding the availability of the talisman, rest assured. It will indeed be available, and I can now assure you that it will be priced affordably at just 10,000 yuan. However, I believe you can guess that these talismans will undoubtedly sell like hotcakes. So while racing forward, Ma Dada maintained his professionalism as a live streaming host, elaborating on the talisman's functions and pricing to the viewers. Before the computer screen, Liang Yi observed this scene, chuckling softly. Ma Dada was correct. He had indeed contacted the rescue personnel from the Sanhua City Paranormal Bureau ahead of time, who were now awaiting at the foot of the mountain. As long as Ma Dada could reach them before the talisman expired, he would receive the necessary treatment without serious consequences. Watching the audience in the live stream grow increasingly frenzied upon learning the talisman's price, Liang Yi leaned back in his chair, fingers gently tapping the armrest. In comparison to the talisman's efficacy, the price was remarkably low, merely 10,000 yuan. Yet, Liang Yi's intentions were not merely to profit from the talismans. His primary aim was to cultivate a growing following of believers in the bull-headed and horse-faced deities. Thus, even if they could not acquire the statues, they could still accumulate spiritual merit for the bull-headed and horse-faced. Little by little, this would lead to an inevitable elevation in status. At that moment, a series of urgent notification sounds pierced through Liang Yi and Appo's thoughts. He lowered his gaze, glancing at his vibrating phone on the table, a smile tugging at his lips. It seemed that the group in the national security chat had become restless. After all, the emergence and sale of the talismans would undoubtedly have significant repercussions for them as divine agents. He wondered what they would say. Liang Yi straightened up and picked up his phone. Chapter 35. Has one's mind been kicked by a donkey? Liang Yi opened the national security group, and a flurry of messages began to scroll across the screen. The first thing that caught his eye was a series of more than a dozen question marks. Had Ma Dada truly wielded divine power? This talisman not only allowed one to borrow the strength of the gods, but seemingly could also channel divine abilities. Previously, Liang Yi had meticulously studied the scant combat footage involving the ox head and horseface. This was evidently the divine power of horseface, akin to the force of ice. It was utterly absurd, outrageous, beyond belief. If a mere talisman could enable a human to vanquish a lord-level demon, what need was there to worship the gods? This matter warranted serious attention, and the scrutiny regarding Oxhead, Horseface, and their agent Liang Yi must be intensified. Such sentiments were relatively normal. Some individuals appeared to be directly rattled by Ma Dada and Appo's act of slaying the fog demon. In the group, voices rose in fervor, hurling insults and accusing Liang Yi of unscrupulously competing for followers alongside Oxhead and Horseface. Liang Yi merely regarded their indignation as a source of amusement, taking it all in stride with a smile. Simultaneously, in a certain branch of the Supernatural Affairs Bureau, in the lounge, Chun Goen and Xiao Zeng sat before a computer, engrossed in Ma Dada's live stream. The screen beside them still displayed the ongoing chatter in the National Security Group. Chun Goen stared intently at the monitor, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Beside him, Xiao Zeng and Appo's eyes were wide, mouth agape, utterly unable to regain his composure. Chun sir, is this talisman truly that extraordinary? A lord-level demon was publicly vanquished by a single human. As he spoke, Xiao Zeng couldn't help but clench his fist, secretly astonished. That was a lord-level demon, while it might be classified as a lesser deity in comparison to the gods, and its abilities were not particularly remarkable apart from its unique form and methods. The saying goes, a dead camel is larger than a horse. No matter how feeble, it was still a lord-level entity. In the past, if a human were to encounter a demon in the wilderness, let alone a lord-level being, even a mere minion could prove fatal. Yet now, a lord-level demon had perished at the hands of a human, truly an inversion of fate. Hearing Xiao Zeng's exclamations, Chun Goen, Kuden, and Appo's helped but glance at him. Though he too was astounded by the sudden emergence of the divine talisman, he managed to maintain his composure. Casting another glance at the incessantly updating chat group, Chun Goen exhaled gently and pinched the bridge of his nose. Initially, he believed that Liang Yi's unique dual-agent status required only observation from the Supernatural Affairs Bureau. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed prudent to report this matter promptly to higher-ups for their attention. Murmuring to himself, Chun Goen noted Xiao Zeng's return to reality, momentarily taken aback. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained, redirecting his gaze back to the computer screen, his brow slightly furrowed, deep in thought. Time flowed by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this period, the news regarding the divine talisman had stirred a tempest on the internet. Prior to this, no one had ever heard of humans being able to channel divine power directly, let alone utilize the deity's and Appo's exclusive abilities. Undoubtedly, the emergence of this small talisman would alter existing perceptions, potentially reshaping the balance and dynamics between humans and gods. It was profoundly significant. Simultaneously, as Ma Dada's live stream showcasing the dramatic slaying of the fog demon circulated widely, Liang Yi and Ma Datu, already prominent figures online, garnered immense attention. Relevant keywords surged across major social media platforms, trending astonishingly and sparking fervent discussions. Who exactly was Liang Yi? First, it was revealed that he was the world and Appo's sole dual divine agent. Then it was discovered that the two deities he represented could simultaneously eradicate the same demon. And now he had introduced a talisman capable of channeling divine strength. Was there any sense of justice left in this world? Each unique aspect seemed to suggest that he was no ordinary agent. It felt as though he maintained a collaborative relationship with the gods rather than the traditional hierarchical one. Regardless, many were eager to acquire the talisman. As the saying goes, it is better to rely on oneself than on others. Besides, witnessing divine might daily. They longed to experience the exhilarating feeling of divine conflict. One might ponder the absurdity of this desire. Just 1,000 could secure a life-saving talisman during critical moments. When Ma Dadu and Appo's live stream resumed, it was anticipated that millions would compete to seize it. And those fortunate enough to succeed could potentially strike it rich with a lottery ticket. I am a divine agent myself, one proclaimed. I even asked my deity yesterday if they could craft a talisman for me, to which they queried if my mind had been kicked by a donkey. After several days of discussion among netizens, they concluded that the origin of this talisman remained a mystery, with no clear path to uncovering its secrets. Most importantly, other deities had yet to replicate it. At least for now, there had been no sightings elsewhere. Consequently, they could only attribute this phenomenon to the exceptional nature of Liang Yi, the dual divine agent. As discussions surrounding Liang Yi, Ma Dadu, the talisman, and the ox head and horseface intensified online, in the equipment store of Shuanglin City, Liang Yi was as ever, diligently carving a divine statue. However, this time, he was not sculpting ox head and horseface, but rather the recently authorized by Wu Chang. Now, he was nearing the completion of this work. Since the talisman had skyrocketed in popularity online, Liang Yi had been tirelessly crafting talismans for several days. He now boasted a stock of over 100 talismans, nearly half the number of those for ox head and horseface. Although this quantity seemed trivial compared to the rampant enthusiasm on the internet, it was sufficient for the time being. Growing weary of the repetitive carvings, he decided to focus on the Bai Wu Chang, a figure he had never previously sculpted. At this moment, as Liang Yi and Appo's carving knife traced the final stroke, the once unadorned wooden figure seemed to come alive, transforming into an exquisite representation. A radiant white light flickered around it for a moment before being absorbed back into the statue, as if nothing had transpired. Yet Liang Yi understood that from this moment forth, the realm had gained a new deity named by Wu Chang, classified as a lesser deity. Chapter 36. Mischief of the Malevolent Spirits. As Liang Yi scrutinized the statue of the White Impermanence, faint voices suddenly drifted in from outside the shut shop door. In recent days, visitors had frequently come, either seeking to purchase the statues of the ox head and horseface or driven by curiosity to meet Liang Yi, the dual deity representative. Typically, these inquiries were handled by Ma Datu. However, following the fog demon incident at Qingyin Mountain, Ma Datu had suffered 2 consecutive collapses from using protective talismans, leaving him unconscious and currently receiving treatment at a local hospital. Although his life was not in peril, he required a period of rest, prompting Liang Yi to close the shop temporarily for some peace. Today, however, the 2 voices outside caught Liang Yi and Appo's attention, one of which sounded somewhat familiar, compelling him to listen intently. "Sire, do you think Boss Liang will really meet us? His reputation precedes him, and he seems to avoid interaction with outsiders. The shop door is closed. I'm afraid he—" "Oh, Xiu, just trust me. Your family's situation is unique, having summoned so many deities without success. It is likely that you are plagued by a particularly insidious malevolent spirit similar to what my family faced. Lord Horseface undoubtedly possesses the means to combat such a spirit. Yet acquiring his statue is no easy feat given your family's dire circumstances. You must appeal to Boss Liang. But, no buts. I am now one of Lord Horseface's most devoted followers. If necessary, I will offer tenfold the price. There is no reason for Boss Liang to refuse us the statue." As the conversation unfolded, the rolling shutter began to rattle, signaling that someone was knocking at the door. Liang Yi, having listened attentively, recognized that Lin Shi was outside. Previously, he had helped her family deal with a malevolent spirit, which had bolstered Lord Horseface's reputation, and Lin Shi had since publicly endorsed him online, demonstrating her sincerity. Moreover, as she claimed, she was indeed one of Lord Horseface's most ardent devotees, her offerings rivaling those of Ma Datu at the Ox Head. The woman accompanying Lin Shi also appeared to be in distress, likely seeking assistance for her own troubles. From what Liang Yi gathered, it seemed she too had encountered a malevolent spirit. In the brief moment of contemplation, Lin Shi had already called out to him, prompting Liang Yi to rise and open the door. There stood Lin Shi, as striking as ever, accompanied by a young woman whose beauty was evident, though she bore an anxious expression, smiling awkwardly at Liang Yi. Despite her smile, her furrowed brow betrayed a lingering worry, suggesting that her troubles had persisted for some time. Liang Yi stepped aside to invite the two inside, then closed the shutter, serving them each a cup of tea. Lin Shi had previously visited the shop twice to express her gratitude, and as a regular fan of Ma Data's live streams, she had become quite familiar with Liang Yi. Despite their acquaintance being merely cordial, Boss Liang, Lin Shi began directly, "This is my friend Yi Shui. Her family is currently facing some difficulties, and it seems they may be afflicted by a malevolent spirit. I have come to implore you to consider making an exception and selling her a statue of Lord Horseface. This is truly a matter of life and death." At Lin Shi's words, Yi Shui tightened her grip on her jeans, nodding eagerly in agreement. Liang Yi maintained a composed demeanor, refraining from immediate acceptance, instead opting to inquire further about the situation. After gathering her thoughts, Yi Shui began to recount her family's plight. Minutes later, the full narrative of her ordeal unfolded before Liang Yi. The Yi family was not as affluent as the Lin family. They were merely an ordinary household. Yi Shui and Lin Shi were college classmates, which was fortunate, as their friendship might not have blossomed otherwise. Yi Shui and Appo's father was a small merchant in Shiza City, and their modest business had coincidentally flourished, allowing the family to live comfortably for the foreseeable future. However, after this unexpected windfall, their fortunes took a sharp turn for the worse. Yi Shui's father suffered two serious car accidents, one resulting in a broken leg and the other tragically ending his life. Shortly thereafter, while the family was still mourning, Yi Shui's mother faced a series of unfortunate events, enduring numerous illnesses that plagued them for half a year. As for Yi Shui herself, she had initially secured a decent job after graduation, only to be inexplicably dismissed shortly thereafter. Her relationship of 3 years also crumbled as her boyfriend underwent a sudden personality change, leading to their breakup. The trifecta of setbacks in family, love, and career nearly overwhelmed her. In desperation, Yi Shui turned to various deities for help, following recommendations from relatives. She sought different divine beings, hoping one would resolve the inexplicable troubles befalling her family. Yet, after months of fervent prayers, despair began to take hold as no relief materialized. Recently, upon confiding in Lin Shi about her afflictions, Lin Shi astutely discerned the possibility of a malevolent spirit's interference, akin to her own family's past experiences. Thus, she sought out Liang Yi, hoping to procure a statue of Lord Horseface in the hopes that he could provide the resolution her family so desperately needed. Listening intently, Liang Yi remained silent, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. As the recounting concluded, Lin Shi, seemingly more anxious than Yi Shui, interjected, "Boss Liang, I understand your shop has its rules, but if there were any other options, we would not have approached you so bluntly. The last time Lord Horseface assisted my father, I was aware it was an exception, as deities typically do not intervene for those outside their followers. Thus, I do not intend to ask for another exception this time. Xiaoxu is currently without a protective deity. Before coming here, I urged her to sever ties with her previous beliefs to demonstrate her determination. Even if Lord Horseface cannot resolve her family's issues, Xiaoxu will remain a devoted follower." Lin Shi's heartfelt plea resonated, yet Liang Yi merely cast a mild glance her way. Why all the excessive explanations? He had never refused to assist. Moreover, this was not Lin Shi's first time being so forward. During her last visit to her home, Qing Wei Jun had remarked that Lord Horseface had broken protocol, but in truth, it was Lin Shi who had knowingly overstepped. This girl possessed a certain cleverness, though it was regrettable that it did not endear her to those with discerning eyes. Chapter 37. Unconventional. Liang Yi did not elaborate much. Having an additional believer to worship the deities under his guidance was hardly a detrimental affair. He had no reason to decline. Moreover, based on prior experience, Matters that could promptly alleviate significant troubles for the faithful often resulted in a substantial increase in their offerings. Ma Datu and Lin Shi were prime examples of this phenomenon. Their offerings to the deities of Nyoto and Mamien had reached an unprecedented level, attributable to the fact that one saved Ma Data's life while the other rescued Lin Shi's father during critical moments when all seemed hopeless. The predicament faced by Yi Su-yi was evidently of a similar nature. Liang Yi instinctively tapped his fingers on the table, meeting the anxious and tense gazes of the two women. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "The statue of Mamien is unfortunately out of stock, and I have no new carvings at present. However, I do have a newly sculpted statue of Bai Wuchang, which I believe can assist you in resolving your troubles." As he spoke, Liang Yi rose and retrieved the freshly carved statue of Bai Wuchang from the shelf, presenting it before the two women. Lin Shi and Yi Su-yi were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances that reflected their mutual confusion. A new deity, Bai Wuchang. This implied a new divine being? Lin Shi was the first to regain her composure, her mouth agape in astonishment as she blurted out, "Another deity? Young boss. You cannot possibly." Her words were abruptly cut off, and she blinked, shaking her head in disbelief. Initially, she thought, could Liang Yi also be an agent for this deity? Yet, upon further reflection, that seemed implausible. Such a notion was too astonishing. To serve as an agent for two deities was already extraordinary. The idea of becoming an agent for even more deities was unfathomable. It was unheard of for one individual to simultaneously venerate so many divine beings. Moreover, deities were unlikely to be so intent on clustering with others. Lin Shi dismissed her initial instinct, yet as she gazed at the vaguely familiar wooden statue, an involuntary shiver ran down her spine, compelling her to suppress further thoughts on the matter. On the other hand, Yi Su-yi, either slow to react or simply not focused on that aspect, did not share Lin Shi's multitude of sentiments. She hesitated, biting her lip, scrutinizing the statue of Bai Wuchang. Although doubts lingered in her mind, she hesitated to voice them, casting a pleading glance at Lin Shi, only to find her frowning in silence. With no other option, she mustered the courage to inquire, Liang boss, can this Bai Wuchang truly exorcise malevolent spirits like Lord Mamien? And if I may be so bold, what rank does Bai Wuchang hold among the deities?" According to Lin Shi and Appo's earlier assertion, this would be Yi Su-yi and Appo's final opportunity to offer worship. After this, even if Bai Wuchang failed to resolve her troubles, she would have no further choices left. This was akin to a significant life decision, warranting careful consideration. After all, Mamien and Appo's reputation was well established. He had once dared to confront malevolent spirits on behalf of the Lin family, even challenging the rightful deity King Yuezhan. The subsequent exposure of Mamien's might on the internet only underscored his power, making it evident that attracting followers and ascending to the rank of a proper deity was merely a matter of time, even if her family's troubles remained unresolved. Dedicating her life to Mamien as a deity was undoubtedly advantageous. Yet, Bai Wuchang was a different matter. She had never heard of his name before. He was virtually unknown, and his methods and capabilities could not be assured. Yi Su-yi could not help but speculate. Understanding her concerns, Liang Yi had no intention of withholding information and replied candidly, Bai Wuchang possesses abilities to exorcise malevolent spirits and seize souls that surpass those of Nyoto and Mamien. In simpler terms, Bai Wuchang and Appo's overall prowess is significantly superior to both of them, regardless of the perspective from which one views it. As prominent beings within the underworld, Bai Wuchang are undoubtedly far more formidable than Nyoto and Mamien. At least in terms of rank, the relationship of strength between the two parties is unequivocal. Liang Yi spoke nonchalantly, yet Yi Su-yi and Appo's eyes gleamed with newfound hope. Lin Shi, who had been deep in thought, lifted her head upon hearing this, her fair cheeks displaying a look of astonishment. How could a being as powerful as Mamien, a standout within the same rank, especially in dealing with malevolent spirits, be surpassed by an unknown entity like Bai Wuchang? Before Lin Shi and Yi Su-yi could voice their thoughts, Liang Yi continued, "As for Bai Wuchang and Appo's rank, at this stage he is unranked." These words plunged the shop into a profound silence. The expressions of Lin Shi and Yi Su-yi, a mix of shock and delight, froze on their faces, their mouths opening and closing as if to speak. Unranked? Did this not imply that he was a deity who had only recently come into existence? Ascending to the rank of a spiritual body required 10 points of incense offerings, while becoming a wild deity necessitated 100 points, and so forth. Yet this Bai Wuchang had not even accumulated 10 points of incense offerings. Lin Shi managed an awkward smile, blinking as she queried, Liang boss. Can a deity of such an unranked status truly possess the capabilities you claim? The power and abilities of deities were intrinsically linked to their ranks. Although rank could not be the sole determinant of strength, it served as a crucial reference. Even if Bai Wuchang's overall prowess was undeniable at this moment, he would undoubtedly fall short compared to the wild deities Nyodo and Mamian. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Shi and Appo's companion Yi Sui displayed a worried expression, pursing her lips in silence. Observing this, Liang Yi cast a glance at Lin Shi and calmly stated, ultimately, the decision lies with you. For Ma Dada's sake, I can assure you that I would not jeopardize my reputation in business. Liang Yi took a sip of his tea, awaiting their response. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's demeanor shifted slightly, becoming more serious. The last time she sought a statue of Nyodo for her father, Liang Yi had maintained a similar stance, providing her with a statue of Mamian. The results had proven that Mamian exceeded expectations. With this in mind, Lin Shi and Appo's resolve strengthened. She reached out, grasping Yi Sui and Appo's hand gently and offering a warm smile. Don and Appo's, worry, Sui, I believe we can trust Liang boss. Moreover, if Bai Wuchang truly harbors immense potential, it is fortunate that he currently has few followers and offerings. Perhaps after we conclude our matters here, you could become his most devoted believer, and in the future, you may even become Bai Wuchang and Appo's divine agent. After Lin Shi and Appo's comforting words, Yi Sui felt more composed, hesitantly nodding in agreement. However, at that moment, as if recalling something, she blurted out, wait, Shi'er. A deity should only have one agent, right? Liang boss. Her words trailed off, and she suddenly froze, her eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 38. Entangled in misfortune. Only at this moment did Yi Sui come to realize the significance of the statue of the white impermanence as a divine token. Why was this statue present here with Liang Yi? Covering her mouth with her palm, her bright eyes widened in shock as she hastily turned to Lin Shi. Lin Shi, seemingly attuned to her unspoken thoughts, relaxed her previously furrowed brow and offered a wry smile. Don't look at me, Xiaosu. I am equally perplexed. However, since Boss Liang can serve as the agent for two deities simultaneously, then perhaps it stands to reason that he could also represent a third? Lin Shi had sensed something amiss the moment Liang Yi revealed the statue of the white impermanence. The situation was fraught with oddities, yet initially, she dared not believe it. The notion that one person could simultaneously be the agent for three distinct deities seemed utterly preposterous. Yet, as events unfolded, Lin Shi could no longer deny her true thoughts, especially given Yi Sui and Appo's reaction. The identical statue, the same sculpting technique, all crafted by Liang Yi's hands, this pointed towards a clear conclusion. After receiving Lin Shi and Appo's confirmation, Yi Sui and Appo's breathing quickened, her chest rising and falling as she struggled to regain her composure. Liang Yi and Appo's burgeoning fame online had reached her ears, but she had never imagined he was also the agent of the white impermanence. A whirlwind of thoughts flooded her mind. Her pale cheeks flushed crimson as she finally managed to utter, Shi'er, your reasoning is sound. We should settle the payment promptly. With that, Yi Sui cautiously glanced at Liang Yi, but upon meeting his gaze, she quickly averted her eyes, her demeanor becoming noticeably anxious, as though Liang Yi were some fearsome monster. Lin Shi, though somewhat dazed, maintained her composure and inquired about the price, which Yi Sui paid herself. The black and white impermanences, being more potent than the ox head and horse face, naturally commanded a higher price. Following the last price increase, the latter sold for 150,000 each, while the white impermanence was set at 200,000. This sum was considerable for an ordinary family, yet it did not deter customers from vying to purchase. Once the payment was made, Lin Shi and Yi Sui did not linger, exchanging brief farewells with Liang Yi as they prepared to leave for Shiza City. Just then, Liang Yi called out, wait. Please perform the offering for the white impermanence before departing. Upon hearing this, both women halted in confusion, exchanging glances before nodding in agreement. Liang Yi retrieved 3 slender incense sticks from the counter, ignited them, and handed them to Yi Sui. Without hesitation, she took the incense and, facing the statue of the white impermanence, knelt in reverence, performing the ritual of 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations, vowing to offer her devotion henceforth without any doubts. Watching from the side, Liang Yi was actually perusing the system panel regarding the white impermanence. Only when he saw the number of devotees shift from 0 to 1 did he close the panel, instructing Yi Sui to keep the statue close at all times. As he watched the two depart in their vehicle, after closing the shop, Liang Yi returned to his computer and solemnly commanded, "Assume control of the deity and amp. Oppos. White impermanence and amp. Oppos." As soon as the words left his lips, a familiar glow enveloped him, and he soon manifested in a spirit form above Yi Sui's head. Following the vehicle as it sped along the road, having specifically instructed her to make the offering before leaving, Liang Yi had his own intentions. The inexplicable troubles plaguing the Yi family were shrouded in mystery, and it was difficult to ascertain whether they were indeed the result of malevolent forces, as Lin Shi speculated. However, what was evident was that both Yi Sui and her parents had encountered varying degrees of misfortune, commonly referred to as bad luck. Moreover, the current situation suggested that this bad luck manifested in a series of unfortunate events in their lives. By having Yi Sui offer her devotion early, Liang Yi aimed to create a safeguard. After all, the possible malevolence could directly or indirectly impact the Yi family and Oppos as fortune. And no one could guarantee that their journey from Shuanglin City to Shiza City would be free from accidents caused by misfortune. Yi Sui and Oppos, as father had suffered 2 successive car accidents, one resulting in a permanent injury, the other in his demise. This kind of sinister power was insidious and unpredictable. In simple terms, Yi Sui was likely ensnared in a web of misfortune. At this moment, Lin Shi drove while Yi Sui occupied the passenger seat, and they engaged in idle conversation. Who exactly is this boss Liang? Becoming the agent for 2 deities is astounding enough. Yet he is also the agent for the white impermanence. Who can say? Such a situation has never occurred before. However, I believe boss Liang is a good person. Lin Shi replied. The public may still be unaware of this, but considering that the white impermanence is a newly emerged deity, it stands to reason that it must have chosen him as its agent not long ago. Following this line of logic, he must be a unique entity in the eyes of the deities. Otherwise, why would 3 deities successively select him as their agent? Currently, there is much chatter about that talisman. If the outside world learns about boss Liang and the white impermanence, it would surely cause a sensation. As Lin Shi and Yi Sui discussed, Liang Yi listened quietly, his focus instead on the road conditions in the surrounding environment. In the face of such elusive forces of fortune, even the smallest detail could serve as a catalyst for disaster. Additionally, Liang Yi took a moment to gauge the power of the white impermanence. Compared to the previously mediocre oxhead and horseface, the divine energy flowing within the white impermanence was palpably more potent, rivaling that of spiritual entities. This disparity stemmed from the inherent divine rank of the deity. Moreover, the white impermanence possessed 4 initial divine powers: punishment of evil, control of ghost soldiers, Nightwalker, and soul capture. Among these, Nightwalker and soul capture were akin to the foundational abilities of the oxhead and horseface. Most noteworthy were punishment of evil and control of ghost soldiers, with the former capable of detecting malevolent deeds and administering punishment and judgment to wrongdoers, while the latter simply allowed for the command of ghostly soldiers from the underworld. Chapter 39. Landslide. Liang Yi briefly sensed the divine energy circulating within him and contemplated his various powers. The circumstances were not appropriate for a demonstration, but he was curious to observe the appearance of the so-called Yin soldiers, which he presumed were obedient to his command and possessed considerable strength. At that moment, Liang Yi's gaze remained fixed ahead, his pupils narrowing slightly as his divine consciousness swiftly converged. His attention was drawn to the high slope beside the road, where a few small stones and a handful of soil tumbled down. Had he not been vigilant, he would have easily overlooked such a trivial occurrence. Yet this seemingly insignificant change alerted Liang Yi, who had transformed into Bai Wuchang. The speedometer indicated a velocity of 112 kilometers per hour, and in mere blinks, they covered a distance of 200 meters. Inside the vehicle, Lin Shi was engaged in cheerful banter to alleviate Yi Sui's anxiety. Suddenly, without a sound, a large mass of earth and rock collapsed from the slope, creating a deafening roar that filled their ears. Lin Shi instinctively turned her gaze to the right front, her eyes widening in shock as panic washed over her pale face, followed by a scream. Yi Sui, too, had noticed the sudden landslide. As the earth and stones descended like a shroud, her heart momentarily ceased its rhythm. Lin Shi instinctively jerked the steering wheel, while her foot pressed down on the brake pedal with little regard for gentleness. The vehicle jolted, tilting toward the left lane like an agitated serpent, writhing uncontrollably. For an instant, both Lin Shi and Yi Su-yi were blank, confronted by a scene dominated by dark earth and hard stones, cascading down upon them. In a reflexive act, they both squeezed their eyes shut, feeling as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. A series of thunderous crashes resounded as soil and stones rained upon them. Yet, contrary to their expectations of pain and suffocation, clarity returned, and the world brightened once more. The vehicle, which had been on the verge of overturning, regained its stability and, propelled by inertia, eased forward. A crisp sound echoed, resonating in their ears and deep within their hearts. Awaken! This calm voice stirred Lin Shi and Yi Su-yi from their stupor, prompting them to open their eyes. The car was now moving steadily along the open mountain road. While the distant sounds of heavy objects crashing and the occasional snap of breaking branches persisted behind them, Lin Shi still felt a chill coursing through her. Her chest heaving with intensity as she glanced through the rearview mirror at the tumultuous landslide, as if it had all been a dream. Yi Su-yi, drenched in a sheen of sweat, gazed in astonishment at the space above, her mouth agape and her eyes vacant. It is, lured by Wu Chang. Suppressing her lingering fear, Lin Shi parked the now silent vehicle by the roadside and stepped out to inhale the fresh air. Directing her gaze towards the area Yi Su-yi indicated, there, Bai Wuchang stood suspended in mid-air, his white robe glaringly bright in the sunlight. His gaze remained fixed on the distant mound of earth that had gradually quieted, his cold eyes revealing a profound depth, lost in thought. At that moment, Yi Su-yi had already knelt on the ground, her voice tinged with emotion as she fervently called out. Devotee Yi Su-yi expresses gratitude for Lord Bai Wuchang's protection. Her shoulders trembled slightly, clearly still shaken by the recent danger, yet she knelt in sincere devotion. Lin Shi, a devotee of Ma Mian, felt it inappropriate to kneel before another deity, yet she too raised her voice in gratitude and respect, observing Yi Su-yi on her knees. Lin Shi took a few deep breaths, her gaze returning to Bai Wuchang, her expression a mix of complexity. Could it be that this deity cherished his followers? Without any summons from his devotee, he had appeared, intervening in their crisis. Moreover, the sudden landslide had occurred so swiftly that it was improbable for anyone to respond in time. Clearly, Bai Wuchang had been following them, quietly safeguarding them. As the eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Shi had encountered many deities, yet she had never witnessed one so devoted to their followers. Or perhaps, the few followers he had now compelled him to take such care of Yi Su-yi. Lin Shi was left pondering, her mind clouded with questions. At that moment, Liang Yi withdrew his gaze, his sleeve brushing through the air as he helped Yi Su-yi to her feet. No need for excessive reverence. Let us adjust our composure and resume our journey. It is better to return home swiftly to alleviate your worries and troubles than to linger in fear. As he spoke, Liang Yi took a step forward, his figure becoming ethereal before vanishing from sight. Yi Su-yi knelt once more, and after rising, hurried to Lin Shi and Appo's side. They exchanged reassurances, confirming that both were unscathed before restarting the vehicle. Although Bai Wuchang's figure had disappeared, they knew he must still be watching over them. Imbuing their journey with an overwhelming sense of security, Liang Yi hovered in the air, deep in contemplation. After rescuing Lin Shi and Yi Su-yi, he had taken the time to examine the slope and Appo's soil quality, moisture levels, and the conditions at the summit, but found nothing amiss. It was evident that this was merely an unfortunate incident. Landslides, while not commonplace, were not rare on roads built against hillsides. This ruled out any human factors. Thus, Liang Yi and Appo's earlier conjecture about the misfortune plaguing Yi Su-yi was likely accurate. Such occurrences were enigmatic, but in a world teeming with demons and spirits, they were hardly surprising. Had Yi Su-yi not been plagued by such ill fortune, she might not have chosen to travel today and would have avoided the landslide that was destined to occur. Yet, the event had transpired, and it could not be retroactively altered, serving only as a confirmation of the inexplicable. It existed, though unexplainable. This phenomenon, was it a malevolent force? Yet it undeniably piqued his interest. Liang Yi smiled, the pale visage of Bai Wuchang's ethereal form twisting into a peculiar grin, somewhat unsettling. Fortunately, in his divine state, ordinary people could not perceive him. During the remainder of the journey, Lin Shi's driving became noticeably steadier, even though she was aware of the deity accompanying them. The memory of the landslide still haunted her. Fortunately, no further misfortunes befell them, and they arrived safely at Yi Su-yi and Appo's home, a newly constructed 3-story house in a relatively large rural area. Though it was not extravagantly opulent, it stood out among the older, more modest homes in the vicinity. Chapter 40. Terrifying Encounter. As the automobile glided into the courtyard and came to a halt, Lin Shi and Yi Su-yi alighted from the vehicle. Liang Yi hovered in midair, a slight frown adorning his brow as he surveyed the newly constructed residence. His expression inscrutable. It was evident that the estate was enveloped in a subtle gathering of negative energy, akin to a gentle stream that could easily be overlooked without meticulous observation. Strangely enough, upon a cursory glance, it did not seem to harbor any malevolent entities. Otherwise, with Bai Wuchang and Apos' expertise in soul binding and spirit capturing, he would have discerned the underlying issues at a mere glance. Although there was an accumulation of negative energy, accompanied by a faint display of malevolence, the absence of any genuine specters rendered the situation perplexing and far from straightforward. Moreover, due to the insipid nature of the dark aura, it was unlikely that superficial observation would yield immediate answers. A deeper investigation was warranted. Just as Liang Yi pondered this, a diminutive, slender woman emerged from within the house, her face brightening upon sighting Yi Su-yi and Lin Shi. "Xiao Su, Miss Lin, have you returned from summoning the deities? Come in, come in. Which divine being did you seek this time, and how much did you spend on the offerings? You know." "Dear Xiao Su, heed your aunt's advice. There are matters that are simply beyond our control. We've invited numerous deities before, even the esteemed Qing Wei-jun from the Lin family, yet none could resolve our household and Apos' troubles. Alas, perhaps there are no true malevolent spirits at play. It may merely be that fate has dealt us a poor hand." This slender middle-aged woman was evidently Yi Su-yi's aunt. Upon hearing her words, Liang Yi could not help but raise an eyebrow. Previously, he had learned from Lin Shi and Yi Su-yi that they had been offering worship to various deities in hopes of alleviating the Yi family's tribulations. However, he was taken aback to discover that even Qing Wei-jun had come to assess the situation. How could such a dignified deity be powerless against this feeble malevolence? Logically, if the Yi family and Apos' misfortune stemmed from this dark aura, dispersing it should resolve their plight. As a righteous deity, Qing Wei-jun, even without extensive knowledge of malevolent entities, could cleanse the estate with her divine might, eradicating the negative influences. Yet, it appeared that she had made an attempt but returned empty-handed. Contemplating this, Liang Yi found himself increasingly intrigued by the Yi family and Apos' predicament. Yi Su-yi, seemingly ill-equipped to handle her loquacious aunt, offered a few perfunctory responses before ascending the staircase to check on her ailing mother. Liang Yi followed her for a brief moment. He noted that her mother was devoid of any malevolent influences, much like Yi Su-yi herself, pristine and untainted. This indicated that the dark energy, as Liang Yi had surmised, did not directly afflict the victims but rather diminish their fortunes, leading to a cascade of unfortunate events. Returning to the ground floor, Liang Yi could hear Aunt Jiang Shoujuan engaging Lin Shi in conversation, her voice growing increasingly animated. "Oh my, what a hodgepodge of deities. Such obscure names. And they dare to charge 200,000? Did Yi Su-yi really pay that? Miss Lin, why didn't Aunt Apos' you intervene? It and Apos', it's like throwing money into the abyss. Her mother is bedridden, and who knows how much her father left behind. Spending money so frivolously, what will they do if they run out of funds for medical treatment? You must have been swindled." Listening to Jiang Shoujuan and Apos' tirade, Lin Shi felt a twinge of embarrassment and discomfort, unsure of how to respond, opting instead for silence. Most importantly, she was aware that Bai Wuchang was present, and she wondered if he might harbor discontent at such casual disparagement. Noticing Lin Shi's averted gaze and silence, Jiang Shoujuan huffed and stood, intending to ascend the stairs to confront Yi Su-yi. Just then, Yi Su-yi descended, preemptively speaking to intercept Jiang Shoujuan's comments. Gently urging, "Aunt, why don't you head back for now? We are about to summon Lord Bai Wuchang to dispel the malevolence. Thank you for looking after my mother today. I'll visit you and uncle in a couple of days." Yi Su-yi and Apos' words revealed her weariness, yet Jiang Shoujuan persisted, retorting, "Xiao Su, are you implying that I'm being too talkative? But I speak the truth. You've summoned 4 or 5 deities, each reputed for banishing evil spirits. Yet the problem remains unresolved. Even the esteemed Qing Wei-jun from the Lin family found nothing amiss. Now you've turned to an obscure deity. This is not the way to seek help. Your family is merely experiencing a streak of bad luck, devoid of any sinister forces. Accept it, and save yourself the expense and hassle. Summon that deity if you must. I shall remain here and see just what kind of deity dares to swindle people." Yi Su-yi's head lowered gradually. Meanwhile, Lin Shi's frown deepened with each word Jiang Shoujuan uttered, finding her remarks excessively harsh. She opened her mouth to speak but hesitated. After all, this was a family matter, even with her close relationship with Yi Sui. It felt inappropriate to criticize her relatives. Just as Lin Shi contemplated how best to diffuse the tension or shift the topic, a chilling voice resonated from above them. If you wish to observe, remain composed. Should you speak out of turn or show disrespect, I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shoujuan was momentarily stunned, then instinctively followed the direction of the voice with her gaze, her pupils widening in shock. There, suspended in midair, was a deity clad entirely in white, their pallid visage and cold gaze sending shivers down her spine. Oh my, this is terrifying. Is it a deity, or... Jiang Shoujuan began to question whether this fearsome figure was divine or demonic, but abruptly recalled the prior warning, stifling her words. She swallowed hard, stepping back. Too apprehensive to look up, her mind racing with unease. Observing this scene, Lin Shi felt a smirk tugging at her lips, an urge to laugh bubbling within her. Yet she recognized the gravity of the situation and stifled her amusement. Yi Sui hastily knelt, performing a gesture of reverence, imploring, "We beseech Lord Bai Wuchang to intervene on behalf of your faithful, dispel the source of our household and Appo's malevolence, and bestow upon us your protection." Chapter 41. The Appearance of Specters. After Liang Yi's warning, Jiang Shoujuan, who had previously been incessantly chattering, finally fell silent. No matter how much of a busybody she was, she only dared to whisper about the deity behind closed doors. Confronting it directly was beyond her courage, even if it was merely a low-ranking god. With the incessant prattle of this gossip-monger silenced, Lin Shi and Yi Sui found their ears considerably more at ease, turning their attention solely to the movements of Bai Wuchang. Suspended in the air, Liang Yi and Appo's divine consciousness roamed throughout the entire courtyard, tracing the faint traces of malevolent energy scattered about, seeking to uncover its source. However, due to the low rank and feeble divine power of the deity, his observations yielded only superficial insights, preventing any deeper investigation. This posed a considerable dilemma. Liang Yi could not afford to meticulously search every inch, as that would require turning the entire courtyard upside down, an endeavor both time-consuming and laborious. Thus, he was left with no choice. Just then, a stern voice echoed from outside the courtyard. "Yi Sui, have you lost your senses, bewitched by ghosts?" Liang Yi's contemplation was interrupted, and he furrowed his brow, glancing at the corner where Jiang Shoujuan had shrunk back, only to see her face brighten as she hurriedly stepped outside. Yi Sui stiffened momentarily before following suit. A burly man entered the courtyard, sporting a thick beard and a visage filled with anger, striding purposefully toward the first floor. His gaze swept over Lin Shi, then narrowed upon Bai Wuchang. Yi Sui spoke softly, "Uncle, why are you here?" Before she could finish, the imposing figure of her uncle, Yi Minting, interrupted with a harsh tone. "Why am I here? If it weren't for your aunt telling me you are once again seeking divine intervention, I would have thought you had given up. Haven't you already spent enough money on this? Your mother warned you that such matters are merely a stroke of bad luck and urged you not to waste your money. Furthermore, frequently changing deities brings no benefits. Now that your mother lies in a coma, bedridden, you think you have the freedom to do as you please? Let me remind you, Yi Sui, even if your mother remains gravely ill, you still have us, your uncle and aunt, to look after you." As he spoke, his words were laced with indignation. Yi Sui merely bit her lip and lowered her head, remaining silent. Lin Shi, unable to bear the scene any longer, interjected to ease the tension. "Uncle, please calm down. Sui only wishes to resolve the issue. She cannot bear to see her mother suffer so." Just as Lin Shi was halfway through her sentence, Jiang Shoujuan, who had sidled up to Yi Minting, interjected abruptly, "Miss Lin, perhaps you should refrain from meddling. Although our Yi family may be smaller than the Lin family, as the saying goes, we should mind our own business. Family matters should not be interfered with lightly." As she spoke, Jiang Shoujuan's gaze drifted meaningfully toward Bai Wuchang, who was observing them coldly. Lin Shi felt momentarily stifled and, with a furrowed brow, opted to leave with Yi Sui. The latter trembled slightly, tears welling in her eyes. Yi Minting followed them into the house, bowing apologetically towards the suspended Bai Wuchang. "Great Lord Bai Wuchang, I beg your forgiveness for this trivial family dispute. Young people can be thoughtless, causing concern for us elders. However, since matters have escalated to this point, I hope you can do your utmost. If there are truly any malevolent spirits in our home, I beseech you to exorcise them." His words were delivered with a facade of sincerity and charm. Liang Yi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He had not expected such a blend of reprimand and flattery to be directed at him, especially in such a context. Yet, regardless of the couple and Apos' polished words. They could not alter the unappealing nature of their intentions. In the interplay of their dialogue, there lingered an unmistakable undercurrent of mockery directed at his lowly divine status. The onlookers witnessed by Wu Chang, hovering above, whose pale visage bore a peculiar, almost sardonic smile. "You two families certainly share a remarkably close bond," he remarked pointedly. Upon hearing this, Yi Minting and Jiang Shujuan and Apos' expressions stiffened slightly as they exchanged a barely perceptible glance. Yi Minting and Apos' brows knitted tighter, unable to discern whether the deity and Apos' words carried a hidden meaning, and thus he opted for silence. Observing this, Liang Yi shook his head inwardly. Having already detected the subtle oddities in Jiang Shujuan and Yi Minting and Apos' behavior, what kind of uncles and aunts would exhibit such possessiveness over their niece and Apos' finances? Their frequent references to our family felt particularly jarring given the current circumstances in the Yi household. Not wishing to squander more time on such trivial familial matters, Liang Yi's focus turned inward, channeling his divine powers to command the ghostly soldiers of the underworld. He had realized that attempting to painstakingly investigate the entire three-story building would be far too taxing. Fortunately, Bai Wu Chang could summon the specters of the netherworld, allowing for a thorough search and cleansing. No matter how faint the malevolent energy, it would be rendered utterly visible before the inherently sinister spirits of the underworld. Just as Lin Shi, Yi Sui, Yi Minting, and Jiang Shoujuan were lost in their thoughts, Bai Wu Chang suddenly stamped his foot, summoning a swirling black mist beneath him, which reflected upon his pristine robes like ink stains. In an instant, eerie wails echoed in the ears of all present, causing their faces to pale as they glanced nervously around. What is that sound? Could it be that malevolent spirits have truly been captured by Lord Bai Wu Chang? Their reactions varied, but suddenly, from the roiling black mist at Bai Wu Chang's feet, various grotesque spirits emerged, some enshrouded in dark fog, others with exposed, skeletal frames, prowling through the hall, wailing and howling. In that moment, Lin Shi and the others widened their eyes in shock. How can there be so many spirits? More bewildering was the fact that these spirits did not seem to be captured by Bai Wu Chang. Rather, it appeared as if they were released by him himself. Chapter 42. The Illogical White Impermanence. The crowd and Apos' pupils quivered violently, and an unsettling chill crept down their spines. Given the frailty of humanity, even a lowly specter could pose a lethal threat in the absence of divine protection. And now, they faced not just one, but a dozen or 20 of them. At this moment, the hall brimmed with various eerie entities that crawled forth from the dark mist at the feet of the White Impermanence. Each bore a terrifying visage, their cunning eyes gleaming as they licked their lips while casting glances toward the four, emitting a cacophony of sinister laughter. This grotesque and tense atmosphere was enough to instill dread. Yi Minting tightly grasped Jiang Shoujuan and Apos' hand, his other hand already searching for the divine talisman concealed in his pocket. He was prepared. Should these specters advance, he would summon the deity he revered without hesitation. However, just then, under the anxious gaze of the four, those seemingly unruly specters suddenly knelt in the direction of the White Impermanence, bowing their heads in a display of remarkable humility and sycophancy. "We humbly obey the edicts of Lord White Impermanence." The chorus of ghosts echoed throughout the hall, leaving Lin Shi and Yi Sui momentarily stunned, their expressions betraying their astonishment. These specters were all summoned by the White Impermanence. Moreover, it appeared they held him in extraordinary esteem. Even to the point of flattery, Lin Shi gazed at the mass of kneeling specters above, her breath quickening. If all went as expected, these entities should merely be lowly minions. Yet there were 20 of them, all obedient to the White Impermanence. At this moment, she comprehended fully why he insisted that the overall strength of the White Impermanence far exceeded that of the Ox-Head and Horseface. What deity could command the assistance of 20 lowly specters without being of a higher rank? Even formidable lord-level specters might lack the capacity to wield so many minions. Only a higher-tier ghost king could achieve such a feat. No. Since the dawn of time, when have deities been able to command specters to serve them? This was utterly illogical. Lin Shi's heart raced, while Yi Sui's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Shia, look. Lord White Impermanence is truly remarkable," she exclaimed, shaking Lin Shi and Apos' arm in a hushed yet excited tone. Initially terrified by the frightful specters, her heart was now filled only with awe and reverence upon realizing they were under the command of the White Impermanence. This was the deity she ardently worshipped. The more powerful he was, the greater the likelihood of resolving the predicament that had plagued the Yi family for over a year. Meanwhile, while Yi Sui and Lin Shi harbored differing thoughts, Yuminting and Jiang Shoujuan appeared almost petrified, stepping back involuntarily. The sight of so many specters simultaneously appearing, kneeling in homage to a deity and declaring their willingness to serve him, was surreal and grotesque, chilling them to the core. Jiang Shoujuan tightened her grip around Yuminting and Apos' arm, swallowing hard as she whispered, "Darling, when did deities begin to wield the power of demons and specters? Could this truly not be a lord-level or king-level specter in disguise? Perhaps we should call upon a deity directly. I am frightened." Upon hearing this, Yuminting and Apos' expression hardened slightly. He had to admit that Jiang Shoujuan and Apos' speculation seemed quite plausible. The deities they had encountered in the past, if not ethereal figures, at least bore a radiant and majestic presence. How could the white impermanence exude such an ominous aura? Moreover, the ability to control specters was profoundly unsettling. Yet, given the unclear situation, Yuminting, despite his doubts, refrained from following Jiang Shoujuan's suggestion to summon a deity, instead continuing to clutch the divine talisman tightly, prepared for anything. Having witnessed the capabilities of the white impermanence, both Yuminting and Jiang Shoujuan became considerably more subdued, standing near the entrance while striving to maintain their composure. Liang Yi, however, was oblivious to the thoughts of the four below him and remained indifferent. He surveyed the 20 kneeling specters before him, feeling as if he held 20 delicate strings, binding him to them. A gentle tug would command any of them. This ethereal connection could be termed their lifeline. It assured the absolute obedience of all specters to him. Liang Yi spoke slowly. "Go. Seek out the source of all malevolent energies within this estate." As soon as he finished speaking, the specters rose simultaneously, paying their respects to Liang Yi before soaring off into the estate with their eerie laughter, commencing their investigation. They did not merely search the premises, rather, they infiltrated the walls, floors, and even the furniture with their spectral forms, probing deeply for the source of the malevolent energies. With the lifeline connection, Liang Yi could distinctly perceive the sensations of each specter. Information flooded his mind from all directions. He closed his eyes slowly, processing each detail and meticulously sifting through the clues. Below, Lin Shi and Yi Sui exchanged glances, unable to suppress their astonishment. Such methods were beyond their comprehension. The deities they had previously summoned each possessed unique abilities, yet all remained within the realm of understanding. Some would track the source of malevolent energies through secret methods, while others would unleash overwhelming divine power, yet none could compare to the enigmatic and astonishing nature of the white impermanence. However, whether they could indeed locate the potential source of the malevolence and either expel or eliminate it remained uncertain in Lin Shi and Yi Sui and Apos' minds. After all, they were dealing with troubles that even several adept godly beings could not resolve. At that moment, Yuminting and Jiang Shoujuan watched the multitude of specters swirling about, darting through walls and floors, at times vanishing and at others reappearing, an overwhelming chill permeating the air. It felt as though the entire estate had transformed into a haunted dwelling. Jiang Shoujuan furrowed her brow and leaned closer to Yuminting, whispering, "Can we truly uncover anything this way? Ultimately, even if we do find something, our words may hold no weight." Just then, Jiang Shoujuan caught sight of the white impermanence, who had been with closed eyes, now staring unblinkingly in their direction. A sudden wave of panic washed over her, and she shivered, her words trailing off as she hurriedly retreated behind Yuminting, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Yet, within her eyes, resentment and anger were clearly visible. The white impermanence's lips curled into a sinister smile, his pale face rendered even more ghastly. He softly uttered, "I have found it. Shall we go take a look together?" Chapter 43. The Black Cat. Upon the utterance of a single phrase by the white impermanence, both Yuminting and Jiang Shoujuan's expression shifted slightly. Before they could react, Yi Sui was already overwhelmed with joy, tears welling up in her eyes, a perfect embodiment of joy mixed with sorrow. Lin Shi also felt a surge of happiness and gently patted Yi Sui and Apos' hand to calm her. They followed closely behind the white impermanence, hastening towards the front courtyard. Meanwhile, Yuminting and Jiang Shoujuan exchanged a glance, their expressions laden with gravity. After a brief hesitation, they decided to follow. The white impermanence arrived at the front courtyard, standing in the center before the house's entrance, glancing back into the dwelling. The design allowed for a clear view of the scene beyond the back door, ensuring fresh air and a healthy living environment, which symbolized prosperity and fortune. However, the malevolent aura had tainted this once auspicious design, leading to a near-catastrophic state for the family. Silently, the white impermanence turned and pointed to a spot 3 inches ahead of his feet. indicating the location that the nearby spirit soldier had discovered, now familiar territory. Suddenly, the spirit tightened its form, exuding a faint azure glow, and with a flash, it lunged ferociously at the indicated spot. A shattering sound erupted as the concrete slab in the courtyard fractured, cement and soil flying in all directions, accompanied by an overwhelming stench that was intensely pungent. Lin Shi and Yi Shui, in the lead, grimaced at the odor, quickly covering their mouths and noses. They leaned in, both curious and repulsed by the dark object revealed beneath the concrete, their minds riddled with questions. What is this white impermanence? Is this the cause of our family and Appo's misfortunes? Yi Shui asked, biting her lip, the foul smell invading her senses and sending chills down her spine. Nevertheless, she crouched down, her eyes widening as she attempted to discern the nature of the object, her heart filled with anger and resentment. For it could very well be the root of her father's demise and her mother's grave illness. Under Yi Shui's anxious gaze, the white impermanence nodded slightly. She opened her mouth silently, tears streaming down her face as she began to sob. At that moment, Lin Shi and Appo's voice trembled as she spoke. That seems to be a mutilated black cat corpse. As her words fell, silence enveloped the surroundings. The obedient spirit soldier cast a glance at Lin Shi, seemingly astonished and approving of her recognition of the dark entity, licking its lips in response. Both Yi Shui and Lin Shi and Appo's faces paled, the former even choking back a sob. The white impermanence narrowed his eyes, fixating on the still corpse of the black cat. Black cats are known for their sensitivity, often said to possess spiritual awareness. The cat lay contorted, its sunken eyes drooping outside its sockets, its decaying body half embedded in the concrete, undoubtedly laden with resentment at the time of its death, positioned in such a manner that tainted the very air of the courtyard. It perpetually sullied the atmosphere for the inhabitants, affecting their fortunes with its lingering malice. Most alarmingly, the presence of this black cat was anomalous, indicating deliberate foul play. The white impermanence slightly turned, his icy gaze sweeping over Yi Minting and Jiang Shoujuan. Their faces bore signs of distress. Whether from the noxious odor or from deeper concerns remained unclear. He redirected his attention and inquired, Yi Shui, your residence was recently constructed, was it not? Can the original contractor still be located? The chilling tone of his voice jolted Yi Shui back to reality. She swallowed hard, fighting back nausea as she replied, yes. White impermanence. My uncle specializes in such construction work. This courtyard was designed and built by people he hired last year. As she spoke, her voice faltered. Suddenly, Yi Shui turned her head sharply, disbelief etched across her face as she looked at Yi Minting, her eyes sparkling with suspicion. Lin Shi's expression hardened, her gaze towards Yi Minting and Jiang Shoujuan now brimming with wariness. The presence of the black cat and Appo's corpse, concealed beneath the concrete, implied it had been entombed during construction. A task wholly overseen by Yi Minting. Could he truly be absolved of responsibility? Jiang Shoujuan met the scrutinizing gazes of the two women, her complexion turning a shade of gray as she vehemently retorted, Yi Shui, why do you look at us like that? Do you suspect that after working tirelessly to build your house, we would have the audacity to bury a cat and Appo's corpse in the concrete? Even if I am an inadequate aunt, he is your uncle, your father and Appo's own brother. Do you think we would harm your family out of spite? After your father's passing and your mother's illness, who has been there for you? Now, you listen to outsiders and doubt us, you ungrateful wretch. Jiang Shoujuan and Appo's voice rose in anger, her face alternating between pale and flushed, pointing accusingly at Yi Shui. Yi Shui remained silent, biting her lip as tears streamed down her face, her gaze locked on to Jiang Shoujuan, her pupils trembling with uncertainty. At that moment, Yi Minting furrowed his brow and coldly commanded, enough, be silent. Jiang Shoujuan fell silent, her anger dissipating, her eyes briefly lingering on the black cat and Appo's corpse before she turned away. Yi Minting stepped closer to Yi Shui, emitting a heavy sigh as he shook his head. Shui, I trust the judgment of the white impermanence and believe that this deceased cat is indeed the source of our family's relentless misfortunes. However, I wish to assure you that your uncle is completely unaware of this matter. If necessary, we can certainly gather the entire construction team from last year for questioning. But I implore you not to hastily place this abhorrent blame squarely upon your aunt and me. We are human too, and are equally capable of feeling sorrow. Yi Minting and Appo's heartfelt words resonated with sincerity. At this moment, Jiang Shoujuan, sensing her own grievances, allowed her earlier fierce demeanor to fade, softly weeping as she discreetly wiped her tears. Yi Shui felt lost. She glanced between her silent, sighing uncle and weeping aunt, and then at the gruesome corpse of the cat on the ground, her mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Ultimately, her gaze fell upon the white impermanence, seeking solace. To her relief, she witnessed him smile. Chapter 44. Death becomes a luxury. A smile graced the face of the white impermanence, and his gaze towards Yi Minting and Jiang Shoujuan bore a hint of mockery. This couple certainly possessed a certain intrigue. Having established that the construction of this residence was under their purview, it was implausible to claim they were entirely unaware of the situation. Their current act of feigned restraint appeared somewhat absurd. Coupled with their demeanor towards Yushui and her mother, the stakes were evidently laid bare. As Yushui fell silent, Yi Minting and Jiang Shoujuan exchanged a discreet glance before slipping back into their previous demeanor, one with a complex expression, head bowed in silence, the other quietly weeping and wiping tears. Should a passerby witness this scene, they might ponder the hardships endured by these middle-aged individuals, the extent of their grievances. Yi Shui's face, akin to a pear blossom drenched in rain, reflected a struggle. Lin Shi furrowed her brow at the unfolding scene, feeling an inexplicable oddity, yet unable to articulate her thoughts. Being young and of a distinguished family, she was not attuned to such matters and could only offer silent support by clasping Yi Shui's hand. The atmosphere had seemingly reached an impasse. The previously determined Yushui appeared to have lost her courage to press her uncle and aunt further, remaining dazed in place. Just then, the white impermanence, who had been observing, unexpectedly spoke. Given your malevolent intentions, it stands to reason you would not confine your schemes to a single location. To bring such ruin upon your household, leading to death and despair, cannot be the work of a mere dead cat. If convenient, it would be best for you to identify these elements yourselves. Otherwise, it would be rather troublesome for my underlings to seek them out. Descending from the air, the white impermanence approached Yi Minting and Jiang Shoujuan, his profound gaze flickering with a blend of mockery and danger, roaming over them. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of Yi Minting and Jiang Shoujuan hardened, particularly the latter, whose eyes betrayed a moment of panic. Yushui and Lin Shi exchanged bewildered glances. Yi Minting furrowed his brow and shook his head. Lord White Impermanence, I am unclear about your meaning. I have already made my position clear. If you doubt my wife and me, I shall summon the construction workers to confront them directly. The death of the black cat has indeed caused immense suffering for my brother and Appos, as family, and I intend to demand answers from them, even if it costs them their lives. At this, a trace of ferocity flickered in Yi Minting and Appos' eyes, and his imposing stature radiated a menacing aura. Jiang Shoujuan, regaining her composure, opened her mouth to counter but wilted under the gaze of the white impermanence, grasping Yi Minting and Appos' arm tightly, her complexion pale. At this moment, Liang Yi, embodying the white impermanence, could no longer contain himself and rolled his eyes dramatically. It truly exemplifies the saying stubbornness in the face of death. In truth, due to the nature of the spectral soldiers, it was not easy to search the entire residence for other elements akin to the deceased black cat that would disrupt fortune. Spectral soldiers are essentially malevolent spirits confined in the underworld. They possess a sensitivity towards the unholy and the supernatural, along with a degree of combat capability suitable for servitude. However, the circumstances within this residence did not closely relate to malevolence or spirits. According to Liang Yi and Appos' understanding, this should fall under the ancestral craft of ill fortune repelling. In simpler terms, it involves employing spells, curses, or prayers to influence one and Appos' fortune negatively, achieving the desired outcome against those deemed undesirable. In light of this, Yushui ought to seek out those proficient in such arts, shamans, semi-immortals, or Taoist priests, rather than divine beings. The black cat's corpse had been discovered due to its unique scent and underlying resentment. As for uncovering further elements, it was uncertain how many could be found in a short time. Seeing that the couple remained obstinate, even attempting to evade accountability, Liang Yi lost all patience. If mere dialogue could not elicit their confession regarding the tampering, he would not hesitate to employ other methods to achieve his objectives. The first to be dealt with would be the loquacious and irksome woman. The white impermanence's gaze fell upon Jiang Shoujuan, and in that moment of eye contact, his profoundly deep eyes suddenly glinted with a green light, transforming entirely to black. Like an abyss, ready to consume. Yi Minting felt a surge of foreboding rise within him. Urgently questioning, "What are you doing? Shoujuan, what is wrong with you?" Before he could finish, the divine ability Punish Evil activated. Jiang Shoujuan and Appos' eyes instantly glazed over. She maintained her gaze locked with the white impermanence, her eyes gradually dimming until all light was extinguished, as if her soul were being devoured by those abyss-like black orbs. In a flash, Liang Yi's mind flooded with countless images. Jiang Xiujuan's entire life, bullying the weak, torturing animals, culminating in her collusion with Yuminting to perform ill-fortune rites against Yishui, unfolded before him like a rapid lantern show. The ability of the white impermanence not only affected deities and demons, but also humans, revealing their life as transgressions and administering corresponding punishment and torment. The final verdict condemned Jiang Xiujuan and Amp, Apos, soul to the underworld, to endure suffering for eternity, never to be reborn. In mere moments, the white impermanence reopened his eyes, now devoid of any emotion. Jiang Xiujuan and Amp, Apos, entire body trembled violently, and she erupted into laughter, clapping her hands incessantly. A thin stream of drool trickling from the corner of her mouth. She flailed her arms, shrieking incoherently, taking a step forward only to collapse heavily to the ground, writhing and struggling as if reduced to an unconscious, instinct-driven automaton. Yuminting gazed at this spectacle in horror, his pupils dilating. He had no clue what transpired in that fleeting moment, but the sight of Jiang Xiujuan now appeared utterly foreign, even terrifying. No. What have you done to Xiujuan? You are a deity. How can you inflict such harm upon a human? You have broken the rules. You are no god, but a demon, more fearsome than any evil spirit. Yuminting trembled, his robust form failing to maintain composure in the face of such a bizarre and terrifying force. At that moment, he harbored no thoughts of defending his actions, nor did he feel a shred of anger for the torment his wife endured. Panic engulfed him. Complete and utter panic. Even if the truth came to light and he faced the law, the worst outcome would be merely paying with his life. Yet, in the clutches of this malevolent deity, death seemed a luxury. Yuminting was oblivious to Jiang Xiujuan's ordeal, but merely witnessing her current state filled him with profound dread. Chapter 45. Defying Heaven's Great Taboo. Jiang Xiujuan continued to writhe on the ground, struggling with great effort, her mouth alternating between raucous laughter and strange cries. Lin Shi and Yishuani were equally taken aback by this sudden spectacle, standing frozen in place with wide eyes, filled with dread at the bizarre scene before them. They were oblivious to the true nature of the events unfolding, only sensing that it was all the doing of the Wraith of White. Shock, confusion, and tension overwhelmed them. Yet comprehension eluded their grasp. At that moment, a gust of wind roared past. The spectral soldiers scattered throughout the courtyard. Having received the signal from the Wraith of White that their task was complete, hurried towards the commotion in the front yard. Upon witnessing Jiang Xiujuan, a soulless figure writhing on the ground, they too began to cackle, their eyes glinting with mockery and derision. Many even clapped their hands in silent approval. Liang Yi surveyed the scene, realizing that these wraiths had also been captured by the Wraith of White in a similar manner, forcibly conscripted into the underworld as malevolent spirits. In other words, these spectral soldiers, essentially evil spirits, had all been heinous individuals in life. Denied rebirth after death, they were subjected to relentless torment across the ages. If fortune smiled upon them, being chosen to serve as wraiths in the underworld was, paradoxically, a considerable honor. The Wraith of White did not cast a glance at Jiang Xiujuan. Instead, his gaze shifted to the trembling Yuminting, and he spoke slowly. The crimes you have committed should be on par with Jiang Xiujuan and Amp, Apos, leading to a similar fate. So, are you prepared to repent on behalf of my devout follower and offer your soul as a sacrifice? Upon hearing this, Yuminting's breath quickened, a chill running down his spine as he felt himself on the brink of collapse. In the past, while devising malevolent sorcery with his wife, he had known fear. He had worried about retribution, the exposure of their misdeeds, and the potential for imprisonment or even death. Yet, it was only at this moment that he truly grasped the essence of terror. What he faced now was not death, but an eternity of suffering. Yuminting's hand trembled as he cried out in a distorted voice, "No. Lord Ingu, save me." As soon as the words left his lips, the divine talisman he clutched tightly in his palm suddenly burst forth with radiant light. In the next moment, a resplendent figure materialized behind him. An elderly man with flowing white hair, wielding a whisk, his spirit vibrant. Immediately, this deity, known as Lord Ingu, fixed his gaze upon Yuminting. The devout follower who had summoned him, then glanced toward the writhing Jiang Xiujuan on the ground, his countenance shifting in an instant. He recognized her as another of his followers, seemingly the wife of Yuminting. Lord Ingu furrowed his brow, then noticed the Wraith of White and the 20 immobile malevolent spirits behind him, along with the corpse of a black cat emanating a faint aura of resentment. His expression slightly altered, yet he remained puzzled. At this juncture, Yi fell to his knees, weeping profusely as he recounted the events that had transpired, embellishing the tale and distorting the truth. Although Lord Yinggu did not fully believe him, he was incensed to learn that this deity not only commanded spirits for his own purposes but had also breached the established order by laying hands upon humans. Furthermore, given that both Yiminting and Jiang Shoujuan had been faithful followers for over a decade, with their offerings abundant, Lord Yinggu and Appo's ire ignited fiercely. You have audacity, O deity. Not only have you violated the rules by targeting my followers, but how dare you command spirits to aid in your nefarious deeds? Are you truly unafraid of the wrath of the Pantheon? Lord Yinggu and Appo's voice resonated like thunder as he demanded an explanation. The Wraith of White exuded an enigmatic aura, his divine power concealed. At that moment, he could not ascertain the rank of his opponent. As a mere wild deity, although not weak, he dared not overestimate his standing until the situation clarified. He could only attempt to impose moral authority. Nevertheless, the evidence of his manipulation of spirits and his assault on humanity was irrefutable, a blatant transgression against heavenly edicts. Seemingly emboldened, Yiminting suddenly interjected, Lord Yinggu. This appears to be a lesser deity. He seems more akin to a demon or monster. Otherwise, why would he consort with malevolent spirits and harm the innocent? Your intervention is truly for the sake of the people. Upon hearing this, Lord Yinggu cast a cold glance at Yiminting, clearly not fully convinced by his words. He remained focused on the impassive Wraith of White, declaring coldly, Our greatest duty as deities is to protect our followers from the encroachments of demons and monsters. As for the petty squabbles among humans, we need not interfere excessively. Even if my followers have erred, you should not wield your power to bully them. What crime have they committed? The enforcement agencies of humanity will judge that, even if they were to pay with their lives. Leading to the demise of 2 devout followers and their abundant offerings, I would accept that without hesitation. Yet, as a deity, seeking your own version of justice for your followers at the expense of the established order is a behavior that we, as deities, cannot condone. Today, I must teach you a lesson. Otherwise, how would it not be a laughingstock for the world that my followers are so easily bullied? At this point, Lord Yinggu summoned his divine power, his whisk radiating a spectacular array of colors, exuding an overwhelming presence. A lesser deity was but a minor threat. The 20 malevolent spirits behind him were merely pawns, easily dealt with by a few swipes of his whisk. He had no desire to meddle in the justice of human society, but the loyalty of his followers and their offerings were of paramount importance. This fury needed to be unleashed. Even if someone were to criticize him later, he would never side with a deity who commanded spirits to harm humanity. Witnessing Lord Yinggu's readiness to act, Yiminting felt a surge of hope. What of the deity? What of the malevolent spirits? It was well known that there were hierarchies among deities, and he did not believe that the Wraith of White could rival Lord Yinggu. Even though his own scandal had been thoroughly exposed and his fate was grim, it was still preferable to suffering the torment and humiliation at the hands of the Wraith of White, as Jiang Shoujuan had. Nearby, Lin Shi and Yi Xuanyi were growing anxious. They began to comprehend that the Wraith of White's actions, while eerie and terrifying, were aimed at punishing the transgressions of Yiminting and Jiang Shoujuan. However, Lord Yinggu was prepared to strike without discerning the truth of the matter. How could a lesser deity contend with a wild god? At this moment, Liang Yi observed as Lord Yinggu's divine power surged forth, his whisk pointing directly at him. Understanding that an attack was imminent, in ordinary times, he would not have thought that the Wraith of White, who commanded spectral soldiers, would be defeated by such a common wild deity. It may very well come down to a contest of spells and divine might. However, given the chaos of the current situation, a more efficient approach seemed necessary. On the other hand, Lord Yinggu, seeing the Wraith of White remain indifferent despite his display of power, and noting the restless movements of the malevolent spirits behind him, became increasingly enraged. With a disdainful snort, he shook his whisk, unleashing its brilliance, preparing to strike. Yet, at that very moment, silently and without a hint of movement, 2 figures began to materialize beside the Wraith of White. One bore the head of an ox and the body of a man, wielding a steel fork with wide-open eyes. The other had the visage of a horse, encumbered by iron chains, its face twisted in a grimace. Chapter 46. You only know that you were about to die in the instant when the bullhead and horse face appeared silently, and Gong's entire body froze in place, as if turned to stone, and his eyes widened in horror. You are bullhead and horse face? Gong was bewildered, his whisk becoming dull and even wavering in his grip. The names of these deities had recently gained prominence, Although they were indifferent to worldly affairs, they were still somewhat aware of the happenings around them. Though they belonged to the same rank of wild deities as himself, their power was exceptionally formidable, placing them among the strongest in that category, a widely accepted fact. Most importantly, they had chosen the same human as their representative. This baffling decision was not only incomprehensible to humans, but also left other deities feeling confused, even ridiculous. Yet the benefits of their partnership became evident. The two deities could collectively tackle troubles and challenges, effortlessly dealing with even half-step king-level monsters. However, the greatest concern was how these deities came to be here. Flanking by Wuchang, appearing as guardians. Surely, things could not be unfolding towards the worst-case scenario he dreaded. Gong and Apos, nerves tensed, and he hurriedly restrained the surging divine power emanating from him, bowing politely and inquiring with a hint of respect. I have long admired your esteemed names. May I ask what brings you here today? The bullhead and horse face remained silent, one glaring fiercely while the other bore a menacing expression, their weapons subtly revealing the flow of divine power. A chill ran down Gong's spine, although he could not fathom why events had taken such a turn. The sudden surge of tension and danger struck him head-on. Before he could react, Bai Wuchang expressionlessly nodded. In the next moment, the bullhead and horse face lunged forward, tridents infused with immense force, whistled as they shot forth. Frost-covered chains rattled ominously, whipping through the air like icy serpents. Gong was taken aback, biting his tongue to draw blood, which he splattered onto his whisk as he swung it forward in a desperate flourish. Without a backward glance, he fled in panic. The radiant barrier formed by the whisk shattered upon contact with the trident, splintering into countless shards. The two divine entities pursued him relentlessly, striking him with force. A scream echoed from afar as Gong staggered, spitting blood, yet dared not pause, gritting his teeth to continue his frenzied escape. The bullhead and horse face surged forward, seemingly intent on pursuing him. Liang Yi's thoughts quickened, and he intervened to halt their advance. Though Gong had just attempted to strike at him, and had spoken disrespectfully, even harboring suspicions of shielding his followers and Apos wrongdoings, there were no deep-seated enmities between them. Thus, a lesson was warranted, but extermination was unnecessary. After all, the intricate relationships within the realm of deities could lead to complications if a minor deity was killed, inviting the wrath of a more powerful one. With a wave of his hand, Bai Wuchang made the bullhead and horse face vanish. The echoes of Gong's anguished cries lingered, yet Yiminting no longer possessed the bravado he once had. He gaped, watching the direction in which the deity he had worshipped for over a decade fled, slowly turning his head, an overwhelming fear once again enveloping him. Lord Bai Wuchang, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please do not kill me. Do not let me meet the same fate as her. I was wrong. I apologize to your family. I still have 2 underage children at home. I beg you, grant me a chance to live. I implore you. I have truly recognized my mistakes. I will surely repent and start anew. Xiao Su, please, help your uncle plead for mercy. Uncle truly understands now. I was blinded by greed and committed those cruel acts. From now on, I will atone diligently. Xiao Su, please say something. Yiminting fell to the ground, weeping profusely. Seeing Bai Wuchang's unwavering expression, he crawled before Yishui, relentlessly slapping his own face. With no restraint, the slaps echoed, and soon both sides of his face turned red and swollen, even oozing blood. Yishui and Apos' complexion paled as she stared blankly at this scene, showing no reaction, merely trembling her lips. At that moment, Linshi, standing nearby, expressed disdain, chuckling softly. You do not truly understand your mistakes. You only comprehend that you are about to die. No. This outcome is 1,000 times more horrifying than death. Linshi and Apos' gaze shifted to Jiang Shoujuan, who continued to struggle but remained unable to rise. Initially, she had wondered if this might be a bit cruel. However, witnessing Yiminting and Apos' grotesque demeanor and recalling the shattered family of Yishui, she felt that this couple deserved their fate. Upon hearing Linshi and Apos' words, despair flickered across Yiminting's face, his robust frame trembling as if he were a frightened chick. Bai Wuchang stepped forward. Divine power, punish evil. Yiminting resisted, but could only watch in terror as he slowly raised his head, locking eyes with Bai Wuchang and Apos' abyssal gaze. He would recount his life and Apos' sins. And then his soul would be bound and tormented in the underworld, condemned to endure suffering for eternity, never to be reborn. The fear in Yiminting's eyes faded, replaced by a hollow confusion. He lifted his head to survey his surroundings, perceiving the myriad beings referred to as humans. An instinct told him that these people despised him, even loathed him. At that moment, a peculiar laughter caught his attention. It was a mass of flesh, writhing and laughing grotesquely. Yu Minting suddenly felt elated. It seemed he had found a kindred spirit. He hurriedly imitated the creature, crawling on the ground, using hands and feet, emitting fits of strange laughter. Ah, aha, aha, ha ha ha. Lin Shi supported Yi Shui, frowning, her expression a complex mix as she observed the grotesque writhing of the two entities, inwardly cursing their self-inflicted fate. However, Bai Wuchang paid them no mind, merely issuing commands to the shadowy soldiers who watched Yu Minting and Jiang Shoujuan with interest, instructing them to dismantle the previous curses set within this abode. During the punish evil process, he had witnessed their every heinous act with clarity. Upon receiving the orders, the shadowy soldiers wasted no time. Despite the captivating spectacle of the two soulless beings, they proceeded to dismantle the curses. At that moment, Yu Shui, finally recovering from the tumult, knelt before Bai Wuchang, performing 3 bows and 9 knocks of gratitude. I, the devotee Yu Shui, thank Lord Bai Wuchang for cleansing my grievances, avenging my great wrongs. From now on, I shall sincerely worship, with unwavering devotion. Her voice rang clear. Simultaneously, Liang Yi heard a familiar voice resonate in his mind. Ding. The incense value for the statue of Bai Wuchang has reached 12. The rank has been elevated to spirit. Chapter 47. Playing house with the deities? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. This morning in Shuanglin City, at the equipment shop, Liang Yi was, as usual, carving divine statues behind the closed door. However, the figure he was now sculpting was none other than Bai Wuchang. Ever since he resolved the troubles at Yi Shui's home 3 days prior, Bai Wuchang had successfully ascended to the realm of spiritual entities. Compared to his previously feeble divine power, he had become significantly more formidable, especially with the ability to command the Yin soldiers, a skill that could be deemed overpowered. His overall strength likely surpassed even that of the Oxhead and Horseface. Yet, as the saying goes, every profession has its specialization, thus, it is wise to leave professional matters to the experts. While there are distinctions in strength among deities, their abilities and divine powers dictate that each can showcase unique effects in their respective domains. Rather than merely comparing strengths, Liang Yi favored the idea of unleashing all 3 deities together. In such a scenario, each would demonstrate their prowess, and regardless of who was weaker or stronger, they would collectively confront the encountered demons and malevolent spirits with a grand amalgamation of their powers. Just as Liang Yi slightly lowered his head to focus on his carving, the sound of someone knocking on the roll-up door pierced his concentration. Alongside, he could vaguely hear the voices of Lin Shi and Yi Shui. Liang Yi set down the half-finished wooden statue, rose to open the door, and welcomed the 2 women inside, promptly pulling the door shut behind them to avoid attracting any unwanted company. As soon as they were seated, Lin Shi could barely contain her excitement. Boss Liang, we are here to bring you good news. Liang Yi nodded in acknowledgement. I have already heard the details from Bai Wuchang. Lin Shi furrowed her brow, then rested her chin on her hand, momentarily dejected. She almost forgot that Liang Yi was Bai Wuchang and Oppo's agent. It was only natural for him to inquire about the events that transpired over the past 3 days. The thrill of teasing the subject dissipated instantly. Lin Shi shook her head in resignation but quickly raised an eyebrow. By the way, is our agent Liang Yi a bit too audacious? Or has he grown so close to the deities that he can address them by their names? Referring to Bai Wuchang in the Oxhead and Horseface without any honorifics makes one wonder if he is entirely disconnected from these 3 divine beings, while in reality, he is their agent and should feel utmost reverence and admiration for them. However, one must also consider that this fellow has become the agent of 3 deities. What is wrong with being a bit arrogant? Moreover, these 3 deities are each more powerful than the last. While Lin Shi was lost in her thoughts, Yu Shui interjected, Boss Liang, to be candid, we primarily came to express our gratitude in person. If it weren't for your introduction, I might not have had the opportunity to serve Bai Wuchang, and my current well-being would be uncertain. I genuinely appreciate your help. Liang Yi raised his gaze and nodded slightly. It was indeed a heartfelt truth. Just days ago, during their return journey, a landslide had occurred, had he not intervened. Not only would Yi Shui have faced peril, but Lin Shi, an innocent bystander, would have been in grave danger as well. This method of hexing, while not particularly complicated, could dramatically influence the victim's fortune, making it insidious and difficult to guard against, which is why it has long been deemed a forbidden practice. Yi Shui continued, Thanks to your and Bai Wuchang's care, my mother's condition has been gradually improving. To repay this kindness, Sheer and I have discussed ways to help you promote this incident online to attract followers and offerings for Bai Wuchang. I hope, Boss Liang, you could convey this to Bai Wuchang and seek his consent. Upon hearing this, Liang Yi was momentarily taken aback and regarded Yi Shui with renewed seriousness. Her demeanor was earnest, devoid of any jest. Lin Shi chimed in, with Ma Datu around, it shouldn't and oppose. Be too difficult for you to promote Bai Wuchang. But little Shui also wishes to contribute. Our plan is to proactively report this case to the Law Enforcement Bureau of Shiza City and leverage it to gain exposure online. Creating a public discourse. After all, two living, breathing middle-aged individuals suddenly becoming vegetative beings should be impossible to conceal. Deities typically do not concern themselves with earthly trifles. But we must handle this properly. With this reminder, Liang Yi understood. They were indeed seizing the opportunity. However, implementing it might not be as straightforward as it seemed. Nevertheless, it was an excellent method to increase visibility. Coincidentally, with Ma Data still recuperating, it was wise to let him rest a few more days while Lin Shi and Yi Shui stirred up some buzz, facilitating the subsequent influx of followers and offerings for Bai Wuchang. However, this would inevitably reveal a portion of Yi Shui's family's privacy to the outside world, exposing them to pain that most would prefer to avoid discussing. It was clear that she genuinely revered Bai Wuchang and wished to contribute in any way possible, even if it meant using this as a medium. This was evident from her willingness to offer 12 points of incense value as a devotee. In contrast, when Ma Datu and Lin Shi were entangled in their own life and death struggles, their incense value only escalated from 1 point to 10 post-incident. Moments later, Liang Yi returned to his thoughts and nodded. As long as you are willing, this is a good deed, and even deities have no reason to refuse. Hearing this, Yi Shui finally broke into a smile, eagerly nodding in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Yi Shui and Lin Shi returned to Shiza City, where they reported the incident to the Law Enforcement Bureau without embellishments, providing only the facts. Given the involvement of deities, the case was treated distinctly from ordinary criminal matters, following a unique set of procedures. Ultimately, the Law Enforcement Bureau concluded that, while the death penalty was warranted for Yi Minqing and Jiang Shoujuan, the intervention of a deity warranted a more severe form of punishment, thus closing the case. Simultaneously, Lin Shi leveraged her family's influence to help Yi Shui generate significant buzz around the incident online. What had begun as an ordinary criminal case transformed into a sensational topic due to the involvement of the trending deities, Oxhead and Horseface, alongside the ever-popular dual deity agent, Liang Yi. The matter rapidly garnered widespread attention. Lin Shi and Yi Shui did not even need to manipulate the narrative. The topic's popularity soared uncontrollably, evolving into a situation they could no longer contain. In no time, the internet was abuzz with related discussions and opinions, igniting fervent debate. Amidst all this, the most contentious issue revolved around Liang Yi's status as an agent. Was he truly a dual deity agent, or could he be a threefold agent? Where did this deity, named by Wuchang, come from? Why did he make choices akin to those of Oxhead and Horseface? Was Liang Yi truly the chosen one? How could three deities select him as their agent? It was unfathomable, truly unfathomable. Was it a divine game of house? Chapter 48. A disturbing revelation. The news of Liang Yi and Appo's transformation from a dual divine agent to a triple divine agent has caused a tremendous uproar online. Within just a few hours, it surged to the trending lists on numerous platforms. Countless netizens were astonished, yet utterly perplexed. Since the emergence of malevolent entities and the descent of deities, humanity has been dedicated to exploring the intricate relationship between gods and mortals while receiving protection from various deities. In this context, the role of divine agents has emerged as a vital means of facilitating profound communication between the divine and the human realms. Consequently, the notion that a deity selects only one agent, and a human can represent but a single deity, has gradually taken root in public consciousness. At least in recent years, there have been no exceptions to this rule. However, the unexpected emergence of Neo 2 and Ma Mian alongside Liang Yi has shattered this seemingly immutable belief. One individual, simultaneously serving as the agent for two deities. This alone is already astounding. Yet now, within the span of a month, it has been revealed that Liang Yi has become the agent for yet another deity. Neo 2, Ma Mian, and Bai Wuchang. One person representing three deities transcends mere incredulity. It's utterly extraordinary, defying all conventions. For ordinary individuals, the aspiration to become the sole divine agent remains elusive, relegating them to daily acts of sincere devotion with little hope of success. Yet this individual has not only become an agent, but has managed to represent three deities simultaneously. This has incited widespread discontent among netizens, some of whom are bordering on disbelief. Moreover, soon after, some began to recall earlier related incidents, leading to a more shocking hypothesis being proposed in a brief discussion thread. Wait a minute. Was it the case that Niotu and Ma Mian could appear and collaborate simultaneously? At that time, many speculated that Liang Yi and Apos' dual role as an agent might be the reason. If so, could this newly emerged deity by Wuchang also collaborate with Niotu and Ma Mian? The implications are chilling. Once this discussion thread was posted, it quickly gained traction, fueled by related keywords, becoming an overnight sensation on the forum. More and more individuals began to recognize this possibility. In no time, the comments section was inundated with a cascade of question marks. No way. Could it truly be possible? But that's just explosive. If this is the case, then the divine statues carved by Liang Yi are skyrocketing in value. It's akin to purchasing one statue and receiving the protection of three deities. Who could resist such an offer? This is utterly outrageous. Is there anyone out there with unoffered statues of Niotu or Ma Mian? I'm willing to pay 5 million. Such sentiments rapidly spread among netizens through shares, reigniting discussions and prompting countless individuals to ponder deeply. As they reflected on the eerie implications, envy and jealousy towards those who had previously acquired statues of Niotu and Ma Mian reached a near-manic level. Based on past encounters with malevolent entities, the combination of Niotu and Ma Mian was already capable of vanquishing half-step king-level monsters. Now, with the addition of Bai Wuchang, how formidable could their combined power become? Could they possibly rival true king-level beings? Setting aside Ma Daitu and Apos' lowest price of 199. The statues themselves had previously been available for as little as 100,000. This implies that for merely 100,000, one could acquire something purportedly capable of contending with king-level monsters, possessing strength that appears to reach divine levels. Such a notion is preposterous. Meanwhile, within a weapons shop in Shuanglin City, Liang Yi was also monitoring the online discourse surrounding himself and Bai Wuchang. Suddenly, his phone buzzed to life. Upon checking, he saw that the call was from Ma Daitu. Ever since the last time he had traveled to Sanhua City for a live promotional event with an amulet, Ma Daitu had been recuperating in a local hospital, and it seemed that his recovery was now complete. Liang Yi thought to himself, picking up the phone and pressing the answer button. Immediately, he was met with a cacophony of exclamations. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Young boss, is this for real? Niotu and Ma Mian aren't enough. How could another deity, Bai Wuchang, suddenly appear? What is going on? Ma Daitu's voice echoed thunderously from the other end. Liang Yi furrowed his brow and held the phone away from his ear until the volume diminished, then brought it back close. It seemed his earlier concerns had been unwarranted. Ma Daitu was even more animated than he had anticipated, showing no signs of illness whatsoever. Sensing Liang Yi's prolonged silence, Ma Daitu cleared his throat and lowered his voice, though his astonishment and excitement remained palpable. Liang boss, you must say something. Until I hear it from you. I refuse to believe anyone else. When I first learned this news, my jaw nearly hit the floor. I'm dying to know if it's true. Liang Yi found himself both amused and exasperated, finally conceding, it's true. As soon as the words left his lips, there was a profound silence on the other end of the line, followed by increasingly rapid and heavy breathing. Finally, an exaggerated shout erupted. I knew it. I just knew it. Three deities. Three deities have chosen you as their sole agent. Liang boss, I dare say, you're practically a deity yourself. I can't even fathom how popular our statues and amulets will be once this settles down. I must return to my post immediately and continue to shine brightly, ready to support Liang boss at all costs. Liang Yi shook his head in resignation. In truth, the visibility of the statues he had carved online was already substantial. And even the amulets not yet officially launched had garnered hundreds of thousands of eager followers. Both statues and amulets were already in a state of overwhelming demand. Therefore, this additional publicity would not significantly enhance sales. What truly mattered to Liang Yi were those without tokens who willingly chose to become believers. Even the smallest contributions accumulate over time, eventually forming a mountain of offerings. Mod 2 continued his exuberant chatter on the phone, as if it were he who had become the agent for three deities. After finally calming down, he informed Liang Yi that he would be discharged and returned to Shuanglin City by the next day before preparing to hang up. However, just then, he suddenly exclaimed, Wait a minute. This doesn't seem right. Young boss, it seems the tide of this situation has shifted dramatically. Chapter 49. My sword is not without its advantages. Upon hearing Ma Dada's words, Liang Yi furrowed his brow slightly, her gaze fixated on the computer screen. She opened the latest videos and posts on the relevant topic and refreshed the feed. A starkly different public opinion, laden with various negative remarks, immediately came into view. Among these, the most striking was a post published half an hour ago, boasting millions of views, over 1 million likes, and hundreds of thousands of comments, creating an astonishing buzz. Most notably, these figures were climbing at an alarming rate. Am I the only one who has discerned that the amp, Apos, divine being and amp, Apos, by Wuchang employs a technique to command spirits? That amounts to a full 20 malevolent ghosts, though merely minions. They could still endanger dozens, if not hundreds, of innocent lives if unleashed. Moreover, observing how Bai Wuchang rendered the two suspects, Yi and Jiang, into mere shadows of their former selves, one must question whether such methods truly align with those of a deity. Forgive my candor, but these techniques seem more akin to those familiar in tales of demons and monsters. This is merely my personal opinion. Please refrain from vitriol. Upon seeing this post, Liang Yi could not help but narrow her eyes. Indeed, fame often invites controversy. Historically, many have criticized the grotesque and terrifying depictions of the ox head and horse face, launching speculations and attacks against them. However, substantial evidence has consistently affirmed that they are genuine divine beings. Although dissenting opinions have persisted, they have not stirred significant upheaval online. Yet, the current situation is markedly different. The methods employed by Bai Wuchang are undeniably peculiar, and being a newcomer, there is scant information to corroborate his divine identity, rendering him susceptible to manipulation by those with ulterior motives. The comments section beneath this post reflected a one-sided narrative, affirming this notion. I sensed something amiss from the outset. What legitimate deity would command spirits for personal gain? Is there any substantial difference from colluding with demons? Recently, rumors have circulated that many demons possess the ability to disguise themselves as deities. Might the ox head, horse face, and Bai Wuchang be examples of such deceit? If they are indeed imposters, it would provide a coherent explanation for all the irregularities surrounding Liang Yi as an agent in the three so-called deities. Is it true or false? Could a professional elucidate this? I recently secured a pre-sale spot for the horse-face idol, and I now find myself in a state of anxiety. The instances of demons masquerading as deities are not unheard of, each incident resulting in significant casualties among humans and even deities. Vigilance is paramount. A plethora of self-righteous speculations and conjectures flooded the comments section, creating a climate of panic and unrest. Liang Yi calmly scrolled through the screen, switching to several different platforms to gather related information. As expected, multiple major platforms were rife with negative news on this subject, each garnering greater attention, conservatively estimating that the total online views had now reached a staggering tens of millions. Furthermore, this figure was likely accelerating. At this moment, Ma Dada's voice, tinged with gravity, resonated from the other end of the line. Boss Liang, something feels off. Even if some doubt Bai Wuchang's identity, it should only be a minority opinion, not a mainstream narrative. This situation is bound to escalate. While Bai Wuchang and Apos' methods are indeed extraordinary, more importantly, it seems there are those envious of our traffic and reputation, stoking the flames from the shadows, possibly with more than just one or two factions involved. Ma Dada's tone carried seriousness and a hint of indignation. As one of the leading streamers in the realm of exploration, he was acutely aware of issues surrounding public opinion and traffic on the internet, instantly recognizing that the current narrative was problematic. Otherwise, such a rapid shift in sentiment under the spotlight of three divine agents would be implausible. As for the notion that the ox head, horse face, and the newly emerged Bai Wuchang were mere demons in disguise, Ma Dada had never even entertained this possibility. After all, he himself had been saved by the ox head. Listening to Ma Datu and Amp, Apos' words, Liang Yi remained noncommittal. He was perceptive enough to recognize the underlying issues, and she too had gleaned some insights. However, in matters of this nature, understanding the root cause would not significantly impact the gravity of the situation, especially since the momentum had already taken hold. This was the power of public opinion. Noticing Liang Yi and Apos' silence, Ma Dada pondered for a moment before asking, Boss Liang, what should we do? Taking a slow breath, Liang Yi replied, let us observe the developments. While public opinion can form swiftly, without irrefutable evidence, it can also collapse just as quickly. Although there will inevitably be lingering negative effects, the adage and amp, Apos, the innocent will clear themselves and amp, Apos, still holds merit. Ma Dada sighed. hesitating for a moment before his curiosity got the better of him. So, we do nothing at all? Liang Yi's fingers tapped thoughtfully on the desk. If it's merely backdoor manipulation and underhanded tactics, we need not engage in a life-or-death struggle. However, should they dare to act openly and cause disruption? She reached out to touch the freshly carved idol of Bai Wuchang before her, a glint of ruthless determination flickering in her eyes. I can only say, they will be dealt with swiftly. Upon hearing this, Ma Datu, lying in a hospital gown, sprang up in excitement, a gleam of fervor lighting up his face as he licked his parched lips. The audacity of these provocateurs was intolerable, and the notion of them attempting to suppress them, distorting truth and spreading slander, only fueled his resolve. Ma Datu could no longer contain his enthusiasm. More crucially, the Oxhead, Horseface, and Bai Wuchang, along with Liang Yi as their agent, represented his lifeline. Not only were they his source of income, but they also provided him with divine protection. Severing someone's means of livelihood is akin to killing their kin. How could he endure such an affront? The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Envisioning the breathtaking scene of the Oxhead, Horseface, and Bai Wuchang coming forth together. Unable to restrain himself, he laughed exaggeratedly and then turned serious. Rest assured, Boss Liang, I will stand with you, alongside the Oxhead, Horseface, and Bai Wuchang, come what may. Be they demons or deities, we shall confront them with unyielding resolve. As long as I am granted a talisman for protection, my sword shall prove its worth, even if it meant lying in bed for another 10 days or so. It was a small price to pay. Just as Ma Datu was reveling in his fervor, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Bringing his phone down, he realized that Liang Yi had already ended the call. His lips twitched, and he muttered a few words to himself before pulling the covers back over him and returning to his bed. Chapter 50. Using a sledgehammer to kill a fly? In the equipment store of Shuanglin City, Liang Yi ended a call and instinctively swiped up from the bottom of the screen to clear his background applications. At that moment, however, the WeChat interface revealed a plethora of new messages in the National Security Group, capturing his attention. If his assumptions were correct, the discussions must have been ignited by the topics related to Bai Wuchang and himself, as there seemed to be considerable interest in him from the group. He paused for a moment, his fingers hovering over the screen, before gently tapping to enter the chat. Just recently, he had been exposed as the third divine agent, only to witness a dramatic decline in his reputation. There seemed to be some underlying intrigue behind this. Regardless of the nature of the intrigue, one must ponder, among these divine agents, who would dare to consider becoming an agent for a deity other than their own. It was likely that such blasphemous thoughts had never crossed their minds. To become an agent, one must possess unwavering devotion to their own deity. However, this condition appeared to be absent in Liang Yi's case. The terrifying appearance of the Oxhead and Horseface, Bai Wuchang, resembled that of a ghostly apparition rather than a divine being. Upon reflection, the suspicion was not unfounded. If one were to apply reverse reasoning, the shocking events that had transpired could suddenly find an explanation if Oxhead and Horseface were indeed demons masquerading as deities. As Liang Yi observed the incessant stream of messages in the group, his expression remained relatively unchanged. After all, these were divine agents, and they exhibited a discernible difference from the masses outside, who often echoed idle gossip and reveled in chaos. At least they did not wholly believe the external rumors, possessing their own perspectives and understandings. Nevertheless, the majority still harbored doubts regarding his identity, and it was possible that the rapidly escalating public sentiment was being fueled by certain individuals within the group. With a global population of merely a few billion, compounded by the ravages of demons over the decades leading to human extinction, the number of surviving humans continued to dwindle. This reality implied a competitive dynamic among the deities, with believers, or rather, incense offerings, as their objects of contention. Liang Yi, an extraordinary emerging agent, alongside the incongruous deities of Oxhead, Horseface, and Bai Wuchang, had instilled a sense of crisis among many gods and agents alike. Their repeated exposures attracted immense attention, and the covert followers were steadily increasing. Coupled with the so-called taboo divine talisman, if they were allowed to develop further, it would spell disaster. Under such circumstances and shared understanding, no deity or agent would decline the opportunity to leverage this situation to dethrone Liang Yi and the three gods. They might even take advantage of the chaos to strike a blow. However, it must be noted that while everyone engaged in subtle maneuvers, blending into the crowd made it difficult to discern the origin of any vile actions. Although distasteful, at least they were not overt, making retaliation difficult. Yet, should someone dare to step into the limelight and openly declare their disdain for Liang Yi and the three gods. It would reflect poorly on their capabilities if they did not deliver a lesson. As Liang Yi pondered this, he was about to press the lock screen button when a new message in the National Security Group caught his eye, causing him to squint slightly. To be candid, my esteemed superior has a close relationship with the wild god known as Gong. On the day he witnessed the events at the Yi family, it was far from the light-hearted portrayals circulating online. Bai Wuchang does not merely command spirits. He himself possesses a hint of ghostly energy. It remains unclear whether this stems from frequent dealings with such malevolent entities or from a deficiency in his disguise techniques. Moreover, it is noteworthy that Bai Wuchang did not hesitate to strike against Yi and Jiang. Could this mean he disregards the so-called rules? Or does he simply not care about the constraints imposed on deities by the heavenly order? My superior is exceedingly displeased and has straightforwardly expressed his disdain for such chaotic individuals, intending to teach them a lesson. This serves both as retribution for the earlier aggression against Gong and as a means to ascertain the truth. Should they be divine, it would serve as a warning. If they are demons, then extermination is in order. Upon reading this, Liang Yi suddenly smiled. Just moments ago, he had been lamenting the absence of a scapegoat, feeling a sense of pent-up frustration. But with this casual glance, he realized that the scapegoat was right beside him. He focused on the individual's nickname, Truth and Plainness, with the suffix indicating he was a divine agent. This implied he was an agent of a legitimate deity. At that moment, the messages in the group momentarily paused after the comment from Truth and Plainness, only to resume with even greater fervor. However, one must ponder whether this could be considered overkill. The three deities, Oxhead, Horseface, and Bai Wuchang, were merely wild gods, and Bai Wuchang had only recently ascended to a spiritual form. Was it truly necessary to mobilize a legitimate deity against them? Haha. Let us not forget they possessed that so-called divine talisman. With Liang Yi and Ma Dada each wielding one, they might even rival spiritual entities in combat prowess. Such a notion could be seen as diminishing their worth. Yet if it could genuinely reveal the true identities of Liang Yi and the three gods, it might be worth it. Wouldn't there be a spectacle to behold? Recently, the online chatter has boasted about the might of Oxhead and Horseface, claiming they could contend with half-step kings. This would offer them a stark realization of the chasm that exists between wild gods and legitimate deities. One must still exercise caution, after all. One misstep could inadvertently lead to a divine being's demise, which would reflect poorly on them. The tone in the National Security Group, which had been fervently discussing Liang Yi and the three gods' identities, abruptly shifted to a raucous atmosphere of sarcasm and mockery. As fellow divine agents, the majority within the group possessed a sense of pride, and now, faced with Liang Yi, this singularly exceptional entity, they were naturally filled with resentment. Having finally encountered an opportunity to strike down his arrogance, it was only natural that they would revel in the moment. They might even find themselves clapping in approval. Leaning back in his chair, Liang Yi scanned the accounts voicing derisive comments, his gaze calm and profound. A legitimate deity, indeed. It was the most formidable force he had encountered thus far. Though he had previously met Qing Weijun, her divine power was restrained, making it difficult to gauge her true strength. Yet, he wondered just how powerful this deity, who proclaimed to punish him and the three gods, truly was. How would they fare against Oxhead, Horseface, and Bai Wuchang? A glimmer of determination flickered in Liang Yi's eyes. Chapter 51. The fire cannot be concealed. Early the next morning, at the Central Bureau of the Supernatural Affairs in Longdu, Long Nation, Chunghua, and Apos, and strolled along the immaculate corridor, his feet clad in a pair of sandals. A cheap cigarette dangled from his mouth as he tilted his head, squinting at the documents in his hands. Fine ash drifted carelessly onto the pristine tiles beneath his feet. After walking for some time, he glanced up, only to be met with a no-smoking sign. With a swift inhalation, he snapped his folder shut and extinguished the cigarette with his fingers. He surveyed the corridor, but there were no trash bins in sight. Damn it, Chunghua and Apos, and muttered under his breath, lowering his gaze to the now extinguished cigarette, but before tossing it out the window. He then reached out and knocked on the door before him. "Come in," replied a voice that was somewhat aged yet possessed a neutral resonance. Chunghua pushed the door open and entered, his gaze landing on an elderly man clad in a robe, exuding vitality. This was Deputy Director Yuan Xiangfeng of the Supernatural Bureau. Upon hearing Chungguan's voice, he turned to glance at him. A faint smile gracing his features as he gestured to a chair in front of his desk, inviting him to sit. As Chunghua and Apos and settled into the chair, he handed over the folder. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed a small patch of ash on the folder. He cleared his throat, nonchalantly brushed it away, and promptly began his report. Deputy Director, over the past 6 months, my primary responsibility has been to recruit individuals with unique abilities across the nation, including deities and their agents. As of now, our group has expanded to 165 members, among which Yuan Xiangfeng perused the documents with remarkable speed. Before Qin could finish his report, he had already closed the folder. He raised his hand, signaling for Qin to halt, yet offered no commentary on the work accomplished over the past 6 months. Instead, he suddenly remarked, I personally reviewed the special case you reported to headquarters last time. I heard there's an agent in Shuanglin City who can simultaneously represent several deities, named Liang Yi. I also noticed that discussions about him and the 3 deities he represents, Niu Tu, Ma Mian, and Bai Wuchang, are trending online. Is he currently part of your group? Caught off guard by this inquiry, Chun Gua and Amp oppose and raised an eyebrow. He had not anticipated that Deputy Director Yuan Xiangfeng would take such an interest in a wild deity and Amp Oppo's agent, and it seemed he had done thorough research on the matter. Although this agent was indeed unique, it did not alter the fact that he was merely an agent of a lesser deity. Perhaps it was this very uniqueness that made him particularly noteworthy. Qin Guan nodded. Responding candidly, in our group, I actually just visited him without much expectation. After all, based on precedent, agents of deities who are not lacking in followers and offerings are generally reluctant to join the supernatural bureau. Most deities prefer not to be constrained, even though we currently adopt a more laissez-faire approach. As for the discussions about Liang Yi online, I have confirmed that someone is leveraging public opinion to create momentum. This young man is indeed too conspicuous, inadvertently threatening many deities. At this point, Shun Guan took a deep breath, instinctively reaching for his pocket, only to quickly retract his hand. After a brief hesitation, he continued, Yesterday, an agent mentioned in our group that the deities behind Liang Yi are planning to take action against Niu Tu, Ma Mian, and Bai Wuchang. Liang Yi must be aware of this, yet he has made no indication. From the intelligence conveyed from Shuanglin City, it seems he has not taken this matter to heart, acting as if everything is normal. Hearing this, a smile reappeared on Yuan Xiangfeng and Appo's face. He had discerned that Qin Guo and Appo's and was indeed quite attentive to this exceptional young man. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, even if he had not inquired, Qin would have likely brought up Liang Yi and the 3 deities after his formal report. Noticing Yuan Xiangfeng and Appo's enigmatic gaze, Qin Guo and Appo's and shrugged nonchalantly, though his fingers could not help but lightly tap on the table. Suddenly, Yuan Xiangfeng sighed. Go ahead and smoke if you wish. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of a lighter ignited, and the office gradually filled with a haze of smoke. Observing this, Yuan Xiangfeng continued, What is the strength of that deity? Qin Guan raised his hand, letting the ash fall away. Moderate, but certainly not sufficient to contend with Niu Tu, Ma Mian, and Bai Wuchang. The so-called half-step king level pales in comparison to true king level or genuine righteous deities. Since you have already perceived the underlying issues, I must ask directly, should we intervene to mediate? If this situation continues to unfold, I fear I may lose a member of my team, and he is one of our most exceptional. As he spoke, Qin Guan finished his cigarette, extinguishing it and discarding it in the trash. His gaze remained fixed on Yuan Xiangfeng's face, who raised an eyebrow and retorted, How can you be certain that Niu Tu, Ma Mian, Bai Wuchang, and the agent you favor, Liang Yi, are not merely demons in disguise? Such occurrences have become increasingly frequent in recent years. And as you are well aware, the current situation is quite tense. Guan, the paper can no longer conceal the fire. At this juncture, Liang Yi and those 3 deities are facing targeted scrutiny, and at Wuden and Amp Oppos, be surprising if this is not merely directed at them, but is also a provocation towards us. Given your position and the stance of the Supernatural Bureau, we are ill-suited to intervene. Upon hearing this, Qin Guo and Oppos rose, frowning slightly as he nodded. Yuan Xiangfeng appeared somewhat astonished. This is not your usual style. I was prepared to appeal to your emotions and reason. It seems the words I had ready to persuade you have been swallowed back down. Qin Guan furrowed his brow even more tightly at this remark, shaking his head. Since you intend to observe how he and the 3 deities perform, I certainly cannot object. I am merely reconsidering the possibility of Liang Yi turning the tide after the confrontation, and it feels rather bleak. Yuan Xiangfeng and Amp Oppos' expression softened, and he suddenly burst into hearty laughter, the sound resonating with vigor and a hint of relief. After a long moment, he nodded. Very well, you may go. Never forget your responsibilities as a member of the Supernatural Bureau. Without uttering a word, Qin Guan turned and exited the room. At the desk, Yuan Xiangfeng watched his figure fade into the narrowing gap of the closing door, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 52. The Arrival of the White Impermanence. Meanwhile, in Shiza City, at the Yi residence, Yi Sui cautiously assisted a middle-aged woman down the stairs, gently advising, "Mother, please take your time. Although your health has improved significantly, the doctor has recommended continued rest and tranquility." The woman was none other than Yi Sui's mother, Huang Lin. Previously afflicted by a family curse, she had been bedridden for over 3 months, but following the disruption of the curse by the White Impermanence, her health had begun to recover. Listening to her daughter's slightly reproachful yet caring words, Huang Lin's pale face revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. "Why don't you try lying in bed motionless for several months?" She continued. "I believe the White Impermanence has been too lenient with Yu Minting and Jiang Xiuwan. They deserve to be cast into the fiery depths." There was a palpable bitterness in her tone. Having awoken from her stupor days earlier, Huang Lin quickly learned from Yi Sui the events that had transpired. While expressing heartfelt gratitude towards Liang Yi and the White Impermanence for their aid, she reserved most of her energy for cursing Yi Minting and Jiang Xiuwan. Yi Sui, far from finding this inappropriate, wholeheartedly concurred, even adding a few scathing remarks herself. After all, those were her father's murderers. Despite the satisfaction of vengeance, the repercussions of their actions continued to erode the fragile existence of Yi Sui and Huang Lin, a mother and daughter bereft of their once happy family. Reflecting on this, Yi Sui fell silent, a shadow of melancholy crossing her features. Huang Lin, though not looking up, sensed the sorrow emanating from her daughter. With a long sigh, she gently patted Yi Sui's hand. At that moment, 2 plaintive voices suddenly pierced the air from outside the courtyard. Both Yi Sui and Huang Lin were taken aback, instinctively glancing towards the front yard, their expressions shifting in unison. Outside the gate stood a pair of siblings, a boy of about 15 and a girl of 12 or 13. They held a phone aloft, pointed in their direction, tears in their eyes as they lamented, "Brother, sister, uncle, aunt, you're right. We are the son and daughter of Yi and Jiang, the suspects in the Shiza City case. Though the world claims our parents are murderers, we refuse to believe it. We are certain there exists some misunderstanding or hidden agenda. We have come to seek justice from our uncle and aunt, and to implore for your assistance, for at our tender age, we cannot sustain ourselves." As their words reached Yi Sui and Huang Lin, their faces darkened. The youthful pair were none other than Yi Minting and Jiang Xiuwan's children, Yi Tao and Yi Mei, Huang Lin's nephew and niece. Their intentions were now glaringly apparent. They sought to exploit their parents' demise for personal gain, even broadcasting their plight live, undoubtedly capitalizing on the public's sympathy given the sensational nature of the case. Upon noticing Yi Sui and Huang Lin descending from the upper floor, Yi Tao and Yi Mei hastened towards them without hesitation. Yi Tao's sobs grew louder. "Aunt, cousin, please, let me explain. There must be some misunderstanding. My parents are not those kinds of people." Before he could finish, Huang Lin's voice cut through sharply. What misunderstanding could there be? The White Impermanence's powers are infallible, and the Enforcement Bureau has conducted a thorough investigation. There is irrefutable evidence that your parents are indeed murderers. And don't call me aunt or cousin. We are enemies now. If you dare step further into this yard, I will report you to the Enforcement Bureau for trespassing. And turn off those cameras. You are invading our privacy. Whoever suggested this foolishness to you, I advise you to abandon this endeavor. Do not allow yourselves to be pawns for others while kneeling and begging. Instead, focus on finding a way to support yourselves." Huang Lin, who had previously appeared frail, now bore a frosty demeanor as she stood protectively in front of Yi Sui, pointing a finger at Yi Tao and Yi Mei without reservation. Yi Tao hesitated, his steps faltering as he turned pale. At his age, it was impossible to remain oblivious to the truth. The official reports were clear, and there was no chance for Yi Minting and Jiang Xiuwan to reverse their fate. Their appearance at the door, live streaming, was merely to ride the wave of public sentiment and outpouring sympathy, and he felt uncertain about the potential outcome. With the conversation reaching this critical juncture, Yi Tao decided to be forthright. "Aunt, your words are too harsh. Even if my parents erred, setting aside the facts, doesn't your family hold any blame? My father earned a fortune in business, and my parents merely sought to borrow a few $100,000 to learn the trade. Not only did you refuse to lend them money, but you also demanded they build a house for you, treating them like laborers. Moreover, Even if my parents resorted to some unsavory methods, it was only an attempt to vent their frustrations. Who could have foreseen such disastrous consequences? Cousin, you have lost a father. But I and you may have lost both parents. We are left with only you, our remaining family, yet you treat us this way. If my parents had faced the normal judicial process and received the death penalty, I could accept that. But they were taken by the inscrutable white impermanence, leaving them in a state worse than death. Can a deity act with such impunity, humiliating humanity? I do not seek an explanation from you. But the white impermanence must provide us siblings with an account. Hearing these words, Yisui felt a surge of anger. You've merely lost a father? How could he trivialize her pain so? That indifferent tone and flippant expression ignited her fury, and she took a step forward. Yet Huang Lin restrained her. Hold on. I see now that these two young ones are being used. Their purpose is not merely to provoke us, but to target the white impermanence. Someone intends to harm the white impermanence, and we must not add to its troubles. Huang Lin narrowed her eyes at Yi Tao and Yi Mei, speaking softly. Upon hearing this, Yisui was taken aback, halting her advance. They are targeting the white impermanence? The white impermanence was a deity, having previously demonstrated immense power. Who, or what force, would dare to challenge it? Chapter 53. Quite the coincidence meanwhile, in Shuanglin City, at the equipment store. Liang Yi had set aside his carving tools for the day, opting instead to watch a live stream on his computer. The broadcast displayed the unfolding events at the Yi family residence in Shiza City. What a grand spectacle this was. One could only marvel at the prowess of the deity involved. Holding a carving knife, Liang Yi gently glided it across a piece of discarded wood, murmuring to himself. The live stream was being broadcasted across multiple major platforms, with a conservative estimate of online viewers reaching into the millions. As time passed, more and more people flocked to witness the spectacle, drawn by the recent notoriety surrounding the Yi family's case. Coupled with the ongoing discussions about Liang Yi and the infamous duo of Bullhead and Horseface. Moreover, it was likely that some unseen forces were stirring the pot behind the scenes, having invested an unknown fortune to create this immediate buzz. If one were to speculate, it seemed this spectacle was orchestrated by the agent from the National Security Group and the deity backing him. Whether other powers were involved remained uncertain and unverified. Nevertheless, that was of little consequence. After all, Yi Tao was merely a boy of 15 or 16. Even if someone had trained him in advance on how to handle various emergencies, he was bound to reveal his vulnerabilities in a moment of crisis. It was evident to astute observers that the focus was on by Wu Chang, which meant Liang Yi and the Bullhead and Horseface duo were the targets. Liang Yi maintained a calm demeanor, patiently awaiting the next move from the opposition, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the discussion section of the live stream, where viewers were fervently expressing their opinions. However, one could argue that some of the comments were rather outrageous. The audacity of one individual to claim, "You merely lost a father, while I have lost both parents," was beyond comprehension. While some had disregarded the facts, this Yishui's mother displayed remarkable fortitude, confronting the situation without a hint of deference. Regardless, both were still children, and it was indeed tragic for them to lose their parents at such a tender age. One could only hope for kind souls to take them in, despite the absurdity of some statements. The final two remarks struck a chord. Bai Wu Chang had indeed acted without restraint, directly confronting Yi Minting and Jiang Xiujuan. Generally, deities do not meddle in human affairs, which stirred a sense of unease among the public. If deities disregarded their own constraints, how were they different from the malevolent creatures that roamed freely? It left everyone feeling vulnerable. Wasn't it said that Bai Wu Chang and the Bullhead and Horseface were merely demons in disguise? Many bloggers had substantiated this claim, providing thorough analyses for those interested. In the midst of the lively chatter in the live stream, Liang Yi cast a casual glance, not delving too deeply into the discourse. Given the current climate of public opinion, most of these comments held little significance. At that moment, a sudden roar erupted from the live stream, abruptly pulling Liang Yi from his thoughts. The camera shifted, and he focused intently. Outside the Yi family courtyard, a monstrous creature, resembling a wolf but much larger, had appeared. Its silver fur gleamed ominously in the sunlight, and its gaping maw seemed to exude a palpable scent of blood through the screen. The camera shook violently, followed by the frantic shouts of Yi Tao and Yi Mei, clearly terrified. The two scrambled towards the safety of the Yi family courtyard, while Yi Shui and Huang Lin, captured in a fleeting moment, also wore expressions of alarm, though they managed to maintain a semblance of composure. After the wolf demon's roar, its blood-red eyes fixated on the four individuals present, its crimson tongue flicking out to taste the air, before it lunged forward with ferocity. Liang Yi blinked, pondering the uncanny timing of it all. Suddenly, as if seizing control of the deity known as Bai Wuchang, a wave of intense connection and summoning surged from within him. In a flash, as light surged, he reopened his eyes to find a massive wolf paw before him, followed by an exceedingly fierce wolf visage. In the ensuing chaos of panicked cries, Bai Wuchang manifested, raising his pristine morning staff. Clang. It sounded like iron meeting iron, producing a jarring screech. The wolf demon felt a jolt of pain in its paw and stumbled back, momentarily losing the terrifying force that had surged through its claws. It then lifted its gaze, locking onto the seemingly frail figure of the deity above, its eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. It was evident that this wolf demon was of a lordly caliber, possessing a modicum of sentience, and it quickly realized it was no match for the deity before it. The wolf demon hesitated, retreating a step. Inside the house, upon witnessing the arrival of Bai Wuchang, the onlookers collectively exhaled in relief. Though the wolf demon appeared fearsome, Bai Wuchang seemed more than capable of holding his ground, instilling a sense of safety in everyone present. Above the courtyard, Bai Wuchang and Appo's icy gaze fell upon the wolf demon, easily discerning its hesitation about whether to retreat. Yet, it occasionally glanced toward the rear, displaying signs of both indecision and struggle, as if something lurking behind it instilled greater fear than the deity before it. Observing this, Liang Yi, embodying Bai Wuchang, chuckled softly to himself. Indeed, even deities adhered to principles of propriety, often employing such methods to ensure their presence was acknowledged. Confirming that the wolf demon was merely a pawn, Liang Yi had no desire to engage in prolonged conflict with it. He invoked his divine ability to command the spectral soldiers. In the next instant, everyone present, including the wolf demon, widened their eyes in alarm, scanning their surroundings. A fierce wind howled, and dark mist swirled ominously. In an instant, numerous spectral hands emerged from the darkness, clawing their way into view, some resembling malevolent spirits, while others were skeletal and ghastly, all eagerly rushing forth with maniacal grins. With a mere thought, Bai Wuchang made no visible movements. Yet the spectral soldiers simultaneously shifted their forms, their expressions fierce, charging towards the wolf demon. In that moment, an unprecedented sense of peril enveloped the wolf demon. Its silver fur standing on end, terror evident in its eyes. Its fierce roar had barely escaped its throat before it was drowned out by the cacophony of gnashing teeth and frantic movements. In a daze, a gust of chilling wind swept past as the spectral soldiers scattered and returned to Bai Wuchang's side, bowing their heads in respect. In the very spot they had just occupied, only a grim collection of dim, white bones remained. Silence reigned. Not even a whisper of wind could be heard. Inside the house, Yi Tao and Yi Mei exchanged a terrified glance, their faces pale with dread. Chapter 54. The Methods of the Divine. The sight of the pallid figure of Bai Wuchang, suspended in midair, accompanied by 20 grotesque specters and a heap of lifeless white bones, instilled profound dread in Yi Tao and Yi Mei. Confronted with an adversary that, in a sense, had been responsible for the demise of their biological parents, the pair felt not an ounce of anger or hatred, only an all-consuming terror. It was as if they were facing a fiend that regarded human life as inconsequential. No, his methods surpassed even those of a demon in their horror. At that moment, Bai Wuchang and Appo's icy gaze fell upon them, devoid of any emotion. Yi Tao's hands trembled as he held the live-streaming device, struggling to swallow hard, and instinctively taking several steps back. Suddenly, applause echoed from outside the courtyard, slow and prolonged, reverberating continuously. Everyone turned to see a young man in his early 20s, resembling a university student with glasses, leisurely entering the front yard while clapping his hands. Bai Wuchang is truly formidable, a divine entity of spiritual rank capable of effortlessly exterminating a lord-level demon. Such power from the specter is indeed useful. Yet the question arises, why does a dignified deity consort with such malevolent beings? Is his power derived from genuine divine might, or does it stem from nefarious sources? The young man cast a provocative glance at Bai Wuchang, adjusting his glasses with a casual motion, before crouching down to examine the heap of wolf demon bones closely. Bai Wuchang remained silent, merely observing the young man and Appo's figure. More precisely, he was fixated on a white ring of indeterminate material on the man and Appo's ring finger. This appeared to be a token of divinity. Upon seeing the young man, the previously panicked Yi Tao and Yi Mei suddenly regained their composure, with expressions of joy clearly visible on their faces. At this moment, Yi Shui could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Who are you?" What is your relation to Lord Bai Wuchang? The young man smiled at her inquiry, standing up while still wearing a cheerful expression. He slowly approached Yishui and replied, "How can there be no connection? The demons masquerading as deities have wrought havoc, resulting in countless human casualties, and many divine beings have perished as a consequence. The so-called Lord Bai Wuchang you worship bears a closer resemblance to a demon than a deity. I, Zhang Jiying, am the official representative of the true deity, Duh. And it is my duty to eradicate evil. Do you have any objections? Even considering the possibility that Bai Wuchang was not a demon in disguise. His manipulation of spirits and overstepping of boundaries is a violation of the rules. Duh, as a senior, is entitled to teach him a lesson, is he not?" As Zhang Jiying spoke, he provocatively regarded Bai Wuchang. This expedition to Shiza City was well prepared. He was fully aware that the main targets today were the Oxhead and Horseface, the only wild gods who could capture the attention of both him and the true deity Duh. In contrast, a mere spirit such as Bai Wuchang could be dismissed with a casual wave from Duh, resulting in instant obliteration. Listening to Zhang Jiying's words, Yushui and Huang Lin exchanged startled glances, their expressions turning notably grim. A representative of the true deity. They had never anticipated that this seemingly commonplace university student represented a divine being. Such entities are transcendent. And many people live their entire lives without witnessing the visage of a true deity. Yet here he stood, poised to act against Bai Wuchang. The situation escalated to a grave level, with Yi Shui displaying anxiety as she contemplated countermeasures, even the typically composed Huang Lin furrowing her brow, sensing the complexity of the predicament. Simultaneously, the live-streaming chat erupted in chaos, a flurry of question marks rapidly scrolling across the screen. Millions across various platforms were closely monitoring the situation, fervently discussing the developments. A true deity is about to strike against Bai Wuchang? Wooden and Amp, Oppos, T that be tantamount to a near-instantaneous execution? Wait, Wazn and Amp, Oppos, Ti watching a live stream where the children of Yi and Jiang sought justice from the Yi family? How did it suddenly transform into a one-sided slaughter by a divine being? From Bai Wuchang and Amp, Oppos, S recent display of dispatching a lord-level wolf demon, his strength was indeed formidable. But against a true deity, he would surely be at the mercy of his assailant. What the representative stated holds merit. It appears that Bai Wuchang may indeed have issues. Along with the Oxhead, Horseface, and their envoy Liang Yi, online rumors had circulated regarding such matters, and it seems they were true. Bai Wuchang was likely facing inevitable doom. The emergence of the wolf demon and the appearance of the true deity and Oppos' representative drastically altered the dynamics of the situation. Bai Wuchang, who seemed so imposing, found no significance in resisting before the true deity. Thus, upon witnessing Zhang Jiying's unfriendly demeanor, many silently pronounced a death sentence upon Bai Wuchang in their minds. Within the Yi family courtyard, Bai Wuchang regarded Zhang Jiying with quiet intensity, unfazed by the veiled mockery in his words. This individual must be the owner of the account name Pingdanzhen within the National Security Group, representing the deity Du, a true deity who had yet to reveal himself. Where could he be? Or rather, what is he waiting for? Are you looking for me? The words suddenly resonated in his ears, causing Bai Wuchang's pupils to constrict slightly. And he leaped forward. In the place he had just occupied, a figure materialized instantly, extending a hand that grasped at nothingness, displaying a look of surprise before withdrawing his palm and standing with hands clasped behind his back. The man, clad in purple robes, hovered in the void. And had it not been for the faint purple light emanating from him, he would appear as an ordinary person dressed in traditional attire. Bai Wuchang distanced himself, his eyes glinting with wariness. This purple-robed man must be Du. Aside from the encounter with Qingyue Jun at the Lin family, this was his first encounter with a true deity. Their methods were indeed extraordinary. He had not sensed this being and Oppos' presence until now. At that moment, the 20 spectral soldiers, witnessing Bai Wuchang and Oppos' retreat and feeling the overwhelming divine power radiating from the purple-robed man, desperately sought to flee. He reached out once more. Gently grasping the air, the fleeing spectral soldiers were drawn back towards a central point, ultimately gathering in a chaotic heap, unable to move. Their faces flushed yet unable to emit a single cry, appearing exceedingly wretched. Ah! Amidst the deathly silence, unrestrained laughter echoed as Zhang Jiying settled onto a nearby stool, observing the scene above with keen interest, his eyes glinting with mockery. Bai Wuchang also remained still, his pallid visage now grave. He could sense that while he could still establish a connection with the spectral soldiers, he was unable to command any of them to escape. This is the power of a true deity. Chapter 55. What kind of power is this? A rural self-built house, 5 stories high, stood 100 meters away from the Yi family. Xiao Zhang leaned against the edge of the wall, yawning as he observed the scene within the Yi family's courtyard. His phone held to the side, streaming the live broadcast of the event. With dual perspectives, every subtle movement was vividly discernible. Nevertheless, to Xiao Zhang, this was still rather mundane. It was only when he witnessed the appearance of Du Wei, who swiftly subdued 20 malevolent spirits under the command of Bai Wuchang, that he felt a flicker of excitement. Chen Sir, Bai Wuchang might not be able to hold on any longer. If Niu Tu and Ma Mian do not show up soon, he might be dealt with by Du Wei in just a few moves. Are we just going to watch from the sidelines if something unexpected occurs? Chen Goen leaned against the wall, smoking, his gaze not fixed on the Yi family's courtyard but rather elsewhere, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Zhang's words. Xiao Zhang glanced at him, realizing he was monitoring the movements of the other 2 divine agents. Today, this small village was particularly lively, with 3 divine agents present, including Zhang Jiying, all representing deities of righteous rank. The presence of divine agents signified, in a sense, the presence of the deities themselves. With 3 righteous gods gathered, any malevolent beings nearby, if they possessed even a modicum of insight, would flee as far as possible, lest they face immediate annihilation upon revealing themselves. As for that foolish wolf demon, it had just been driven over by Du Wei from the nearby mountains, serving as bait to lure Bai Wuchang into action. This was the correct course of action. They could not directly attack Yushui to force a reveal, could they? At this moment, Chen Goen extinguished his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he spoke. Niu Tu and Ma Mian will not sit idly by. With their strength, they possess a degree of resistance even against righteous gods. I suspect Du Wei and Zhang Jiying aim to completely eliminate Niu Tu, Ma Mian, and Bai Wuchang, which aligns with the interests of most deities and their agents. Deputy Director Yuan spoke up. We cannot interfere, but the situation has changed. Keep an eye on the other 2 deities and their agents. Ensure they comply. I believe that is feasible. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhang and Appos, as spirits lifted, his eyes widening slightly. Deputy Director Yuan? A figure of such stature is concerned with a trivial matter like this. Is it due to Liang Yi's special circumstances, or perhaps because of Chen Goen? After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Zhang chose not to delve deeper. Instead, he straightened up, peering intently at the Yi family's courtyard. Du Wei, with one hand grasping the Yin soldiers, rendered them immobile, while his gaze fixated on Bai Wuchang. A gust of wind suddenly arose beneath his feet as he propelled himself forward. He had little patience for this minor deity and preferred to shatter Bai Wuchang before Niu Tu and Ma Mian could appear. Otherwise, he would have to divert his attention to the 20 malevolent spirits behind him, which, although manageable, would still pose some trouble. With a palm infused with purple energy, Du Wei struck down Buzz. An unexpected hum resonated in his ears as darkness enveloped his vision, deep and eerie, leaving him dizzy. Before him, fleeting images swirled momentarily, only to shatter and restore to normalcy. Du Wei's sleeves billowed as he sharply turned, striking away the incoming morning staff with a hint of anger darkening his expression. Do you dare to employ such underhanded tricks against me? In the distance, Bai Wuchang, having swiftly retreated after activating the divine ability Punish Evil, exhaled slowly, the morning staff in hand. The effect of Punish Evil lasted but a fleeting instant before dissipating. Yet that brief moment provided Bai Wuchang the opportunity to escape Du Wei's grasp. He even attempted to strike back but ultimately failed. Meanwhile, Du Wei was evidently enraged. Divine energy surging around him, purple mist billowing, as if he were on the verge of striking with an irrevocable blow. Time was of the essence. Bai Wuchang, being only a spiritual entity, lacked the necessary divine power, especially with the Yin soldiers restrained, which diminished his combat effectiveness by over half. Liang Yi's mind raced. Niu Tu, Ma Mian, descend. In the next instant, figures materialized on either side of Bai Wuchang, their cold, furious gazes locked onto Du Wei, enveloped in an aura of murderous intent and ghostly energy that surged around them. Seeing this, Du Wei's expression shifted from anger to a smirk, nodding slightly. Ah, finally. You've revealed yourselves. It saves me the trouble of searching for you one by one. Now, you. Before he could finish, a sharp sound pierced the air as Niu Tu hurled his steel fork, propelled by immense force, directly at Du Wei's face, reaching him in an instant. Du Wei's eyes widened in shock, and in a split second, he vanished into thin air. Niu Tu's hand trembled, the fork quickly reversing direction to return to his grasp his keen gaze scanning the surroundings, yet finding no trace of Du Wei. Ma Mian wasted no time. Launching a punch forward, the chilling energy radiating from the impact spreading outwards, enveloping the courtyard in an instant, revealing Du Wei as form, astonished and enraged. He had not anticipated the overwhelming ferocity with which Niutu and Ma Mian would strike. Once again, a familiar sound split the air as Niutu's steel fork was released, aiming directly at Du Wei's face once more. The two divine beings, deeply intertwined in their bond, executed their assault seamlessly. Du Wei's pupils constricted as he realized there was no escape. Gritting his teeth, he relinquished his control over the malevolent spirits, channeling the rich purple energy into his palms to meet the incoming fork with all his might. Boom! A violent explosion echoed, as if a purple star had illuminated the air, only to collapse and dissipate in the next moment. Du Wei was sent flying backward, stifling a groan as he struggled to halt his retreat, his expression dark and stormy, yet a flicker of disbelief lingered in his eyes. Having narrowly evaded the first fork, he did not think much of it, but absorbing the second had revealed the astonishing might behind it, leaving his insides quaking even now. Was this truly the strength of a wild god? What could the seemingly crude and grotesque Niutu deity possibly be? In that fleeting moment, this thought flashed through Du Wei and Apos' mind. However, before he could ponder further, an overwhelming chill suddenly descended from above, enveloping him in an icy abyss.